Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. Boost eggs, the social value layer.
Let's go. Good morning, guys. It is your boy GP with DeOrganized Media bringing you another awesome episode of the Let's Go Morning Show. Our beloved host, Peace Love Music, had a little bit of stuff to handle, had to handle the business today. So, I will be your host for the morning show this morning. I hope that you have had a very, very blessed start to your day, starting it off on the right foot, getting off the right side of the bed and, just having high frequency vibes follow you everywhere that you go. Looking like Bitcoin getting a little bit of chop. Yesterday we had some recovery. Today looking like a little bit of a red day so far. We have a Jerome Powell speech coming on around about I think 11:20 a.m. is what I was reading. So I guess we'll take a look at that in a little bit too. And just Bitcoin chopping sideways, man. Let's take a look at this chart real quick. Getting into the charts, and then we'll head over to Cointelegraph, take a look at what the market is looking like. But today, so for the Bitcoin daily candle, looking like we are down just about 4% on the day. So just a little bit lower here to go. I think maybe we might go down here and touch this 200-day moving average on the daily time frame. We have not tested it yet since we started this whole run up to new all-time highs. We are looking for support there. Of course, this is not financial advice. Nothing on this show is financial advice, and you should definitely be doing your own research. Speculative and only for entertainment purposes. So be sure to always do your own research, guys, and stay safe. But looking like we have a little bit of a red day after some recovery. This big old red candle is the biggest Bitcoin candle in history, coming from $122,000 all the way down to 110K or something. I mean, it was a big old candle, guys. This happened on news of tariffs with China and tensions with China. Stochastics RSI looking like it is, ready for a turn here soon. But we are below the dotted line here, and hopefully we start to see the momentum move back to the upside. Getting into CoinMarketCap, let's take a look at CoinMarketCap real quick. Go over here and see what is going on. Let's go. Where is CoinMarketCap? Here we go. So we got the Stacks price here today for Stacks. So we are coming in around 44 cents, just under 45 cents, down almost 5% on the day. Coming at market cap, 811 million, just under a billion. Let's see, what is our rank by market cap? Let's see, number 80, coming in at number 80 by market cap. Let's take a look. If I go to the main coin market cap and we just sort by price action, you can see that there are not very many that are green on the daily. Bittens are up almost 2%. Pax G, that is a Bitcoin and gold trading pair, also up a little bit. Tether Gold. Yesterday, with the news that China is going to be putting big tariffs on rare earth metals, gold and silver went parabolic, both hitting new all-time highs. Just sorting by market cap, we could see that Bitcoin is king, of course. Ethereum coming in, BNB, XRP, Solana, all of the other ones here that you can just take a look at. Fear and greed coming in around 42. So we are in the neutral region for fear and greed, just a little bit, just shy of fear. So right in the middle, smack dab in the middle. The altcoin index saying is 36 out of 100 for today, and the total crypto market cap coming in at $3.75 trillion. So really cool stuff there. Taking a look at the themes today, going over to stxtools.io to take a look at the charts. Let's see what's going on here. If we sort by 24-hour change here. It looks like Welsh is up 2.9, almost 3% on the day. Hermetica, the first Bitcoin-backed stablecoin, USDH, remaining maintaining that peg, nothing to fear. Satoshi AI agent right here is an interesting one that I'm speculating on. Only $1 million market cap, 1.808 million dollar market cap. Very, very good one to speculate on. We look across the board. We have Nasty, AEUSDC, Pombu, all of that good stuff. And if we sort by, biggest losers of the day, we've got Drones coming in. Drones has actually got an interesting NFT project coming out very soon, and they are also working with Flat Earth to, create a game, a strategy game. So really, really cool stuff coming out of all of these memes. Very, very good day to buy in the red. Of course, we do not buy green candles. We like to pack our bags on the red days. So might be a good day to speculate a little bit on the SIP10 assets in the Stacks ecosystem. Looking forward to, greener, better days. SDSDX coming in down 4.09%. Rue a little bit down. Everything is a little bit red today. Bitcoin kind of dictates how the market moves, including, the memes within the ecosystem, right? So we shall see. We shall see. Who knows, right? I am no meteorologist. I am not a financial analyst. So like I said, please do your own research, guys, and be sure to not take this as your financial advice. Getting over into the news for the day, we come over here and take a look at this news right here. The DeOrganized Morning News, Bitcoin native yield, Elon Energy, AI antitrust, and Polymarket profits, plus new DeFi policy and corporate adoption stories shaping the week. Full breakdowns below your daily DeOrganized crypto news update, powered by Stacks. Let's go. Be sure to follow the main Stacks handle, guys, to stay in the know. That is at Stacks. So getting into this here, we just looked over the coin market cap update. Let's just read the numbers here again. Global market cap coming in at 3.74 trillion, down 4.28% since the time of this post about an hour ago. 24-hour volume coming in at 236.8 billion, down almost 5%. Fear and greed 42 in the fear, just a little bit, like a toe in the fear. Bitcoin coming in around 110.2K, down 4%. ETH coming in at $3,903, down almost 6%. And Sol coming in at 191.81, down 2% right there too. So it looks like a red day. That's okay. Top gainers looking like MYX up 16.75%, Tau up 10.14%, and AVAX coming in at 1.66%. Be careful, guys. You like I said, pack your bags on the red days. Wait for the bid to come, and it will come. So Stacks launches dual stacking. Stacks unveiled dual stacking, combining BTC plus STX rewards for Bitcoin native yield via SBTC. Pre-register to earn BTC yield on Stacks. Go check it out, guys. I'm telling you, you really, really want to be able to get in the know and learn about this. So let's get into this. Let's dissect this a little bit. Stacks unveiled dual stacking, a major upgrade enabling users to earn Bitcoin native yield directly on chain. By minting SBTC, a one-to-one BTC-backed asset, participants can earn a base BTC yield, then boost returns by also stacking STX or deploying SBTC into DeFi. The more STX you hold, the higher your yield multiplier. This mechanism links Bitcoin capital and Stacks network security, establishing a sustainable incentive loop for BTC yield and DeFi participation. The dual stacking light paper outlines the model, and early access registration is now open. So if you wanted to check it out, guys, you could go and here, let me make this a little bit small. I want to be small so you guys can see this stuff going on a little bit better here. Maybe I can blow this up just a little bit more so you don't have to strain your eyes. There you go. I got your back, guys. I got your back. So we'll click this. Whoops. We won't click this. All right, moving on. So Elon Musk says Bitcoin embodies energy you can't fake. So Elon Musk reignited discussions around Bitcoin's energy foundation, stating that you can issue fake fiat, but it's impossible to fake energy. The comment echoes his earlier stance that Bitcoin represents real, verifiable economic work, unlike inflationary currencies detached from production. Musk remarks arrive as global attention returns to proof of work efficiency and Bitcoin's role in evolving energy markets, reinforcing the idea that Bitcoin is the most honest representation of value tied to physical reality. Yes, I agree. This is not a hot take. Elon is based when it comes to talking about Bitcoin, and makes a very, very good point here. Bitcoin is the most sound money. It is the hardest asset. So go pack your bags, stack your sacks, guys, because Elon says so. All right, moving on into the next one here. What do we got here, guys? What do we got next? So StackingDAO's liquid stacking rates coming in, SDSDX yield coming in at 8.2%. SDSDX BTC yield coming in at 7.96%. Native BTC yield coming in at 9.51%. And SDSDX rate, you can get 1.1275 SDX per SDSDX. If you do not know about liquid stacking tokens on StackingDAO, crawl out from under that rock that you've been living under, right? Skip it across the pond. Have some fun, guys, right? Like this is a very, very based topic. You want to learn about StackingDAO. You want to learn how you can empower yourself with up to 10% APY on your assets, right? With STSDX, you are able to earn auto compounding yield in STX. And then with STSDX BTC, you can earn daily rewards in Bitcoin via, claimable on the StackingDAO dashboard. You can get your SBTC about every 70 blocks or so, which is roughly a day. So yeah, go check out StackingDAO, guys. It is where liquidity meets opportunity. I think I'll read a little bit about our marketing partner, our beloved marketing partner with StackingDAO. Very, very cool stuff going on with them. So the leading liquid stacking platform for the Stacks network. StackingDAO is changing the game by letting users earn up to 10% APY on their STX while keeping their assets liquid. Unlike traditional stacking, their unique design means no minimums, and users start earning rewards immediately. So there are zero switching costs when moving from other stacking pools. Plus, you've got options. Choose between, choose your rewards in STX or SBTC, whatever fits your strategy. Want to start earning yields today? Head over to StackingDAO.com and jump in. StackingDAO is where liquidity meets opportunity. Let's go, dude. I'm telling you guys, you don't want to sleep on Bitcoin LSTs. This is a very, very based way for you to pack your bags and stack your sats. So I am the StackingDAO community manager, and I have created a very, very based activity schedule for our active participants in the community. Big shout out to the stackers in the StackingDAO Discord. Today we have the Stacks DeFi show at around 10 a.m. ET, where we can get based updates from all of the core entities and protocols within our ecosystem. But right after that, a little bit later this afternoon, we're going to be doing a StackingDAO weekly screen share where we're going to be playing some games with the community. We're going to be talking about the alpha together while we're playing the games. It's always a good time. And I often do some giveaways connected to that. So if you want to, definitely jump into the StackingDAO Discord. Moving on here into this here. So Microsoft sued over AI chip monopoly. A class action suit claims Microsoft restricted NVIDIA GPU supply. Wow. This is a big one. So a new class action lawsuit accuses Microsoft of monopolizing access to NVIDIA's boom here. Let me change this real quick. Sorry. All right. So to NVIDIA's high performance GPUs, allegedly restricting supply to competitors or artificially inflating AI cost, including ChatGPT operations. Plaintiffs argue this behavior gives Microsoft an unfair advantage across cloud and AI services. violating antitrust laws. The case highlights growing concerns over the concentration of compute power in the hands of new tech giants, or a few tech giants, threatening open innovation and fair competition in the rapidly expanding AI economy. Crazy, people are trying to monopolize AI compute right now. I mean, it is how everybody is really getting their information and doing their research nowadays. So if you control the AI, imagine what type of narratives you can spin, and then plant the seeds, all that. I'm going to take my tinfoil hat off now. But yes, Microsoft is being accused of putting the AI chip supply in a chokehold, so to speak. Moving on into the next one here. So Polymarket's risk-free arbitrage trend. Ooh, wow. Okay. So Polymarket's risk-free arbitrage draws DeFi traders. On-chain traders are exploiting Polymarket inefficiencies to generate low-risk returns via arbitrage, simultaneously buying and selling market shares to capture guaranteed spreads. Analysts say it's a sign of a growing maturity in the decentralized prediction space, where liquidity and information efficiency continue to improve. As Polymarket's volume expands into political and financial events, it's becoming a testing ground for a real-time crowd intelligence and decentralized forecasting as a new financial primitive. Yes, people like to speculate, they like to bet, and they like outsized returns on their investments. So these prediction markets make sense. If you did not know, Big Market just launched a Bitcoin prediction market, and via Stacks. So if you want to check that out, maybe we might take a poke and take a look at what's going on with Big Market, and maybe, just maybe, we'll go see what has been launched over there. The Don Draper of Stacks Jackman Switch launched a prediction market yesterday while we were on the night show, so that was pretty cool to see. We also got to talk to Crypto Dude about Cryptonauts, and he cooked a skin for Cryptonauts live. Cryptonauts is the first third-person shooter on Bitcoin via Stacks, tied to on-chain activity. So depending on what you hold in your wallet, what assets you're speculating on, you may just get some power-ups and different skins and abilities within the game. Definitely follow Cryptonauts_STX to get into the know. You want to know about Cryptonauts. All right, so let's move on into the next news segment here. Metaplanet worth less than its BTC stash. Oh no, capitulation coming. Dun dun dun. Japanese investment firm Metaplanet has reached a rare financial threshold. Its Bitcoin holdings now exceed its entire market capitalization. Capitalization. That one got stuck in my throat. The move positions the company as one of the few public Bitcoin proxy stocks, echoing MicroStrategy's balance sheet strategy. Metaplanet's BTC reserves have grown amid Japan's weak yen and inflation concerns, underscoring how corporate treasuries are increasingly using Bitcoin as a hard asset hedge against monetary debasement. Really cool. I remember whenever Metaplanet first kind of came into the scene, it was all the rage. Everybody was talking about the Japanese MicroStrategy Metaplanet. So very interesting to see, that their holdings now exceed their entire market capitalization of their stock. So crazy. They're holding a whole bunch of Bitcoin, guys. Big stuff there as far as treasury companies. All right. And bitflow here, the Bitcoin DEX aggregator, swap smarter with bitflow.finance. Let me read a little bit about our other based marketing partner. Big shout out to Dylan and Diego from Bitflow. These guys are super based. I must say, I'm very, very fond of their work that they're doing with Bitcoin capital markets. But let me read this and let you know a little bit about Bitflow. Bitflow is the top DEX on Stacks, letting you trade native BTC, STX, SBTC, USDC, runes, and more, all in one place by aggregating prices on Alex, Arcadico, and Bellar. Recently, Bitflow rolled out Flex Pools, launching with STX to support liquid stacking assets, offering flexible deposits, smarter rewards, and deeper liquidity. Love it, dude. Start at bitflow.finance for the best swap rates on Bitcoin and stacks. Let's go. These guys are based, man. Big shout out to Dylan and Diego. Those guys are gigabrain astronaut scholars, and it really is interesting to see what they are building. They're about to start testing on their HODL MM, their concentrated liquidity engine for Bitcoin capital markets. I mean, it's interesting. It's very interesting. I can't wait to see, play with it a little bit, get to show it off on the night show or the morning show a little bit. But yeah, they're getting ready to start beta testing for the HODL MM. So very solid stuff. Moving on. So Kenya leads Africa with crypto bill. Okay, Kenya. Okay. So Kenya passes crypto bill as adoption tops 200K users. Kenya has introduced a landmark crypto regulation bill setting a framework for exchange licensing, stablecoin oversight, and tax policy with over 200,000 active users. Wow. 200,000, big number. The country leads Africa's digital asset adoption and aims to balance innovation with consumer protection. The legislation follows regional momentum in Nigeria and South Africa, signaling Africa's growing role in the global Bitcoin and Web3 economy. Industry observers say Kenya's approach could become a model for inclusive digital finance policy on the continent. Big shout out to my Nigerian brothers and sisters, as well as all of Stacks Africa. You guys are based. You guys should definitely be following Lab. That is Let Africa Build. So follow at Let Africa Build. Lots of interesting innovation coming out of Africa. And I must say, there's a lot of talent, a lot of passion. And those are my friends, man. All of my guys are like either Nigerian guys or like, just out here grinding with me in the trenches. So it's a lot of fun. And I love to see that they are working to push innovation forward in the way that they deem fit, as well as like onboarding new users into crypto. So like, it's awesome to see. And I definitely think that, Kenya kind of making a stand, signaling that they want to drive innovation forward on crypto it's a good thing. I'm bullish on Africa in general. So let's go, guys. Moving on into the next one here. So Ethereum Fusca testnet is live. So let's read a little bit about this. Ethereum's Fusca testnet goes live. Hoodie up next. That is Hoodi, Hoodie. Ethereum continues its scaling march with the launch of the Fusca testnet on Sepolia, a key step forward for the upcoming Hoodie release. The rollout introduces more modular architecture and efficiency improvement for developers building rollups and app chains. As the network readies for more complex L2 integrations, Fusca is expected to lay down the groundwork for lower cost, higher speed, decentralized computation across the Ethereum ecosystem heading into 2026. Crazy, dude. That's insane. They're talking about doing these little upgrades to Ethereum, and little did you know that you can take part in real Bitcoin DeFi. You don't even have to leave the Bitcoin ecosystem, guys. It's crazy. But yeah, Ethereum having a little bit of an update there. Got that going on. So we are cooking with hot grease over here. I'm not really interested in going and playing around on ETH, but if you are, the Fusca testnet is about to go live. So very cool stuff. Just want to say that you should definitely go check out StackingDAO, go check out bitflow. Big shout out to our marketing partners. And without further ado, we got we got my brother in the house, dude. 300 is in the house, and we've been waiting to talk to him a little bit. So let me just get into the numbers about the ETF flows and wrap this up. And I'm gonna bring my bro on. So let's see here. Going back to small GP activated. Okay, so ETF flows October 13th. So BTC ETFs minus 105.2 million. BlackRock negative 54 million, and Fidelity negative 32 million. ETH ETFs up actually 8.4 million. Bitwise is up 5.6 million, and VanEck is up 2.8 million dollars. So source, that is Soso Value, The Block, and Crypto Slate. and let's check out the community calendar while we're at it. We might as well, right? So starting off very, very nice with the Whatever Mornings with Binta and the Good Vibe Tribe. Big shout out to Web3 Binta. If you are not following Binta, please follow Binta. She's as based as they come, and she provides a very, very safe space for everybody that comes through for the Whatever Mornings with the Good Vibe Tribe. Of course, we're talking now with the Good Morning Show, the Let's Go Morning Show with Peace Love Music, GPSC, and 300 the artist. My round, my brother, my twin. Follow 300 at 300 the artist. At 9:30 a.m. ET, we play Find Earn rounds with Zenitron and the Skullcoin crew. Every single day, you can come and have a chance to pack your bags with based SIP10 assets. So very interesting stuff. I love to play Find or Earn with the Skullcoin crew, but they kick my ass every single day. But it is a lot of fun. I must say, you should come play and pack your bags. At 10 a.m., the Stacks DeFi show with StackingDAO, Tycho, and other founders from key protocols within the Stacks ecosystem will be getting together to talk about updates and what's going on with the protocols and stuff. So get into the Stacks DeFi show to stay in the know. It's going to be really cool to see that and hear about what is going on within our ecosystem. At 11 a.m., StackingDAO weekly screen share with me, yours truly, GPSC. I think that you should definitely get into the StackingDAO Discord. Have some fun with the base community. We have all sorts of activities, like I said, like weekly screen shares. We've got weekly content contests, all that, and a bag of chips in the StackingDAO Discord. So today is Tuesday, and I think we'll probably do it around like 1 p.m. or so, something around then. Just get together, play some putt party. There's also a couple other Discord games that I'd like to check out while we discuss the latest alpha, and maybe even cook some custom skins for the community for the Cryptonauts launch. So, and at 5:30 p.m., all things crypto with Dave and Crypto Landy. I love you, Landy. I love you, Dave. I hope that love is surrounding you fellas, and that you're having a very, very blessed month. But all things crypto, go tune in, go tap in, guys. Very, very cool show there. Go to the calendar at DeOrganized.media and go see what's going on with the show schedule. I love it. So without further ado, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And I'm going to bring on my bro 300. Let's go. Good morning, Hannah. How are we doing, brother?
Morning, Brody. Hope you're well. Yeah, I see you killing it, cooking with the news, bro. That was awesome, bro.
Thank you, homie. Appreciate it, dude. I try, man. I try so hard. But yeah, dude, it's like we had that really trolly moment in the morning show with the Good Vibe Tribe this morning. The trolls came in full force this morning, bro.
Yeah, I think you should go and listen back to the morning show, how it went out. I just had to tell Binta, if you're not going to close this space, you're going to stay here for hours, because people were trolling each other. Jeremiah, Tommy, Volupic, and also we had that guy come through and troll us, bro. That was crazy.
Bro. Crazy. At least the energy is high, right? Like the energy is high today. People are just having fun. Like, what are we gonna do with the trolls, man? You can't really do much about it. They're gonna try to come on stage, and that's why we don't let people on stage sometimes that aren't following anybody on the stage, because we run into that issue. But we try not to gatekeep, and we want to hear from everybody that wants to come contribute. So it happens.
He had a troll.
He had a troll yesterday. I kind of want to listen in and watch that. Oh, it was today. It was today that happened. Maybe we listen. How long is the segment that you put out?
It's 6 minutes.
You want to listen to it? You want to listen to a little bit of it? I think I'll pull it up. Because I didn't get a chance to hear it this morning, man, and it sounded like he gave you a kick. So I think that we should listen to it. And then I love the way that you're kind of capturing the moments that are in these spaces and then making short form content with it. Let's see, let's see about it. I heard somebody just chime in. Who is this? We've got Blockface in the building. Blockface, good morning, dude.
Blockface, what up?
How we doing, man?
What's up, Blockface?
Changing to the microphone. How's it going?
Oh, it sounded so silky smooth, bro. I swear.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
bro.
Oh, dude, that sensual voice, man.
Come
It
on,
just does it.
everybody.
Come on.
Bruce Wayne. He's the Bruce Wayne of stacks.
I think it's Brown Swain.
Brown Swain is hilarious, bro. Oh shit.
What do you want to
gonna
make joke? You're joking.
Oh, much joke.
No, I'm not joking, brother. I'm not joking, brother.
What we do? We're practicing our accents today. It always kills me whenever Hunter does the Zenitron accent right in front of Zenitron, like right when he's on the stream and we're trying to do finder and round.
I cannot get more excited than this.
GM Motors.
GM Motors. Time to play.
Yeah, and also the troll was in Blockface. Blockface. I was telling GP about the troll that came into the space who was destroyed by Eurogamer with love. You see, he's laughing at it.
Let me see this, man. All right, you guys got me tempted. I gotta play this. Let me pull this up and let's just see a little bit about it. I don't mind like pulling this up and seeing about it.
It's 5 minutes, so you can kind of jump halfway through if you want, but yeah.
Halfway, like boom, like right here.
Yeah.
All right, let's see about this, man.
I'm just trying to help someone
Can y'all hear that?
conceptualize the latest development over the past year or two.
Yeah, well, I'm not.
You know?
I don't listen. I'm not trying to sell anybody. Maybe that's.
I know you're not.
Maybe it's the difference between you and me.
I am not selling anybody anything.
I never
here
sold
either.
Anybody
Actually,
anything.
nor am I
Ever.
selling anybody. What do you think I'm selling anybody anything right now? What do you think?
Oh, I'll keep my eye on. Spies.
Of course, we will have a little.
I mean, what do you think I'm selling somebody?
I'll find out. That's what I mean. I'll learn. I'll find out in like a couple months or whatever. When
Maybe you need to like just maybe find out a little bit more before you're trying to make some assumption about if I'm trying to sell somebody anything.
Listen. Depending on that. Yeah. Then move it on to. And that 99 times out of 100, I'm right when I make so that
Okay, great. Then you have your thesis and you think I'm trying to sell somebody something. Great. I'm happy for you, man. I'm happy for you.
I can't.
Sorry, you're just breaking up.
Yeah, great to see your project and how it changes humidity.
I'm not. You know what? I'm not an.
Dude, it sounds like the trolls are out in full force. Hero is like the easiest going dude in this space, right? So it's kind of confusing to me to see what like so. Can I get a TLDR? Because this guy, man, slow build up, but the music is sending me right now. It's like whenever Peter Griffin is walking and somebody walks up behind him with the trumpet. But yeah, people make these assumptions, man, and they want to come through and he's 99% right all the time, right? Like so that makes perfect sense. Insane. Wow, that happened. What space was that?
Oh, I was finishing off the turnkey stuff. You know, the turnkey passkey submissions, all that stuff. So just finishing up, talking to Hero about the UDC, and 300 popped in, and we were just talking. And it's funny because I've talked to Bird before, and it's Hero. I mean, Hero has been a community manager for so long that it's going to take a lot. You know what I mean?
Yes.
To like get him upset, right?
You know, I asked the question that I didn't know what vibe coding was, and then Hiro was explaining what vibe coding everything, and then the guy started snapping at Hero and saying that you are selling whatever you're selling and stuff.
So you've talked to this guy before, Blackface. Like, does he always have hot takes or like cold takes, or like is this like
Well,
in character?
there's a lot of people that want to be a comedian but are too angry.
You
know what I mean?
He's
so
just not a good troll.
Yeah.
He sucks at trolling.
When comedy becomes mean, there's a fine line, eh? Like, because they say every joke has a victim, right? But sometimes when there's like a tinge of anger to it, you kind of lose the you kind of forget why you're on stage.
Right, you lose the comedic value.
But I also think that because we were talking about AI, I find when people don't know how to use AI, they look at it like the mark of the beast. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like it's
Right?
taboo.
Yeah. Right.
I get that.
And the same thing happens with Bitcoin too, right? People don't understand it.
Yep.
They assume, oh, that must be used to kill baby frogs.
Oh no, not the baby frogs, dude.
Man, like proto Kermits,
No.
you know?
Yeah, like
And so-
Bitcoin. It's the most sound.
Well, maybe it is the number one scapegoat of our era. People blame the algorithm as if they're not telling, you know what I mean? Oh, my algorithm. Well, it's probably because you keep double clicking on the ladies.
Ladies.
Maybe you wouldn't, I can't believe my algorithm is giving me more of what I pay attention to.
The algo is actually
Yeah.
doing its job.
Yeah.
We're just like reverting and brain rotting at the speed of light, right? So
Yeah.
we just didn't realize that the algo is now catering to our deepest desires, and we don't even know it.
And
Terrible.
that's why AI is important, because don't let the brain rot you. You rot the brain, right? That's what AI is all about, right? I mean, 300, you just learned Suno today,
Wow.
right?
That thing is very powerful. GP. I was introduced to Sono with Blockface, bro. I cooked 12 album worthy beats in less than 20 minutes by just prompting pa, 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 pa. And then I sent the beat that I cooked to Blockface, and we were doing like a screen share, and he cooked a different song altogether, and he showed me the notes, some Fruity Loops, and something amazing that I haven't seen before. And right now I just sent him something that is gonna cook. AI is doing something amazing. So what I like about Suno is when you pay
Can you
the
show 'em?
premium,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
Share
own
your screen? Yeah.
yeah, you can share Blockface.
Oh no, can you share yours, because you have all the music, right?
Oh yeah, let me
Yeah.
open up.
Because 300 fancy,
Suno.
he has the pro version. Thanks.
Ooh. No, like freemium is nice, but when you go from
Yeah.
free to premium,
He's not like you and I. He has Starlink,
Oh yeah, like
Bro. You know why I got the premium is because when you use the free version, you don't own the beat. They send you the copyright strikes. So if you make a beat using their pro version, they are not going to follow up. You can do whatever you want, sell the beat, sing on it, go commercial. So that is why I got the premium.
sick, dude. Yeah. So cooking beats with AI is something that I mean, I never really kind of thought about that.
The beats are amazing, bro.
So
this is
Suno.
Yeah, this is Suno. So if you want to create a beat, here I jump on here, go to ChatGPT, and then I tell it, can you beat that's similar maybe to Rick Ross, Travis Scott type of vibe, and then it creates me this prompt, and then I paste it in here. And I would like you to hear some of the things that I created with this.
Let's go.
Can you hear?
Yep. Coming through loud and clear.
This app
Damn,
is dangerous.
dude.
It's
Dangerous.
dangerous. App is
It's
dangerous. The organized media.
Let's go.
Yeah, we cooked it. The organized media. We got GP in the building. We got Blocklist in the building. We got Peace. We got everybody who's listening. Bro, it's
Damn,
nasty.
dude.
It's
Nasty,
nasty.
bro. Shit. Yo.
Also, we can like
Right?
this.
Little change up of the vibe.
Yeah. Check it out, yeah. Yeah, listen. Yeah. Who's keeping?
That's clean. That's smooth.
This is from Puerto Rico. I've always talking about yeah. We got money. Even the mic
That's
is
Wanna-
kinda
Can you
smooth,
pull up
bro.
a remix?
Yeah. Yeah. This thing is insane, bro.
Holy
Like,
shit,
so-
dude. Wow. Yeah, 3H beats are insane. Crypt City, they very much are based. I must say, dude. Wow. Okay, so you use Chat GPT to then kind
Yeah.
of inspire and shape the prompt that you then plugged into there, and it like
yeah, let
how
me
was the process?
show you what I did. You know, me, I took my favorite producers, which is Hit Boy,
Hit Boy,
Mike
yeah.
Dean, Mike and Keys, the one who made beats for Nipsey Hussle. So I made a persona that I need a producer, a Grammy producer who makes beats like Hit Boy, with a fusion of Mike Dean and Mike and Keys. So after I finish producing that persona, I send it the type of beats that I want, like the Nipsey Hussle, some Travis Scott, some Kanye type of beats in ChatGPT. And then I go back to ChatGPT with, like, for example, I go on YouTube and say, search for Tobenigwe, Tobenigwe song, and then I go to ChatGPT and say that, can you give me this type of instrumental vibe, and it gives me back the BPMs, the chorus, and I tell it that I need an intro, chorus, verse, chorus, like 2 choruses, 2 verses, and then I go to Sono, and then I paste my prompt, and then it creates me the type of beat that I want, and it makes two at a moment, and also it's cheap to make one beat. I think it's 10 credits to.
Oh,
So with the premium, you make 500 beats, 500 songs. or
that's
beats.
insane, dude. That's insane. So
And
you
al-
could just crank out beats all day long.
bro. And also there is a song that I made, and that song shocked me. I didn't play it. I don't know why I skipped it, but that song is powerful. I was experimenting making a full song that is lyrics, bro. That thing is gonna take over. Trust me. I think us as artists, we need to step up, because this thing is a tremendous job when it comes to cooking songs, bro.
Insane, dude. That, I mean, like from what I heard, is very, very well set up. You can just go in there, type in what type of influence you want in your song, like what type of style and vibe you want in Chat GPT, and then you can get your structure right, like how many verses, what BPMs, all that stuff. You can kind of like fine tune that information in Chat GPT, get the whole vibe set up, and then plug it in and just let it work. That's insane, dude.
Now
Yeah, and also
sorry, if you want to do this
You go.
live, you want to click on that link 300 and share your screen. This is a competitor to Suno, and some say is arguably better.
So Udio,
wow.
You want to try it out right now? It only takes like 60
GP
seconds.
can go and try it out. And also GP, this is a wild idea. You can create like game sounds assets from this.
yes.
Any effects, you can just generate them from this. Those effects you own 100% ownership. If you take effects from YouTube, you're gonna get copyright striked, or a whole bunch of stuff and a whole bunch of nonsense in the music industry.
So you can cook up sound bites, you can cook up different
Samples, effects, whatever you want.
That's interesting, because I'm working on Cryptonauts with Crypto Dude, so this might be something that I want to explore, and come up with different sound effects for the game. We're going to need these different types of beats and background music and all that stuff for the full experience, right? And if we don't have to use any, we cook everything from scratch using AI, the AI tools available. That makes it much more feasible. Insane, dude. Insane. Completely insane. Let me see.
I just gave you another prompt.
Okay, here. Let me see.
I think I have to copy this
You need
also
to
into
copy
my.
that prompt.
Yeah, dude. Let me copy this prompt here. I'm gonna pull up Udio. Let me see about this, man. You got me interested. You have me
dude.
intrigued.
Goodbye to the rest of your week. Goodbye. Trust me. 300 will
Oh
tell you.
no, dude.
300, you better give him the disclaimer for this, because your free time is done.
Yeah.
Insane to think that it takes little to. I mean, if you know the sound in your head and then you know the vibe that you want, you can have the beat. How much
Bro,
is the subscription?
This is a slap to music producers who were charging exorbitant prices. Like, for example, you have to pay like $2,000 to have the full ownership of the beat. If you pay a little, they're gonna hit you with a copyright strike, even when you get a hit. So this is, bro, this is insane. Let's hear what you're gonna come out. And I took the same prompt in Sona.
So here we go. So Arabian Timberland, 808 Mouth Effect, Moosey, Juliet. So here, upload reset. Here, we set. Yeah, this sounds like. Hold on, let me generate this, John. All right,
I've tried to play around the copyright unofficially, not really, but
I see Arabian Timberland.
Whiskey, I'm trying to, you know what I'm trying to get? I'm trying to get the Bobby Valentino sound. You know, from like Slow Down. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get.
You guys ready? Is it all right? So feel the beat surge and Moosey Juliet. Let's try Moosey Juliet first and see what. All right, you ready? Let's
Moosey
see
Juliet.
what Moosey Juliet sounds
Let's
like.
go.
They really leaned into the Arabian.
Some African type of thing.
Jazzy as hell. Here's the hip hop rendition of it.
Rolling through the streets, bass thumping deep. Got my squad with me, never lose sleep. Cruising in the whip, windows down low. A vibe
Oh,
so
it's in the
electric,
vocal.
watch the lights glow. We hustle hard, stacking dreams so bright. Underneath the stars, we own the night. Feel the rhythm hit from the ground to the sky. It's a wild ride, no limits,
Do
we
me a favor,
fly.
can you right click on that? If you right click on there, yeah. And go create. Can you go style? Right below it, style. Okay, go create again. I just want to make. Okay, let's go remix. And try, instead of go down, can you click on instrumental? Yeah. And go down. Where can you should be able to enter in something. Oh yeah. So go back up to the, yeah, and change that to BACC.
EACC?
B as in Bob, ACC.
And just get rid of this. So
Yeah.
BACC.
H
H
ATA.
ATA.
And then
Rashada.
space. And then funk.
Funk. Okay.
All right, let's try that.
Remix coming through. Damn,
So
dude,
that's-
let's pass this iterate.
Remix.
I know we did not hit the horn at the same time. That's crazy.
Yeah, you did.
Oh shit. So we are getting ready for Finder and rounds here in a few minutes, guys. We are waiting on the game master to get involved and get here, but we will be transitioning into Find to Earn here in just a few minutes. If you are waiting on Find to Earn, drop a G skull in the chat. I will be selecting a winner from yesterday to win a Welsh Punk NFT later today. So drop a Welsh, or not a Welsh, but a G skull in the chat if you are here for Find to Earn. Let's check out this Build a Beat Surge Remix V1. Let's hear it. That's insane,
Is this
dude. How
moment where
fast
you
you can iterate.
you should stanky face?
Yeah, dude. And Zenitron is now in the building, but let's listen to this real quick. We'll get a word from our sponsors, and then we'll transition into Viner. This is Udio, guys. That is udio.com/create. Opening my eyes to creating beats with this. Let's listen to the second one real quick.
Stack your dope trees, spots broke key. Not having so my handle thick, left you in the sea. Switching up curve, rank them world.
It's insane that it also generates the the sound effects or the lyrics and all of that. Like you create all of it from scratch. Insane, dude. Very, very crazy. But yeah, sick, dude. You guys are cooking with hot grease and putting me onto some bass tools. Yes, you're right. Bye week. See you later. But yeah, let's get a little word from our sponsors real quick. StackingDAO and bitflow. and then we'll transition into Find or Earn. Let's go. It is time for Find or Earn rounds. Let's go, guys. If you are ready, like I said, drop a G skull in the chat. Good morning, Zenny. How are we doing today, brother?
GM Mortals. We are doing fine. Let's play.
GM Zenny.
Let the fun begin.
All right. So if you are here for Find or Earn, be sure to navigate over to the Skullcoin BTC account. Be sure to give it a follow. Like and share the broadcast stream as well as the game rounds to be eligible to win the Find or Earn rounds. Let's get in there like swimwear. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my screen. We're navigating over there right now. So checking this out. Moving on from this funny little segment of this troll kind of trying to school hero this morning to going to the Skullcoin BTC page here. All right. Yes, be sure to like and share the game rounds, guys. All right, so we are on the Skullcoin BTC page.
Yes, and first of all, like and share the stream. I'm doing it right now, so you have to report the stream to start play, because that's how we grow.
All right. What Find or Earn rounds do we have today? We got Rue, Leo, Flat,
Yes,
all those.
we have Leo, Pepe, Android, and we have a new Lobo, Rune, Mancoin.
Lobo
And we
entering
have
the scene.
Flat Earth and one jackpot left.
Let's go, dude.
Let's go. Okay. We are almost ready to start. Okay, we start from the whitelist round. Only people who marked in this post eligible to play, and this is for new and starter players. Okay, we start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Let's go. So we are refreshing the
Hajime.
Let's go. Hajime. Vamos. Ibzu. If you refresh the page, you shall find the droid round here for the whitelisted individuals. Make sure that you like and share the game round. Got some really fly cars in this garage here.
GT3, bro.
Yeah, dude. You see this guy, man? He's got a very fly outfit. He's looking fly, driving his very, very fancy cars, a GT3. Wow. Cool stuff. You can go here, click this link. It'll take you to your starting location. Let me go ahead and show you the starting location. All right. So we are looking around in Austria at the moment. Very cool stuff. So if we zoom out here, our starting location is here, and we are looking for this droid that has a very nice garage setup. Let's see. I'll go down the street a little bit if I can't find it. Oh, just a couple steps ahead here. And if I
right beside you.
Yep, right here. Just right up the street. If you're brand new to this game, that is how you play. We are looking for that image. Of course, the droid is not going to be there, but yeah, that's how you do it. That's how you do it, guys.
Okay, it was a fast.
So
The
here,
winner is
I'm
Hamid
gonna get my.
BTC, but let's play one more whitelist round just for fun.
Let's go.
Let's give chances
All right,
and
Hanif,
opportunity everyone
congrats.
to play one more. And let's play one more whitelist round from satellite view. So you starting from satellite view, you have to drop yellow fragment to any location. Get ready, everyone. Get back and get ready. One more whitelist round. You have to learn how to drop yellow fragment,
Alright, so
how
we're
to
headed back.
activate quick view. It's very easy.
So we're headed
Okay,
back
one more
to the
whitelist
skull
round.
coin.
Starting 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Hyundai.
Hajime. Hyundai. All right, so we were looking for this B Pepe, looking like he is a real estate salesman. Look at this guy. Wow. Okay, so he's got a little house here. Don't know what's going on with his eyes. He's very, very enthusiastic about selling you some property. So look at that. Look at that guy there. Fancy. Very, very fancy. Good luck. So, again, liking and sharing the game rounds first and foremost, and then clicking this link, it'll take you to the starting location. If you already have Google Maps popped up, you can actually just copy these coordinates here, plug them in, and it'll take you to the starting location.
And remember,
See
sharing
here.
is caring.
Sharing is
Right.
caring, dude. Be kind and rewind. 'Cause, that statement won't mean anything to any of the Gen Z. Be kind, rewind. They're gonna be like, "What are you even talking about?" Little did they know we had to rewind the VHS.
Or rewinding the VHS.
Crazy. All right, so we are looking for the B Pepe real estate salesman. Let's see who gets it.
Is a realtor.
It's peace,
Okay,
love, music.
the winner is PhantomHive.btc. PhantomHive.btc was faster than Leslie for a couple seconds. Congrats.
Congrats on the win. Let's go. Let me see if I can't find show you exactly how to find this location. Assistant boyfriend also found the correct location.
Yeah, all the people found because it's very close. Assistant boyfriend was later just for like 5-6 seconds. Phantom Hive is the winner, and we continue. Everyone get back. You can play open rounds too. Don't skip open rounds. It's not so hard. It's easy sometimes too.
All right, so we are headed back to the Skull Coin page here.
Yeah, the next round we play Leo round. Okay, and we start Leo round in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Ande,
Right.
Hajime.
Oh,
I want to new players learn how it easy and they can compete and participate with any players, any skill.
We got this Leo chilling on this little, looks like a small makeshift patio of some sort. Just chilling on the chair, sitting at the table. Don't forget to like and share their game rounds,
Yeah.
guys. All right, we are looking around in Portugal. Portugal.
Okay, we have a winner, and it's Ojogbon.btc. He was faster than DGen Hash for 4 seconds. After following Almid.btc, Elder Statement, Zenitsu Trades, all of them found location, Nalofing, The Great One, Wayne Hazel, Big Wells. Congrats everyone. Kryptonite, White Crypto, DeFi Dictator. Well played. The first person and the winner for this game is Ojogbon.btc. And we continue. Everyone get back. We have 2 games more and jackpot, so we have additional game today, new game.
All right, headed back to the Skullcoin BTC page here.
Okay, let's play. Who want to count down, please?
I can.
Let's go.
In
I'll
5,
count.
4, 3.
Go ahead.
3, 2, 1.
Hey.
Everyone, let's go.
10,
Let's go.
Let's go. We all did it again. Let's go.
11.
Ah, G-Man.
That's what you call teamwork, man. Make the dream work. Let's
Yeah,
go,
right?
baby.
Make a dream work. Let's go.
Let's go. All right, so we're headed back to the Skullcoin BTC account here.
That's a crazy patio.
Isn't it, dude? A little makeshift patio. You see this? Very festive.
You can make a paradise out of anything, buddy.
Yes, dude. The dreams are, if you close your eyes, right?
You can't tell if
All
it's
right.
never mind.
Oh no, Michael. Oh no.
What'd you say? We had
look
look
at-
crazy. Trying to play a game here.
So make sure that you like and share the flat Earth round, guys. We have this flat Earth sign in the middle of, next to this sign here, España, Pau. Where is this? I'm gonna have to take a look.
We're in Spain.
Let's see. So click that there. It'll take you to the starting location, or copy the coordinates and plug them in if you already have Google Maps popped up.
Yeah,
And
people
we
drop
are
different signs, but all of them wrong. Ah.
Oh, at a time like this. This is in Portugal again. So it looks like we have been playing around in Portugal.
Hey, people, you need to find the right sign.
So Portugal and Spanish is a bit similar, right?
Right.
A bit, yes.
I think Spanish is Portuguese for Latin.
more
Oh,
like Spanish is
neighbors.
Spanish is Portuguese for Latin?
I think so.
That
Maybe
I
Latin
still
is
don't see
Portuguese
the
for
winner.
Spanish.
We still have no winner, folks.
I think they call it a
Wonder.
romantic.
Woo!
And there's what's happened.
You think they call it a romantic language because it's Roman, not really lovable?
Throwing bars.
No, this is autism. This is Tylenol. Tylenol crew.
Oh, it's Tylenol
Yeah,
in a bottle.
rappers take Xanax. I take aspirin.
Still no winner. You
Yeah.
have to find
Oh,
the
there you
secret
go.
question.
Mr. Tylenol himself.
Popped in like Superman.
Tylenol himself is hilarious, dude. Mr. Tylenol himself. Shut the fuck up.
Man, if that's the nickname of Sticks.
That's crazy, dude. What's up, dude? How'd everything go?
Things are going okay. Things are going okay. We're moving along. Just milestones. D Grant's like steward milestone meeting with Ileana. Just kind of going over, trying to make some hard decisions. Although I can confirm that projects that received interim grant funding will not be eligible for D Grant's funding. So there's a few people that had some really good proposals that were.
Yep, I'm leaving.
Yeah, me too.
That's the only thing I'm committed. No, yeah.
No, listen, it makes sense. It just wasn't. I didn't know, as I'm assuming several others also didn't know.
D grants are for the new people, right?
It makes sense. D grants it's a different type of funding.
Right.
If you decide that you want to forego your intern grant and go for the D grant, you can do that. But nobody's going to do that. So that's where it is. So, I'm going to have to go back to McDonald's, I guess.
We need to create D grant,
dude.
Or foot picks.
D grants.
Look, the organized media live stream feed picks is something unexplored.
We're probably going to keep it that way.
Imagine like 3-footer.
That's the special. They got 3 feet.
That's what they call them.
That was always like Jack's line. Jack always, anytime the numbers go down, Jack would be like, "Oh, guess it's back to selling feet picks again."
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, we have winner. It's eri.stx. Congrats.
Let's go. Congrats.
You look like you were looking for a needle in an actual haystack on that one. Good for you.
Felt like it.
So let's go.
Okay, let's play the next game. Okay, now we're playing the Lobo the Wolf Pup game. It's number 9 runes. Get ready, everyone. We start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Andy!
Let's go. Headed back to the school.
Like, repost the game and the stream. Don't forget.
Kawasaki.
Repost before you play.
So, Peace, would you ever be a D Grant steward again?
Oh, no.
Depends on who's asking and what the incentivization is.
What would you have told to your 4-week prior D grant self or whatever?
What I already was telling myself while I was
that?
filling out the application.
What am I doing?
So this is the first round of
Why am I doing
Lobo.
this? Honestly, I think the D grants is a tremendous. I don't think that the process isn't bad. It's just a lot more time and investment in it than they really budgeted for. And to Hero's point yesterday that he was making about continuity, there's a lot of things that we relearned in this process that he had already kind of was aware of, that we can continue forward with D grants 4 and have that better. But if it's all new stewards for D grants 4, then all of that stuff that we just relearned on this cohort will have to be relearned again. And it's not. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and I don't have unlimited bandwidth. So in order for me to balance out that work, that takes things away from what I'm doing with the organized or what I'm doing with the SIP. Like I just have limited bandwidth.
Okay, we have a winner. It's Hanif.btc. He was faster than Crystal Clear for 4 seconds. Congrats. We have lost round. Please, can you repeat, please? So what's happened? Like people who receive or participate in SIP 31 grants, they cannot participate in D grants.
Correct. D grants is so you can't. D grants are not going to be awarded to anyone that's also receiving an interim grant.
But can Stacks team or like Iliana explain why this information was before?
Right. Not to me. They couldn't. I mean, that was the kind of some of the conversation we had today. We had a little bit of a conversation about it last week where I asked for clarification. Specifically, my interim grant proposal, my budget was broader than what I asked for in the interim grant, and I specifically outlined that where I was going for the shortfall was going to be sponsorships, contract work, partnerships, sponsorships, and a D grants application. Now, there's no guarantee that I was going to get accepted for a D grant request anyway. So, I had to plan for how I would cover that cost outside of that. But nobody in all of the conversation about my interim grant request, there was never a mention that I would be excluded from the D grants, being able to receive a D grant. There are several in my track that are receiving interim grants that would qualify otherwise, except for that being one of the...
Yeah, but why this decision made and who is made this decision and why it's postponed after we create applications? So we could just ask more money in SIP 31 grants. What it doesn't make sense, just to give opportunity to make application and then say you are not allowed.
Yes, I agree with you. I think it was just kind of the decision was made in hindsight, and I understand it based on it. I understand the decision. I just think that the timing makes it it creates a little bit of friction because we didn't know. That's exactly what I said. If I had known that I wasn't going to be able to participate in D grants, I would have added those milestones into my interim grant proposal.
Yeah, feels like because I say so fucking situation. Just to be honest,
it's because they're different. I actually get it. I get it from a general standpoint. We're hosting these different grant programs. And you don't want to be funding the same project through multiple different grant programs. That can also have I understand the decision. But to Zenny's point, it would have been helpful for us and probably for him and Mark with data-ing and all of that. Like Mark with data-ing. The Exponent Labs guys have made some proposals that we can't really consider because they're getting interim grants, which, you know, I wouldn't have spent the time creating a proposal. I would have actually adjusted my metrics in the interim grant and asked for that much more there. So there's things I would have done differently had I known. But, you know, at the same time, this isn't going to stop me from moving my project forward, and we'll figure out what we're going to do and all of that. So, I mean, it's not, and if I had to pick, I would absolutely take the interim grant that
Yeah, sure, I agree, but just we spend the time for this application, so just it's so easy like to make the things logical, not like this, like you send application and then the people say not, you are not allowed to participate.
Right. I don't think that was just, I don't think that I don't think the D grants, the people running D grants were aware of that ahead of time until after, or that there was even a potential for such a conflict until after.
Okay.
You know, so it's frustrating. And totally understand why people would be frustrated about it. But it is what it is.
Okay, we keep going. We have last round.
We'll keep going. We're gonna keep going. And you know, sorry to, I'm not trying to. A lot of us are in the same boat, but we're also, a lot of us are all kind of in the same boat together, and we already been working together, and we'll keep going and we'll move it forward. And D Grants 4 will be even better than D Grants 3, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, but you have to be a steward now.
I don't have to do shit.
But
this is a position.
If you leave, we're gonna lose the institutional knowledge piece, and then we're gonna start
What
again.
if I just work as an advisor?
That doesn't work. We have to be hands-on.
Okay, last game. We start in 5, 4.
I'll do it for $4,000. That was my grant request.
And then there you go. You can have $4,136.
38. It was
$38.
$138. Get it right. 136. What am I, some cheap?
Sorry, I did the Canadian conversion.
Oh, is that 136 Canadian?
Yeah.
Well, are we? I'm all sorts of out of sorts here. Not being here for the GP. I might actually make you do the news every day. I like being able to heat up my coffee and answer my things and have meetings.
Well, shit.
That was the craziest promotion I've ever heard.
I'll do it.
Guys, let us know in the live chat. Did GP do an awesome job with the news today?
Yeah.
And then we got to cook some beets too, live.
Oh, that's right. You missed that.
Yeah, dude. We cooked some beets live.
You missed out.
Get out of here.
It was
What?
lit.
Yeah,
That's
dude.
all I
Missed
actually
right up
want
the
to do
alley.
with my life. If I could actually just sit around and make
I'm telling
music.
you, don't show him. There he'll like.
I'll do the news, man. That way you can handle the biz.
You
I
do
don't
the news
mind
and
it.
I'll make beats.
Yeah, bro. You just make beats and then like be the bass Chad that you are and provide the safe space and the good energy that you do, and then I'll do the news. I got the you know, the newscaster voice. Got it down. I got it.
I know. I'm over here like,
yeah, dude.
I've been told I sound like Oscar the Grouch, kind of like. It's not probably the best.
If you stretch your bass, I think you could do Gilbert Gottfried.
Sound like a bass Chad.
No, my forehead's way too big. He's got that short dome.
Oh shit. All right, so everybody on the Skullcoin BTC page for the jackpot round, we just had our first round for Lobo the Wolf Pup. Big shout out to PupoCon and the Lobo crew.
Oh, I missed that too. Golly.
I know, man. Just getting FOMO all over the place, aren't you?
Too busy with D-Grants.
You missed a lot today, and also the whatever morning space was really, really, really interesting.
I actually was listening into that while I was like hustling and doing some of the production background work, and
there's some goofballs this morning.
Yeah, it was a fun time. You guys were definitely having a lot of fun in that.
One dude freaking bombed the nest.
What the hell was that, by the way? Like, I totally missed it. The guy that was like,
he didn't say anything. He just came on stage and started bombing the nest.
Oh, he wasn't. No, it was somebody who was like. It sounded.
And then the other
like
dude was like doing like
throat noises.
What? Kermit or Mr. whatever. I don't know. He had a Kermit the Frog PFP, man. These anonymous people, like, where do we find
Honestly, it's actually a sign that we're getting that kind of traction, that people are just showing up.
Yeah, that is what I told Binta, that we have made it.
Right.
We have made it.
Keep going.
Good morning, P. I see you, brother.
Pip in the house. We got to get Pip on these shows.
Yeah, man. Pip is a solid dude.
Pip, Bolu, Nos,
Calvin Cray. Be sure to comment underneath the whitelist round. Get in touch with Zinni. Hit him up if you want to be on the whitelist. And G Monad to those who G Skull. Ah, man, that's just, dude. Only in this space we have our own language. I swear.
Yeah, we have our CTO is very good in Monad. He is like, he was a he was a tester of Monad. And I see our community just grinding this Monad airdrop. It was a huge airdrop, as I understand.
It's Leibniz's substance.
Okay, chat. We give you like 2 minutes more, and if there will be no winner, we move the price tomorrow.
Oh, we're already rolling? I didn't know that we were rolling.
Too much chatty Cathy's.
I know, man. We're just sitting here kicking it. All right, so we are looking for this jackpot chest here, reposting and liking the game round, making sure that we shared out the broadcast, all that good stuff, and a bag of chips. Grabbing that link there, plugging it in over here, coming over here and changing it up. See, you guys have the advantage. GP was not paying attention. We were talking about all the other stuff we were doing today. We are looking around in Oman. Let's go. Oh man.
Okay, chat. If no winner, we move the price tomorrow. Let me check.
Is it Omani?
Yeah, it's Oman.
Is that when you bump your leg?
We are in different places around the world.
Or maybe when you lose at craps.
Oh. Is this
okay, 1 more minute and we are done.
Is this the form to fill out on this AI Guild website?
Oh, I don't think it works.
Oh, dang. It would have made people laugh.
Oh, you just posted Hironoma Gomedov.
Yeah, you like it?
I like.
Because Hero said we're meeting some of the DevRel people today, so I was like, let me see if I can bot code up something that shows up, you know?
Hey, Peace, did you get the Hironoma Gomedov?
The what?
Okay, we have a winner. It's
with,
only 1 MS. Congrats.
The clip you made last night with Hero talking to that guy who was just being crazy?
No, You were in the space that was saying that we need some UFC version of Stacks members and the strike game. So yeah, we made like pixelated of a Dagestan version of Hero Gamer, which is Hero Nomagomedov.
I have not seen it. Who just posted it? Blockface?
Yeah, check in the
on the website.
Check on the private chat here. You'll see it too.
Congrats everyone. I think like alt season coming soon. We are in bottom deep. We will never see the price of stocks below 40. And be ready. We are going to up. I talked to Lich
to the moon. Let's go.
We are in bottom.
Let's go.
Hyundai.
Okay, and we were in Amman today, so congrats only one MS, well played, it was a hard game.
Yes, it was. Congrats. All right, here we go.
Yeah, congratulations to all of the players. Well done, guys. Great episode. Another great episode of Find to Earn. And actually, what we're going to do today is we're going to take a brief intermission, and then I'm going to run a rerun screen share of the full WebAuthn Clarity 4 discussion we had last Friday, and then see if we can maybe pick up some intel from Powell's speech later this afternoon. He's giving a keynote speech at some place. I don't remember where. It's not probably going to be all that interesting, but we'll see. And we'll be back to cover that as well.
Okay, thanks everyone. See you.
Thank you, Zenny. You have a great day. We'll talk to you soon. Anything else going on in the space today? I missed a lot of the conversation this morning.
Can I show you the website I made, and they'll show you the music they made?
Hold on, can I show you the website you made?
Yeah, can you look at the website I made on the live?
Let me see, do I still have, where the hell is it?
Show and tell.
Thought I had it up there. What did I do?
That is a nice website though.
Here it is. Hold on. Oh, there it is. So this is the website.
Oh, can you refresh that?
I will.
Oh.
But I just wanted to, this is what I was going to ask the team. Do you guys help jack off realtors build media empires? Now we'll never know.
Bernie Jackoff. I like it.
So what do you want me to show you here, Mike?
Just take a look.
Can I book an appointment for a jack-off realtor? Or not yet? What do I need to get started?
I just did the main page, actually. I didn't even know these other pages existed until now.
Well, they're all part of it. They're all actually just part of the main page.
Yeah. No, I never clicked on them. You've tested it more than I have so far.
That often happens when I start to test stuff out for people. Oh, it looks great. Smooth. Oh, is this what you were talking about?
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, look, he's a car. Change that. Yeah, so this is Framer. So if you go to framer.com, I think like 30% of like all YC companies use Framer templates for their website. So anyone can use this template and replace the text, and now you're a cool dude.
So this is the new Lovable?
Kinda, yeah. Lovable without like the AI. It just if all you're going to do with Lovable is try to create what looks like a template anyways, why don't you just go to places where they already built the template, and change the word. So if you go to framer.com and showcase, you'll see like the most beautiful sites that you can just, kind of fork and replace the text. And pretend you're a web developer.
I mean, it's not pretending. It's just that everyone has tools that make them a lot more skilled at the process.
I guess it's not pretending if you make a sale.
It's not pretending if you make a website. I mean, if your website does what you want it to do, right? Interesting, though. Interesting. For sure.
I'm not sure if you have to run, but 300 and GP should probably show you how to make music, because you can make all of those like corn country songs you've been thinking of.
Show me.
All right, 300. Give him the disclaimer before you do this, by the way, because it's Peace Love Music. Show him how to create AI music. We may never talk about it.
So this is
Suno.
Suno.
Is that what Suno?
Yeah, Suno. This is a dangerous website. This is very powerful. This makes a song, a beat that's commercial ready in just few prompts. So listen to this song that I just created with less than 20 seconds. But can you hear it? Can you hear it?
Yep.
Does it give you tracks?
I came from the dirt where the roses fight, underneath the shadow of the street light. Dreams ain't cheap, but I paid that price. Blood on the soil, but I made it right. I move like a ghost, but my steps hit loud, echoing the cracks of a broken crowd. Chains fell off, but they left their sound. I wear my scars like a thorny crown. A whisper in the dark.
Let's wait till the beat
Spark inside my chest.
Wait till the beat drops. I'm gonna drop this mic.
Turned into my bed.
1, 2, 3, let's go.
Hallelujah. Can you hear the sky sing? Hallelujah. Feel the heavens trembling.
That's insane. That's the best one that I made today.
Amen.
Victory's the offering. Hallelujah. Can you hear the sky sing? Hallelujah. Feel the heavens trembling. Hallelujah. Let the choir shout and ring. Hallelujah. Victory's the offering.
Yo, my hair is standing up. That's crazy.
It's nuts.
It's insane.
Does it give you? Can you get the tracks from the song and mix them?
Yeah, you can get the stems from it by just right-clicking here, get stems, and then you extract here all the stems by 50 credits, 10 credits, all the vocals together, and then
you just drop them into your DAW. You can post
mix them.
Production.
Yeah, and also I made a couple of beats that I'm gonna use probably on my next songs, because if you have a pro version, you have the full ownership of these songs. They don't hit you with the copyright. You have the full ownership of this, and also they give you the stems. So yeah, it's making insane beats.
If you don't have the pro version, these are copyrighted and you can't use them.
Oh yeah, if you don't have a pro version, they still have the ownership of the song. So if you have the pro version, you can do whatever you want. You can sell the beat. You can put it on Spotify, iTunes, and whichever digital store. It's yours.
The DeOrganized record label now, because 300 and I are. Let's take this off.
That's nasty.
Facts.
Let me just play the last one. This is also one of my favorites. The bass on this, if you have a heart problem, this is a warning. Make sure you brace yourself. Hit. Oh! Yo, my blood is rushing, bro. DeOrganized. We got Peace. We got GP in the building. Bro. Yeah, I think we need to go to the one that GP was experimenting on, which is Suno. But yeah, this is nice. I'm surprised by this.
Let Peace Love. I want to see what
Flames
create.
You want me to do something right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Walk him through it.
Eric says he needs this, dude. Yes.
You need it.
Princess says she needs this ASAP. Yes.
I'll teach you how to make these prompts.
Do I need to log in to use this?
300, you want to just share your screen and you'll just type in what Peace says?
Hold on, I think I can do it. Let me
Yeah, 300, send me those because I'm going to remix that the drill with Central C.
I want to hear.
Oh, the last one that I played?
The
I
first
gotta get that
round.
gospel one, bro. Send that gospel one to me.
That Hallelujah one is nasty,
It's
bro.
so nasty, bro. Please send that shit to me.
Definitely, bro. Let me download and send it over to you.
Please.
All right, so let's Peace, walk us through this. Tell us what your mind is thinking as you're looking through this.
All right, so now I have to pick genres, and I hate doing that.
Really.
It doesn't matter. You can
Skip.
just click it, whatever you want.
All right, there we go. DeOrganized has their own account. I'm going to share you guys my birthday, and I don't fucking care.
Just press X. You see the
I
X?
can skip. I don't have to do that. All right. No, they don't have a selection for jack off realtor.
Sounds like a song by
all right.
Bros, what do you think? Should that Hallelujah song be on Spotify? Because that song hit
Yes.
hard, bro.
Yes, it's a heater, dude. It was so good. It made the hairs stand up on my arms.
Too?
Yeah.
When you abstract the stems away, then you can start mixing the vocals on top of each other. It's going to be so wild.
Yeah, layering the vocals. So that's what's missing with those vocals. As awesome as they sound, is they're thin. So you can double them up. You can add reverb to one, or a little bit of a delay. There's all sorts of things you can do to make that even.
I'm thinking
more
of adding my
alive.
voice to that one too.
Dude, that hallelujah. If you take that hallelujah and just kind of like put some effects on it, like kind of like skew it, and like I can
I can actually upload. So I could actually upload lyrics and songs that I already have and just make it make them better.
That guitar.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's all right.
You just sent Peace into.
I don't have time for this.
A rabbit hole. Yeah.
Hey, look, you've been focusing on peace and love for far too long.
You can use ChatGPT to help you with the prompts. If you want a Grammy-winning persona, I have created one.
See, this is why I wanted to have Peace do it, because I was always curious of what the hell does Peace Love like to listen to, and now I know.
Well, I mean, it depends.
Yeah.
It's what I want to listen to and what I would create as an artist are not necessarily the same thing.
Did you ever expect Peace Love to type in the words "dirty bass" into a chat box?
Yeah, because we had a chat back in the days, and it told me his type of music that he likes. He likes this type of music. And Peace, do you want to make like an actual song out of this, or just an instrumental? If you want an instrumental only, you can just tick the instrumental. And if you want
I want
to add lyrics,
I
you
want to
can
see
do.
what it comes up with lyrics about my theme.
Yeah.
So what do I do here? Inspiration. All right. Let's see.
Oh, click on tuba.
I thought about that, but not yet.
Boop.
I wonder how surf rock would influence this.
Yeah. Like what's that guy? What's his name? He used to do yacht rock.
Can I add multiples of these?
Why not?
I don't know if it got both of them.
Huh. Afrobeat. There you go. It's a diverse song, guys.
All right. Now what do I hit create?
Yeah. The hell is post minimalism? Is that maximalism?
I don't know. Wait, did it make a bunch of songs? What's going on?
Oh,
It makes 2 out of 4. So yeah, the first 2 ones you're supposed to pay for, because they are the high quality ones. The other ones that are down there, the other 2,
They're kind of
it's
bad
more
level.
like
I can't play the full songs of these. These are ready to go now.
Yeah. So those 2 are demo ones, and those are the banger.
You guys can hear that?
Yeah, coming through loud and clear.
Yes.
Rip the chain, no pain. Stacks in my veins like fire, like rain. Who needs the rest when we're running the game? Only one ladder, yeah, one name. Stacks, the bridge that lasts. No fake, no crash, we're built to blast. Crypto's wild,
sounds
we're
neat.
holding fast. Bitcoin sidekick built to outlast. Stacks on stacks, no cap, no cap. Ride this wave, no map, no map. Flip the switch, no gap, no gap. Stacks is the only one.
Well, DeOrganized had a nice run. And I thought he was going to do this all day for the rest of my life. That's interesting. Let's see this one.
Play the first one also.
Climbing up the chain, break the chain, no pain. Stacks in my veins like fire, like rain. Who needs the rest when we're running the game? Only one ladder, yeah, one name. Stacks, the bridge to last. No fake, no cracks, we're built to blast. Crypto's wild, but we'll hold it fast. Bitcoin sidekick built to outlast. Stacks on stacks, no cap, no cap. Ride this wave, no map, no map. Flip the switch, no gap.
Yeah, those are the ones with quality. That one, I was waiting for that one. Oh, feel the vocals, bro.
Stacks on the rise, ain't no disguise. Building blocks coming up to the skies. No middleman cutting through the lies. On the chain we're free, no compromise.
Feel it deep, it's alive, alive. Stack it up, let it thrive, thrive.
Please, can you send me that prompt so I
Stacks the only way. Other chains they fade away. Stacks on stacks, we here to stay. The future's ours today, today.
I lost the prompt. That was a copy button.
Stacks on stacks on stacks. No chains, no hacks, no cracks. Lightning burns through the black. This the future, yeah, that's a fact. Got the blocks, stack them high.
Which one did you like?
I didn't hate all of them. You know, I guess is really the but the first 2 definitely seemed
So
higher production.
you right click on one of them, anyone. Now, can you remix them? So you can do like cover.
I gotta subscribe. Hold on. Let me,
Maybe you can do the tricky one, like
There you go.
screen record it and then convert it to MP3.
So you can change the lyric or the style. So change the style if you scroll down. Yeah, so scroll back. Okay, there you go. Now change that.
Just
yeah, delete that. And now completely switch the genre.
it won't let me delete it.
Yeah, there you go.
There
Yeah,
we go.
there you go.
So
And now, something completely different, like, but I use bachata or funk or something.
get some sax in there.
That's the love and peace, love music.
There's an error occurred. What didn't I do?
I think it was too sexy.
Stare like this if we can.
But I must.
Weirdness. Oh God! Everything you got to pay for.
Well, at least you have that SIP 31 money now.
It's not. I don't know why it's not. It's just giving me an error. But this is definitely interesting though.
Crypto waves, kiss the sky, break the chains, make it fly, say goodbye.
I mean,
yeah, when you take away
Nope.
the stems out of it, you could have some good backing tracks. You know what I'm saying?
Blockface said he's going to pay for our subscription since we are starting off a record label. Because with $10 you can generate 500 songs with the credits. 500.
And then we can play our own music during our streams and then get paid royalties because people are watching music.
Yeah. And we have a distro kid where we are signing off artists, sending our
Distro
music,
adult,
upload it,
distro grandma,
bam,
all kind of distro way you got.
royalties.
If we can create visual characters that represent the singers because there is no actual singer, so it's just a artist interpretation.
It's always
there's a band, if you heard about it, it's making waves. It's a like AI band they created. It's doing shows.
Right. Well, that's the thing. We could actually create. So we could create a band that is the DeOrganized House band.
Can we call it the Block Street Boys?
The Block Street Boys.
Oh, I like it.
No.
The Blockface Boys.
Blockstack Boys.
It just the album cover is just Justin Trudeau's infamous picture, you know.
This is all right. So Benta, this was so cool. It got Benta up in the house. What's up,
no
Benta?
Way. What's up, Benta?
Oh, she wants to know about the music.
Yes, dude.
She doesn't even care about crypto. She's like, what's that music about?
It's not peace, love, crypto.
I know. There is no peace, love, in crypto.
Yeah, peace, love, music.
Just maximum volatility and max pain. Right now, at least.
Holy mackerel. I don't have time to know about this.
I don't have time to know about this. It's so relatable.
Peace, love, music, man.
I have so many songs.
Yeah.
That I haven't really done anything with.
Wait, does Suno have an API yet? I don't think so. Do they? No. That'd be cool. If they had an API, that'd be nuts.
So the pro plan is $8 a month.
$10 because if you are paying $8, you're paying for the whole year. So you just toggle the button where it's, I think, to your left.
So it's $96 if I want to get it for a year.
Yeah, and $10 per month.
Or you just use Leona's account.
Yeah.
Do it all live. The whole album is created live.
This is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's one website. Then you go to Suno and you learn the whole thing over again.
No, the other one, what was it called? You posted it in the thread. It wasn't
SC
Suno is the one we've been playing with.
Oh, you've been playing with that? Okay. Udio.com.
Udio.
Oh man, dangerous.
Hey, Blockface, I don't have money to subscribe to that other one, bro.
Man. I sent you I put a track in the group. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of fun with this.
And also, if you open up a BeatStars account, take your beats there, upload them, sell them for leasing, licensing, and stuff. And that's other monetization.
This is too cool. This is too cool. I can't spend
my free time.
What? I don't have any. I already don't have any.
You're gonna have this open while you're working the entire time.
Just iterating.
So just to let you guys know,
Yeah.
in one of my two tabs, so one tab I have just 7 tabs. One of my browsers I have 7 tabs open. The other one right now I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 2, 4, 6, 32, 36 tabs. So I have like 43 tabs open right now. And they're all open from things that I'm working in. And, so I can't, I guess a couple of them is like the same email address, or the same email account. So I still have like upwards of 30 some odd different tabs open right now.
Well, you're at the point where you probably need like that portrait screen. You know what I'm saying?
I need a secondary monitor. I should have had one for a while now, especially if so after we're done wrapping this up, I'm going to play. We have like an hour and 20 minutes long segment, which will bring us right to just about the time for Powell's speech. He's probably going to be a little bit late anyway. So why don't we get into that? I have a call at noon. We're already all the way. We're mostly through the Stacks DeFi show, so we didn't do that.
The Stacks DeFi show's over.
Stacks, he was like, he had to run to catch the music production on DeOrganized. He's like, DeOrganized is too lit this morning. We're gonna end the show early.
Yeah, exactly what happened. Actually, verbatim.
Tycho was like, "This is Hunter and Peace are mixing together, making crazy things. I gotta go." He's like, "Forget about treasury. Forget about StackingDAO."
Why inspired Tycho to a DJ?
Why store your riches in heaven when you can make music right now?
I mean, honestly,
music is therapy.
It is.
If I could just make music all day, I would.
I did some music therapy this weekend.
Well, I can, but I cannot generate income with it to the point where I can pay my bills and my obligations. So I can't. Although now I kind of feel bad about my own actual music making capacity, because for me to make something as polished as what took me 30 seconds to make 4 of would take me days, to do that by myself. I could put out something like that if I really had the time and effort to put into it with the tools that are available right now.
What'll be interesting is when you play 30 to 60 seconds on your guitar and then upload that. Then all bets are off.
That's what I'm like.
Right after we're done.
I can't, because I have stuff I have to do. But as soon as I have time to do this, I am absolutely going to.
Oh, man.
I have a bunch of riffs that I can just be like, I have full songs I can put in here. Yeah. Now I don't have to worry about being pitchy and not really being able to sing it how I want it to be and playing at the same time and all of that bullshit.
Blokeface Fruit Loops game is crazy. He showed me some skills in Fruit Loops. This guy is dangerous.
He always seemed
He's
a little
dangerous.
fruity to me.
Bro, I saw it live. He
Because I'm
just
Canadian.
Google Meet me, and then he started cooking off the beat. I sent him a beat, and then he started taking off the vocals from Busta Rhymes. He took the stems, extract them, throw them in Fruity Loops, change the BPMs, showed me some graph where you are seeing the chords and stuff, and then he cooked an amazing song that is different by Busta Rhymes.
So back in the day, and it was a lot less functional. My brother worked at Guitar Center, and he worked his way up from being like a drum assistant manager in the drum department to becoming a store manager over the years and years. And it was when he first started working there, it was awesome because that was back when you could negotiate prices on used gear, and we would get everything, like anything that came into the building that was halfway decent, we could buy for like cost. So it was awesome. But we also most of us were using Reason, the Reason production suite. It's actually what you couldn't even record in Reason. It was literally just a beat maker at the time when we first started getting it. But then you would have all the refills that would be very expensive if you wanted to get them all, but not if they just rip it open, share it to everybody, and damage out that one and on to the next one. So we literally had every sample, every refill, everything. And we spent a lot of time just producing tracks, nothing with audio. And we never really did much with them. Every so often we'd have people that wanted to record something over stuff, and we did some of that. But I spent a lot of time playing around with that stuff. I know how to use the gear, like the outboard gear. I'm so old that in my early 20s, I apprenticed at a recording studio that was like 2-inch tape, like real, like big room, big desk. He had a Pro Tools rig that we didn't use because it took like an hour for it to even come on and load. Like you couldn't, and it sounded like shit compared to like live stuff. So I have the experience. Like I do have some background in music production, not just a little bit. Like I've spent a lot of time playing around with those things. So this is dangerous for me to know about. For me, it's dangerous to me because I don't have the time to designate to this. Let's wrap this up though, so I can get into the next segment and make sure that we're back for Powell when he talks. Anything else we want to let the people know about before we wrap up today? Do you guys cover?
So I'm going to be doing a screen share after the Powell speech and after we wrap up everything in this segment in the StackingDAO Discord. So we're going to be doing the weekly screen share in there and having some fun. We'll play some Discord games and dive into the alpha, probably take a look into dual stacking and try to keep our ear low to the ground together. So get into the StackingDAO Discord.
Get into the StackingDAO Discord. Be on the lookout for some new music from 300 and maybe Peace Level come up with something. I don't know. It definitely didn't take very long to come up with something that I felt like we could absolutely share as background or intro music. Maybe get some clips and figure something out for an update. You guys don't have to hear that da 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 anymore. You all know what I'm talking about.
I kind of like it though. I think it's great.
Well, that's why I haven't made a big effort to change it. It does fit. It's funky. It's a good enough amount of time for me to actually like.
Then I want to hear that 300 song. Can you imagine you played that 300 song as the intro for DeOrganized? It'd be like the most rich show ever.
I mean, it definitely.
Wait, 300. Have you sent me that chorus song yet? You have to send that to me immediately.
The one that I played?
The first one, the chorus one, right? GP? You know the one that we kind of played with the chorus, the choral singers.
Oh, the Hallelujah one.
Yeah, the Hallelujah one.
Dude, yeah, it's really good.
Drag that into
I need that.
Google Drive.
Yeah, definitely. Let me send it over.
So I put a Google Drive there. So if you have anything, just toss it on there, and we can all make a play. We can start with a mixtape. You know,
Blockface trying to use Hunter's premium account.
Oh man, yeah, we can like VPN into Zimbabwe. Virtual private Zimbabwe.
Maybe that's
Yeah.
It's just a matter of compression, and we'll all be traveling over the interwebs.
There you go. No mediator.
All right, guys, let's I'm too distracted here. Let's wrap up. Thank you guys for carrying the show for us this morning while in my absence. Excellent job, GP. We might actually have to make you the official news guy at least a couple days a week.
Yeah, dude, I got you.
We'll talk on that soon. And Michael, thank you for joining. Hannah, as always, great stuff. And I am super excited about these new music toys we can play with. And who needs a D? Who needs a D grant?
Yeah.
No, honestly, I think that D grants is the projects that are going to get funding are going to be amazing projects. There, unfortunately, just isn't enough money to go around anyway, and so hard to actually fund people that are already receiving large funding amounts, even if they are lots of worthy projects. By the way, like every single project that I saw that received an interim grant, what they proposed in D grants was a different proposal. It was different milestones, and absolutely worthy, and even then there was, excluding them, there's still not enough funding to go around for all of the worthy projects. So it kind of had to happen that way, I think, too. But I'm not feeling that any of these projects are going to be dead in the water because they didn't receive a D grant either.
Makes sense.
I mean, with those considerations, I agree with the decision. So anyway, much love, guys. I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting every Monday through Friday, and sometimes on the weekends too. If we get invited to shows and stuff, which does happen apparently more often than I would like to make time for, but have to do it. I love you guys. Have a great day. We'll talk to you soon. Peace out.
Straight up.
Let's go. Hello, how you doing, my friends? I turn on my lights. Everybody, it's Peace Love Music back with another episode of the Stacks Improvement and Innovation Show, brought to you by DeOrganized. We've got a great episode today. We are going to be talking more about Clarity 4 and the addition of WebAuthn, native WebAuthn, and passkey functionality for Clarity 4 upgrade. We got a bunch of OGs here, and let's get into it. We have I don't see Hero. I always bring on Hero first. Let's bring on. Oh, I got Hattie. Hattie, how you doing today?
Hey, how you doing?
What's up? We got GPSD in the house. Blockface is gonna chat with us in the conversation here. Bryce looking nice. What's up, man? How you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing well. How's it going?
Good. Eric's in the house. Eric, I really liked. We actually picked up your conversation yesterday. We were actually. I hope you don't mind. We were streaming. We were screen share streaming while you guys were. Was that yesterday or the day before?
Oh, nice. Okay.
So yeah, it was an awesome conversation. We thought it was great content for us, and it now segues nicely kind of into this conversation too. So good stuff there.
Appreciate
We
it.
got Gary Reiger in the house. Gary saying he may not be able to participate much, but any contribution we get from you, sir, we greatly appreciate. And here is Hero, our Hero. How you doing today, Hero? You with us? Hero might be having some technical difficulties. Oh, there he is.
Oh yeah. Hey, what's up? Here.
What's happening? How you doing today, Hero?
I like it. Yeah, great. Thanks for coming up. But is Rocky a good person?
Hero, you're kind of like sounds like you got some kind of like phasing issue. You're coming in and out.
Yeah.
Let's see if he's all right. He's gonna take a walk. Is Rafa? I heard he was. I heard he was coming on. He was on the list. We actually send him the link directly here.
Cool.
Would definitely love to have his. Since he was the one that made the post, submit. Suggesting adding this.
Yeah, definitely.
So, Hero's completely gone. All right. Well, I was normally how I segue into this is to ask Hero what his agenda is exactly. But I don't have that. That's okay. I know that we're here to talk about Clarity 4 again. By the way, thank you guys for joining us. Always appreciate the time and these conversations are great. I think they really are helpful for the ecosystem in general, the broader community, to get an idea of some of the technical things going on in this space. We are going to be talking about Clarity 4 today, and specifically the topic of WebAuth and passkey, native WebAuth and passkey functionality added to the Clarity 4 upgrade. Who wants to go first to talk about that? Who's Bryce? You're the author of Clarity 4, right?
Right. Yeah, I'm the author of the SIP. This specific item really just came from the community. Like you said before, Rafa was a big one pushing it. So I would not call myself an expert at all in this, but I wrote the SIP and I'm implementing it. But I'm really excited to hear how people might use this thing, because there's like basically all kinds of, as I started looking into it, I realized how many use cases there are for these other kinds of signatures, basically.
So from a very non-technical fundamental position, I can kind of go into how, so our roadmap for DeOrganized, we have a really cool, MVP. Here's Rafa too. That's great.
Oh,
so
nice.
I'll make this quick. So we have a really great website, beta version, like MVP, that Trippin Monkey built out for us using his Rising Tide protocol. It's creator centric. We're looking to go into our V2, and a lot of the content, even the use case, like it's going to be like you said, your user account is tied to your Stacks wallet. So you're engaging as a user. with signature transactions only predominantly, there will be engagement for transactions, sending crypto, engaging with NFTs and that sort of thing. There's an identity piece, obviously, and then engaging with your audience as a creator and other tools. But there's not a lot of financial stuff involved. And it also can appeal to non-native users in some of the functionality and tools we're going to be providing. So in my understanding, we'll be able to use that. We'll be able to use the embedded wallet option for people that are onboarding that aren't really crypto native, but are familiar with passkey functionality. So we can, and we're not becoming a custodian for them. They still have the wallet exists on our platform, but it's their wallet. They got everything in their passkey. Their passkey access is on their machine. It's a little safer than the enclave functionality. And I'm speaking over my head there. Like the TEE, from what I've heard from people that know better than me, it's a little bit more secure than a TEE option like Privy, which is still an option in the marketplace. It's still a functional option, but it's a little bit more secure, but still easy onboard, much easier onboarding process. It abstracts away obviously the seed phrase and having to have a wallet app and engaging that way. You can just go to my app. You have a wallet there. That wallet has your stuff in it. But you're still custodying your wallet. So it's just a much easier onboarding for non-crypto native users is what it seems like to me. I don't know what the other options are. And Rafa's here, so we can actually have him speak to that. Good morning, brother. How you doing today?
Hey, peace, love, hey, everybody. Nice to see everybody on stage. Blackface, Brees, Eric. I see you're really fit, Eric. GP, Hattie, and Hero. How's everyone?
Rafa, the last time Eric came on here, he made me jealous. He was rocking his Fact Fund tee.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh man, maybe I should go grab mine.
Absolutely. Actually, there's more t-shirts coming from Nobody Famous, so fingers crossed we'll have one for everyone who needs it imperatively.
Let's go. So, Rafa, why don't you tell us a little bit about why you proposed WebAuthn? What do you see it as? What's the value you think it brings to Clarity 4?
Yeah, great question. Peace, love. The short answer is, how do you onboard your mom? Is it going to be with an email? Is it going to be with your normal seed phrase that you have to write down or engrave somewhere and then hide and then lose your money? Is it going to be through a third party? And knowing my mom, the best way for her, like sometimes she even forgets her own passwords, but she never forgets the passkey of her phone or being able to scan her face. So back in February, I started looking into this, prompted by Freeger, and I stumbled around essentially Stacks not supporting that encryption algorithm to be able to securely store that passkey inside of the device secured enclave. And then I started binging on videos by the ex-co-founder of Ledger and how he had tried to jailbreak some of these devices and sort of describe the bad and the good, the bad, and the ugly around passkeys. And I really thought that this could essentially, me as a builder, I'm able to, I'm not going to lie, squeeze everybody out. I'm able to go from the app directly to the users from their device. And that is huge. It removes any sort of need to integrate any sort of third party or that doesn't have any open source code or the complexity around managing the seed phrase itself and the wallets and all these things that I would still have to learn. Well, here I can just simply use that passkey, which is supported by all of our devices today. You can pay with your credit card. more than 1 billion users have actually tried the passkey system. So that's essentially it. The goal is to onboard my mom, and she's going to be able to scan her, passkey really easily, and in the background she'll have a, decentralized Stacks wallet governed by her device.
Love it.
Sounds, yeah, I mean, it sounds obvious. It also kind of, because one of the other solutions there would be custodial wallet, where they're logging in with a log on and the wallet exists on your app entirely, and you're storing their keys. And now that's obviously a lot more risk to the provider at that point. You don't want to be a custodial provider if you can avoid it. That's kind of like the opposite. So it still allows self-custody, but you get the
absolutely that is a great point
in the wallet.
Yeah, exactly. So that is really key, because we've seen, like, through the years, finance has become very regulated. There's all sorts of rules not to be essentially a custodian. Like, you have to go through all sorts of AML, KYC. It's very, very it's technically very difficult to comply with these rules. And here, the user owns their own key. They're not trusting a third party, even though, perhaps somebody in the panel can describe some of these third party solutions. But for me, as a native crypto, I think that this is sort of like two paradigms colliding, and we're enabling sort of normies to become one of us, in the sense that they will own their own key. I would potentially see this as more like of a hot wallet to start with, because there could be some issues at the edge if you synchronize your device and your passkey goes to another device. But apart from that, this is really secured. Like, it's stored inside of the enclave of the device, and Brice and Eric or anyone who wants to add on into the security assumption and so on. But from my understanding, this is really world class.
So, Bryce, Eric, you guys have anything based on what we've been talking about? What's your guys' opinions, and or what can you guys add?
Hey, Rafa, can you? So I haven't done too much research into this signature algorithm. I have like a high-level overview of like kind of how SecP, well, it's called SecP 256R1, which is kind of like an improved or enhanced government version of SecP 256K1. That's what it seems like. But can you walk through the flow of what you were envisioning of how to onboard your mom, and how this new signature algorithm in Clarity fits into that whole flow process?
Yeah, so from a user's perspective, not too technical, I'd say, today you can compare this with other apps. Like Pump Fund has a good app, and the onboarding process is really good. You can buy crypto with Apple Pay, for example, and just one click away from having crypto in the system. Here it would be similar, I guess. The user signs into the app. It can be a mobile app. Usually users love that, but it can even be a web app, which means that you don't even need the permissions that you usually do with iOS and Google Store. And when you sign up with your passkey, essentially the passkey is stored, the public passkey is stored inside of the contract itself. So the contract is being deployed in the background. People like AIBTC are doing something similar, where they deploy an AI agent contract principle, which is providing the user some sort of levers on how to parameter what can be done inside that smart wallet, and also gives the agent another sort of user principle, but this time managed by the AIBTC team, can essentially assist the user on their behalf. But long story short, you connect your you connect yourself on the app. It deploys a smart contract wallet, a Stacks contract principal with your passkey, public key inside of it. Every time you sign with your passkey, it verifies inside the code, thanks to all the wonderful work that the core engineers and Breeze are doing. And Stacks now can read that, okay, yeah, this signature corresponds to the private key using the public key. And then using simple clarity code, it can do whatever you imagine it can do, which, for example, is just transferring an amount of Stacks, an amount of stablecoin, USDA, USDH, an amount of wrapped Bitcoin such as SBTC. And that's how you onboard your mom. You could invite her in a way, like you could invite her to connect and you've already prepaid an amount of Bitcoin. Or you could pair the service with an on-ramp service like Apple Pay or something else. And if they support Stacks or Stacks Asset, then your mom can simply use her credit card, and then it debits the fiat and credits her smart contract wallet on Stacks with SBTC. And then from now on, that smart contract can even be represented as a credit card itself inside of her Apple Pay. And in the same way, she goes to the store and she pays with her Apple Pay credit card. Now she can pay with her Stacks smart wallet credit card, so to speak.
So can this be done with Privy or Turnkey already, like with all this Apple Pay and all this stuff? Is the difference? I'm trying to understand. Is the difference that it's more secure because it's native support, so you don't have to rely on a third party. So essentially, we can create our own native Privy, so to speak. We don't need to trust a third party's. I believe they are closed source code. They are not open source. So many of the things you are trusting them to handle. So by having Clarity 4 and native support, we can essentially create our own native Privy service. Would that be correct to say? It's not like it cannot be done today, Apple Pay via Privy, but it's that by having a native support, we are removing several layers of trust assumptions. Therefore, when you onboard your mom with Privy Apple Pay or Stacks created Privy native, it is much more secure using our own native Privy. Would that be sort of accurate?
I feel like I'm stealing the stage here, guys, but feel free to answer. But my short answer is yes. Like, you can read on Clarity, okay, this is your smart contract, it's humanly readable. This is my public key corresponding to my passkey, and my private key is stored inside my device. So I'm not depending on any third party to sort of store that private key in using MPC or using different mechanisms. I'm just trusting myself. So it comes with pros and cons. And
if I may just reword in a way that average people can understand, I think it's like basically you're giving your password away to somebody else, and you have to trust that person to handle that password in whatever their secure implementation is, you know. But that password is still handled by somebody else, not you, not your own device. So if we have native support, that password is in your device, it's not touched by a third company, third party, right?
perhaps you can compare it with emails. Like when email came out, it was very peer-to-peer, and then you have like these big providers that started giving away all sorts of storage and benefits, and now almost everyone uses them. But I'm curious what Brice and Eric and others in the on stage here think about it. But yes, for me, it's cleaner. Like it's more elegant. It's more directly to the user. It would still remain a hot wallet in the sense that, yeah, you would want more robust mechanisms that already exist for larger amounts, such as just like a multi-sig or your normal Stacks derivation path and so on, or even Bitcoin.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I brought Rocky here and Blockface is Rocky has experiences in other ecosystem using some of those solutions, and other ecosystem have smart contract wallet and etc. So I would love if Rocky can share his experience on how he onboarded his friend. Rocky, if you're there.
Hey,
His
can you guys hear me?
his mom, not his friend. The goal is the mom because
Yeah, yeah.
your UX is so freaking good because your friend can be onboarded to Stacks almost today. It doesn't. We don't know if they will stick around, but if you're able to onboard your mom,
Hold on.
you win
Your
everybody.
mom is the goal because that's obviously if your mom can do it, everyone can do it. But your friends are actually going to be more engaged users than your mom, and it is easier to onboard them with this method, or any less friction onboarding method is good right now. You need to
I
onboard.
challenge anyone in this panel to onboard their mom as soon as we have Passkey integrated into Stacks. And I think that if they onboard it to whichever app, I think that app has a good chance to like onboard the masses.
Definitely a good analogy. But
What do you think, Rocky?
it's broader than that. It really is.
Let's hear from Rocky. I want to hear his experience. Just give a bit outside perspective, from outside the Stacks ecosystem perspective.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Loud and clear.
Check. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm loving everything. You guys are saying. Hey, Rafa. I know you're a big fan of passkeys, so we're trying to get it done. Yeah, but last night, Mohan on our team and Blockface and I just playing around with Turnkey and doing a simple demo and playing it out. So we successfully sent one STX from my personal wallet to the new Turnkey wallet. So it's on mainnet. We'll show off some demo videos later on. But to answer the question directly on, what is the experience like on other blockchains, on other applications that we played around with. We had the chance probably 6, maybe 8 months ago to work with the ARC team from the Solana side. And so around 8 months ago, there was that crazy AI agents hype, agents on chain, right? All the AI tokens were really taking off, right? And so they commissioned us. They were like, okay, there's so many other projects out there. How do we have an edge, right? And so we looked into just normal AI automation Web 2 products, right, that were out there already. And we made a safe bet on N8N. And then N8N is pretty much all over YouTube now, right? A lot of people compare them to what OpenAI ChatGPT came out recently this last week on their agent builder, right? And so we kind of did some competitor analysis and dissecting, and we figured that they were using React Flow as their way to do agent drag and drop node-based builder UI experiences, right? And so we paired that experience with their Rust-based sort of automation to backend, right? Very performant. They're looking to cater to enterprise and sort of looking for domain expertise, right? But they were like, okay, we're doing this whole AI agent thing, on-chain agent thing, but how do we actually onboard people who are already using tools like Zapier and N8N who don't really want to worry about seed phrases, right? They lose that. They lose access to their automation or their bot wallet, right? They don't want to worry about that kind of stuff, right? They just really want to experiment and figure out what this on-chain agent thing, how does it even work, right? And so the partners at ARC, they were looking into Privy. And so we looked into Privy and we did the build and integrated Privy with them, with the flow builder. And it worked out really, really smooth. Aiden on our team, he had a great, DX developer experience working with that. And documentations were clear and we got it working and delivered it on time and everything went really smoothly. Be able to just, spin something up without having to worry about the seed phrases and wallet creation. So.
One question for you, Rocky, maybe. Using that solution, do users have to worry about gas fee management?
Yeah, so from so a little bit on my background, if you haven't, heard me talk on Spaces before, but I've been working in e-commerce for like 11 plus years, right? And one of the things that typically drops the user is like any kind of shipping. No one wants to play shipping when they shop. They don't like seeing fees, right? Sometimes even if you start enabling taxes into your calculations on e-commerce, you'll see a drop in conversions as well, right? And so my take there from a consumer perspective, from a user perspective, is that if there was any way for you to subsidize the gas, it's most likely going to improve your conversions from a user perspective, right? So maybe just bake that into the costs, of your overall product, right, from the e-commerce store side, and then configure some kind of like stipend or some kind of spend in the wallet where let's say it's like, oh, if you transact a total of like $1 worth of gas, it's free, right? So it's not free forever, but just to get them through the door, to try out your product, to buy your product. And then once you figure that they're a loyal customer, right, and you're able to capture what in e-commerce you call like AOV, or like average order value, right? So it's like they're buying more, you're getting more margin, right? You're making money off of this customer long term, right? Then you can kind of like subsidize maybe some more gas if that's in sort of your margin calculations, right? These are all like revenue number type things, but if you're able to do that for the users, it's way better for conversions versus showing that little bit of gas in the checkout.
That was it. You know who we haven't heard from yet? 2 people, actually. 3 people. Well, I was going to say this guy right here, Blockface. I'd love to hear what you have to say in compliment to Rocky.
I feel like Web3 is about to catch up with Web2 with this experience. I have the benefit of having seen the demo that Rocky's going to share in a bit, but you have your phone, you click login, it says you want to use passkey. I click on passkey and I scan. If I'm on my MacBook, I scan my fingerprint, and then I see my Stacks wallet. That's compatible on the mainnet, and I've never experienced that before, but my overall feeling is that from 2009 and 2025, we've been catering to innovators and early adopters, and right now we're crossing the chasm into the early majority. Now, the early majority are different than the innovators and early adopters, because innovators and early adopters use technology because it's cool, but who we want to market to now, right, according to the Stacks roadmap, are people that use things because they're usable and useful. So useful is one thing, like generating yield. Usable is it ergonomic for your mom? Your mom is the conversation topic today, right? What a surprise, talking about your mom on a serious subject like today, but it's true. And so how do we match the experience your mom is used to in Web 2 and Web 3? I see that future, having seen what Turnkey can do with the just tap. It's almost like thumb-driven design. And soon the thumb's going to go away with the glasses and things like that, with voice becoming the interface. But I see with Turnkey almost looking like a more powerful Privy in a way, by the way they use their... I'm still figuring out this real granular detail between trusted execution environments and enclaves. That's still something I'm looking at, but to be able to thumb tap login, finger scan passkey, this embedded wallet feature where the wallet falls away into the background and the user focuses on their one task per screen. I think that's where Web3 has its Web2 moment, where we were, because people have, if your mom has trouble with one password, now we're asking her to do another 20 passwords? Yeah, that's a great experience. Thanks, Mom. So I think for all of those reasons, things like Turnkey are bringing Web3 payment experiences to Web2 quality, which is really what we need to onboard people like, that's right, your mom. Thank you.
I think the real honest question is, do we want our moms in the same industry that we work in?
Not this one, the one we're building.
We want it to be. We want the industry to be abstracted away, so mom doesn't know anything about it.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Mom is going to trust their sons in terms of how to be onboarded and their UX. If the UX is bad, the son there's nothing that the son can do for mom to be onboarded. But if UX is good, then that's great. So I think like mom will not care. Like it depends where she's located on the world, right? If she's in a Western country, there's no censorship and so on, because there's a question by Hattie in the chat. But Turnkey is great too. The only difference is, again, the seed phrase, like the passcode, the password is managed through a sophisticated way by a third party instead of being stored in the enclave of the device. So we have to also think of recovery mechanisms. Perhaps your recovery mechanism can be your friends, and I think Ryder is doing a great job. Shout out to Louise and Marvin Jensen, who's a gigastar in Stacks. And they do it via your friends. And you could imagine the same mechanism where if you lose your passkey inside your device, maybe inside a smart contract, there's a way for other people who you've designed, who you designated to, be able for you to find a path towards recovering your keys. And I think that's that I can see rather than the email. And then have you tried recovering your account with Twitter? Or I think the topic also Hadi is bringing is censorship in other countries, and how sometimes they censor IP addresses, and probably FactFund is not available in Nigeria, and people need to use a VPN or something. And Telegram was censored, and if it is probably still censored in Iran and in Russia, and the way they do it is they rotate the IP address to allow for these users to still be able to access the service, which gives them a voice and free speech. And Bitcoin in and of itself, how do you censor it from a government's perspective? Do you censor it, or do you embrace it? Because everybody is kind of embracing it. So in terms of your mom, as a son, I would advise her to, I'm obviously biased, but I would advise her to have it in her enclave. And then it gives her more power. Like if she's being censored or if she's being threatened, maybe she can count on her own friends to recover her keys. And she feels more sovereign in a way, and it makes her a part of it. Like she is able to taste it, and at the same time have that UX that flows, that is easy, with which she's familiar every day. Every day, is she typing her email password, or is she just scanning her passkey? Likelihood she's scanning her passkey.
So question for Bryce on this. In going ahead and implementing this new signature algorithm called SecP 256R1, are there any, I guess for lack of a better word, overhead implications for adding the signature in the Clarity code base? And would this open the doors for adding more different signature algorithms in Clarity later on?
Yeah, sure. So the first question, like overhead, no, I don't think it really adds anything. Like obviously there's some cost when you actually use this thing to verify a signature, but it should be on the same level as the SecP 256K one support that we have now. And actually the as part of this change, so the library that Stacks Core uses right now to do the K1 verification does not support the R1 curves. So as part of this implementation, I'm bringing in a new library from Rust Crypto, this is now going to be a native Rust library, whereas the previous one was a wrapped C library. So this native Rust library is actually probably safer than the wrapped C version. And we'll use that for both the old K1 signatures and these new R1 signatures. So, but yeah, and then as far as future curves or encryption models go, I guess this is just kind of like one more time practicing adding something. So I would imagine the next thing we add would be some like resistant crypto. What's the word I'm looking for? Prepared for the future when we're when these algorithms might get cracked by some some device that is being built right now. So yeah, anytime like practicing adding these things is always good. And to kind of just to clarify the details of it, all that's actually happening in Clarity is just one new function is being added that can take in one of these signatures from your passkey or your YubiKey or whatever, and just validate that it came from a public key that you want to check against. And everything else that Rafa and Rocky and Blockface are talking about is now able to be built around that because of this new key verification function. So it's actually really simple what's being added into Clarity itself.
Just to build on Eric's question, I think in the forum Marvin had a similar question, so I just want maybe to read it to you. He says it would be cool if Clarity had generic ECDSA functions with the ability to set ECC parameters yourself. So I don't know what that means exactly in details, but it seems that he had to choose like SCCP 256 R1 or K1 instead for a writer because of the fact that Stacks didn't support essentially P256.
Yeah, so I'll try to answer. I'm no cryptography expert.
ECC
but
is elliptic curve cryptography, I imagine, huh?
Yeah, that's
okay,
right.
Good.
And my gut reaction would be that like we could give too much. If you give too much rope to the developers, you could choose bad parameters and end up with insecure signatures. So that's sometimes it's better to limit what can be done so that you're kind of forced into these known standards. So the K1 is obviously what's used in Bitcoin. R1 is what's used in all these other places, and what at least used to be recommended by various governments. So it's probably best, unless you really know what you're doing, to stick with those kind of known selected curves.
So the one that, so just to just understand what you're saying, the one that we selected or you guys selected is a pretty battle tested curve.
Oh yeah. So the one that's been in Stacks from the beginning, the SEC P256 K1 is what's used in Bitcoin, and then this new one that we're adding, the R1, is like everybody's been describing. It's used in passkeys and YubiKeys and hardware security modules. All these different things use this one. So they're both very well battle tested. And the library that we chose was carefully validated, and we ensured that we're choosing something that's been heavily reviewed and used.
That's awesome. I think that's really, I'm really glad to hear that. Why don't we show a bit of demo? So now let's visualize what the future could be. Blockbase, show us how it's done. How to onboard your mom.
I shall defer to the official, unofficial experience design officer for Stacks. Rocky, go ahead.
Yeah, let me see if I can share my screen here.
There you
All
go.
right.
You're up.
Take a look at my very beautiful landing page that we threw together. Please do not go to this website. This is all testing purposes only. So let's see if we can actually create. I just created a new wallet while we were talking here, but let's create a new one, right? So we just kind of go in. This little pop-up shows up, right? Assuming we don't have a login yet with passkey, let's just go sign up with passkey. This little thing will pop up.
So I don't even need to enter my email. I just create.
No,
an
if you have
account.
your phone and it supports passkey, you can save it directly to your password manager, right? So I'm on an
0.6%
iPhone.
this year
just
and
checking my phone right
1.8%
now,
next
then
year.
It spins up a wallet.
A
There you
touch
go.
stronger than in June.
What kind of phone does your mom have?
In the labor market, the unemployment rate edged up to 4.3% in August, but remains little changed over the past year at a relatively low level. Payroll job gains have slowed significantly to a pace of just
listening into
29,000
Jerome
per
Powell
month
talking
over the past
right
3 months.
now.
A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and lower labor force participation. Even so, labor demand has softened, and the recent pace of job creation appears to be running below the break-even rate needed to hold the unemployment rate constant. In addition, wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, the market slowing in both the supply of and demand for workers is unusual. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen. In our SEP, the median projection for the unemployment rate is 4.5% at the end of this year and edges down thereafter. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2% over the 12 months ending in August, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9%. These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing for services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 3.0% this year and falls to 2.6% in 2026 and to 2.1% in 2027. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a quarter percentage point to 4 to 4.25%, and to continue reducing the size of. Changes to government policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. Higher tariffs have begun to push up prices in some categories of goods, but their overall effects on economic activity and inflation remain to be seen. A reasonable base case is that the effects on inflation will be relatively short-lived.
Where you actually have your more secure C-phrase wallet, right?
Yeah, if you want to send the money out to another wallet that maybe the seed was generated sort of more manually, if you wanted to, I'm not going to click on it, but you can actually click on this export wallet and it'll give you your seed phrase. And I actually tried it out last night. So the wallet that's created in here is just like any other Stacks wallet, right? So you can go to your Leather wallet, your Xverse wallet, punch in your seed phrase, and it'll load the same information in your other wallets as well. So you can use them both at the same time. So for example, let me log out of this one, right? And I want to log back in. So I want to log back in to another account, the first account, the first, I call it the Turnkey Test 1 wallet. That was the first one we created last night as part of the test. Let's load that up. And so here you go. That is the one Stacks that I sent myself from my Xverse wallet to this address.
So to create a wallet takes 2 taps. One, passkey. Second tap is to create a wallet from fresh.
Yeah, and you can probably program to, and maybe Bryce, you can confirm that, but I imagine you could just spin up a already made sort of Stacks wallet with the user experience if you want to take out that extra click to create the wallet as well.
And this one you can send your this is on testnet or mainnet? Mainnet, right?
This is on mainnet. I tested
So
this
you
with
can
Leather.
send this one STX to somewhere else right now.
Sure, you want me to send this to you?
Yeah,
I just sent. How long? Do you have to refresh the screen to see if?
Let's
I
see.
just sent you an STX.
I don't know. I may have to relog or something.
It could be the system's a little slow this morning. We got.
So I wonder whether there's a world where you can just tap passkey to log in, and already there's a bit of gas fee for you to use.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So I have not looked into turnkey at all. Can you explain a bit like what's happening? Where is this secret phrase stored here in this model?
It's just using the standard template that was in the docs for turnkey.
Okay. So we'll just have
to I think for more context, so turnkey, they have like their own entire infrastructure for lack of a better word, securing users' keys, right? But they don't necessarily have access to those keys. The guest that came on the live stream yesterday, he kind of went a bit more into how it works.
Okay.
But it's also like leveraging TEEs, trusted executable environments. But essentially, in this example, what Rocky is showing is that the private key that the passkey is associated with is securely stored somehow and in some way. I don't know if it's like it's definitely not stored in its raw format, but it's always associated with that passkey associated with the user. And turnkey, like they don't have the ability to access that particular key as well. So
Eric, I think just to build on that, usually I haven't read turnkey, but usually they use this multi-party computation where the several entities are required to be able to reconstitute that seed phrase. I'm sure you guys know MPC, like the multi-party computation. Usually, like some of these providers, they use that technology to divide sort of that responsibility of storing the seed phrase in between multiple parties. And it's pretty fast it's very, very fast to do so. Yeah.
So I did a bit of ChatGPT. Turnkey apparently is the key is shared and encrypted. Turnkey's infrastructure holds one part, the user or enterprise holds the other. Full key material never exists in one place. So it sounds a little bit like a threshold signature type of approach, it seems. So it is multiple people. But whereas Privy, it's stored in a local device, secure storage, such as secure enclave, but Privy can store an encrypted shared or recovery share in its backend to allow async between devices. So actually I had this question to Boom Wallet because they are doing some implementation already, and they do come across this issue of if you want to have more than one device, because it's secured locally, like I can't just log into my browser with the same like login. Like I have to create a new one. It's just not the same login experience as Web2 because I can use my Gmail login, on any device, it'll work. But if you store your key locally, you can't do that. So you almost have to store it somewhere in the cloud so that all the different devices can access that in order to have a Web2-like experience. So I think that's the trade-off. If you store it locally versus like turnkey, perhaps their method is more on the cloud somewhere, or like shared, but on the cloud.
Yeah. And then so the alternative, which I think maybe is what you're pointing to, Rafa, is that the wallet itself is actually a smart contract, and in order to spend, you're signing with your passkey and then sending these R1 signatures into the contract and validating them.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, I'm not entirely sure whether for a wallet we want to be able to have that smoothness, like meaning like synchronize across devices and so on. Sometimes you want your data to be more attached to a device. As long as you have a recovery mechanism, and I think that the Rider approach is a great one. I don't necessarily see, a wallet in the same way as an email or something I can synchronize everywhere, because it's money in the end. So this gives me the impression of really controlling it. And don't want to be pedantic, but you'll be able to deploy your wallet in just with your passkey, because sort of the app provider will deploy that contract for you right away. And they can just send some gas fees. They can just take care of the gas fees as well as part of the service. And you are still sovereign. If you want to move out of that service provider to another one, you'll be able to do so. You're still the one who governs what happens in your wallet contract principle. Yeah, for me, it sounds like Rocky. Whenever you're ready to upgrade, let's talk and make it happen. I'm just joking. I think it's still a great solution, and they are having a ton of success. But it's just my philosophy is more try and give the user that sovereignty in a smoothest way, or at least having the option. And that's just an entry point, by the way. And you said, like, do we want our mothers to be onboarded to our industry? My answer is categorically yes, Eric, because I want my mother to understand Bitcoin. I want her to be able to get some Bitcoin really quickly. Currently, it's trendy, right? Because finally, governments are starting to chase it, etc. So I think to provide that service, like use your credit card and gift card Bitcoin to someone who will really own it, is a little product that I think could gain some momentum. But I do see that your approach is really, really clever in just targeting people who are already there, who are already using, and this is more far-fetched. But you could imagine, onboard VCs as well, using, two authentication processes, so they can also double sign with their passkeys in a multisig. Just to throw an example.
Yeah, what about Blockface commercial, from the commercial side? How much just to give people a bit of context, how much did Turnkey raise, and also who bought Privy?
So this was an interesting thing. We were looking at the maybe there's a turnkey hackathon happening on DoorHacks. I think I first heard about it through Rocky and Eric, right? Because Eric pointed out how important turnkey might be for this, bringing Web3 to your mom. I don't know what we call it. I think we're going with that now. So, we had some discussion on Twitter to understand what that really is about. Rocky asked me to do a deep search with Manus, if you've ever used Manus to do deep research. And I looked at all of the different use cases. So I'm just going to quickly share my screen and just give you a little overview. So this is what might be, again, just looking at what is how do we compare Privy and Turnkey? Are they the same? Are they different? If they are different, how so? So this is just some details on the market here. So Privy, who is using Privy? You know these companies, Hero? Hyperliquid. Right? So these are companies that are already using Privy.
I don't see your screen.
Oh, you can't? Oh, my mistake. That's weird. Okay, let me try it again. Oops. Encore une fois.
Oh, sorry, dude.
It's okay. So at the behest of Rocky last night when we were looking at this, we wanted to understand, again, we have Privy and we have Turnkey. Both represent solutions that make it easier for your mom to interact with the world that we're in right now. And so if you go through this, I'll share it after this stream, but it's in the private chat. You can see these companies use Privy. Right? So that's just to give you an idea of the companies that use this technology for their most basic of functions. And I think you asked how much funding Turnkey got. And I believe if I go Control F, Stripe. So there you go. So Stripe is buying everyone up, and this we should expect to continue along in the future. So is this a problem worth solving, a job to be done, something that people are focused on? Yes, absolutely. Web 2 is lining up to try to own this side. And I think that's what Rafa is interested in as well, because Rafa and people like Crypto Dude are interested in kind of what I call freedom-oriented development. Right?
Yeah.
Right? And so, but, you know, if we look at Privy, the largest players in the game are availing themselves of this service. And if it is true that Turnkey provides an additional layer of kind of programmatic security that may not be in Privy, the writing's on the wall for Turnkey and solutions like it.
Yeah, I think it's very clear just from outside of Stack's market validation perspective, this technology is being deployed, is being used, and it is something that if we want to stay in competition with all this other chain, I think it's just a necessary feature that we need to have. Yes, you can do it today with Privy. There's a workaround, right? But I think so you can actually do it today, and Dan is already doing it, running in with emails. You don't have to create C phrase, and you can use third party like Privy and other people. But I think adding more options for ourselves, in addition to using third party, it gives our builders the ability to choose, and maybe because we don't have as much like functionalities, because we essentially need to build a Privy like stuff from scratch, and there's probably SDK to be built and different stuff to be built. But I think at least we're setting the foundation on the ground for a fully composable smart contract wallet to be developed, which will be, or hopefully will be, more secure than Privy. And maybe we will have a new Privy on Stacks. So I think it's just a no-brainer to do in Stacks, since it's not like a unproven concept, like unfunded feature that nobody wants, right? You can clearly see the market validation somewhere else. So for me, it's just a really clear, like, we should have it, and we should have it as quickly as possible, and we should get it to the hands of the builders so they can start playing around with it. And I love the recent effort of the Turnkey stuff, because I think it really draws eye to what the possibility can be, and shout out to Rocky who demonstrated this. I'm surprised how fast you can create a wallet now. This is really insane. And yeah.
Shout out to one of our other indie devs in the community. He goes by the name of iAtomic1. So he was the one that first brought up Turnkey to me back earlier this summer, because he was trying to use it within Stacks. And that led to the conversation of, okay, well, how can you actually use Stacks with Turnkey? We were able to find a workaround with it, basically piecemealing the code together, and then eventually having Turnkey add a Stacks guide in their documentation, and then leading to this current ongoing Turnkey Builder Challenge. So yeah, shout out to iAtomic1, if anyone who knows who that is. He was the one that basically introduced me first to Turnkey, and how it's now possible to use Turnkey or any other embedded wallet solution with Stacks. So
I would love to see like a hackathon based on Clarity Flow going live and people creating something around our own native solution. I think it would be a great exercise to get, because builders are really in their own zone, you know, they are really focusing on their own priorities, and we need to catch their attention a little bit. Just get them like a bit of, you know, a taste what it could be, and when they actually hands-on leveraging this functionality, I think they will start to understand, wow, this is like night and day difference, and I think they will automatically up that feature on their priority workflow. So I think just a suggestion.
I've got another quick question. This one's for Bryce, going back to what he mentioned about using a native Rust crypto library for this implementation.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess you mentioned how it's safer than how we're currently using a wrapper library for the K1 signature algorithm. So I guess the question is there a more safer alternative or a safer library for using the K1 signature scheme in Clarity?
Is there a safer one? No, I think this is the best one that we are aware of. So
Gotcha.
Joey Yandel, who's a cryptographer, he's focused on cryptography. He went through and audited all the existing libraries and found this to be the best one.
Gotcha. Interesting. Yeah. Okay.
So we're going the way of Web 2 and oxidizing our language with Rust.
Yeah.
I like it. Is that because of the safety and all of the other benefits that everyone else is moving from C to C++ to Rust? Is that the motivation?
Yep. Yeah. You can basically just kind of eliminate a whole class of problems with Rust versus what you might have in C, which not that the library that we were using was unsafe, like it was very well audited and all that as well. But if we can use one that's pure Rust, we're going to prefer it.
Yeah. As a vibe coder, I am learning to appreciate developer experience for the first time, you know, and the ergonomics of developer experience. And I think that if we are competing on the basis of making it easier to program money, right, then this developer experience that we went on with Clarity, I think of all the things Stacks has created, Clarity is probably one of the most fundamental. You know, and making that easier to program, maybe for mom's nephew, is how we bridge that gap.
So yeah, definitely. I think developer tools and like Clarity, Clarity in the language design and documentation and stuff is all really important, so that we can get as many builders as possible doing cool stuff with all this, everything we're adding.
Did Mom's nephew see the latest that Rosar published? He's got a tutorial, sort of teaches people to vibe code, and perhaps Mom's nephew can upgrade their tool set and become more than a vibe coder, like a Stacks dev.
You know, to clarify one thing I said before, sure, I would love my mom to be invested in crypto and Bitcoin and Stacks. I just don't want her to be in the same live streams as me every week.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. I think we're probably all on the same page there, man. And I appreciate the clarification there, because I think we all knew what you were saying, you know. But that's a good way to kind of circle back to that. Dan makes a point here, and I want to shout him out. In the Dan T's in the live chat. He says, I think we need to point out that passkey is not the be-all, end-all solution to onboarding users. There are many other considerations that users expect. How do you handle recovery? How do you handle multiple accounts without terrible UX? Do businesses' apps really want completely anonymous users? Some do, you know, and to that last point, some do, or some are happy to have that if that's what the users want. You know, and that's part of the user experience too, is having the choice there. But would love to hear your guys. Like, I tend to, without being the technical background side of things, Dan's right. This is not obviously going to be the the solution to all of our onboarding problems. There's a lot of other things that need to be sorted out, but it is a step. It's a step towards bringing Web3 to Web2.
Yeah, so I think I can take that one because I'm the one who's probably most excited about this feature and grateful for the engineers to have included it. Peace, love. So I would say if you go in the street and you try to onboard moms, we usually see this in social media. So they have their phone. How long is it going to take for them to go through the process? And how many steps will you have? So we're talking about your mom. So likely, again, I think I agree with Dan that there's a long way until all of our moms are going to be onboarded. But the sooner we get there, the better. And this is going to be very simple. Like, I'm in the street, she's got her phone, it's a web app. There's no need, like any builder can build that smart contract wallet with their passkey. They don't need to go through approvals and so on for stores. And then she's going to sign up, log in with her passkey. It's going to deploy a smart contract wallet. That's it. Finished. No seed phrase, no several steps. The passkey is already used. If you look at Xverse, it's already used through the seats, through the different steps when someone is being onboarded. But this is going to be the only step, and she's got her feet in the door with a hot wallet, perhaps limited amount that she can control, and then she can start using her sovereignty wallet. And
So
then
last
for
word
recovery,
from you.
I think, for recovery, we talked about it. And then last point, like multiple accounts. The meme, the sailor, how many chairs are you sitting on? That would be my last word. Sorry I cut you off.
Yeah, so putting my governance hat on, I know Bryce is very deep into this side as well. We're always looking for, people to contribute to SIPs, and people contribute to conversations, people bringing ideas. So I just want to say a big shout out, big thanks to Rafa bringing attention to this, because without you bringing attention to this, probably wouldn't have happened today. It'll probably be down like next year sometime. So I just think from engaging with community perspective, this directly came from community, right? Because Rafa is like boots on the ground, like DJing all the other stuff and seeing what other ecosystem are doing. And I just think it's really important to make sure these kind of ideas bubbled up, good ideas bubbled up and gets the attention of the core developers. And we should really encourage this conversation to keep happening, keep listening to the builders, what they want, observing what other ecosystem are doing. We're learning a lot, from other ecosystem too, what's worked already. We don't need to make the same mistake. So big shout out to Rafa. Without you, this really wouldn't have happened. And I propose putting Rafa on the author list of this SIP. So I think would be a great way to honor your contribution.
Well, thanks, but I think that it's the entire ecosystem that needs to have a shout out. Freeger put me onto this, and I thought this was brilliant. Then I stumbled onto this issue of a workaround and potential vulnerability. Then last day you reached out to me. We talked with Rocky. The entire ecosystem. Eric is always on the front end. Without Bruce, how are we able to build? It's impossible. And the community itself, beyond the community, everyone. I want to shout out to Rubes. Recently, we've got a big win with inclusion of SIP10 into Deck Screener. And obviously, also, I want to shout out to the AI BTC group, who are working like relentlessly and having a launch time coming soon. And I think this is also going to be very exciting for Stacks.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so many awesome things coming to Stacks, guys. We could keep this conversation going on. There's a lot to talk about here, but I know you guys I want to respect everybody's time. We're a little bit past the hour, so I think we're going to wrap up. Let you guys I'm gonna let you guys all have a last word. If there's anything else you guys want to add, if there's anything we didn't cross over, start with you, Rocky. Any final words, man?
No, thank you for the 1 STX donation into our little test demo. Appreciate it. We're gonna keep building, right? There's so many more features that we're digging through with Turnkey HQ as well. Our team is looking into a feature they call policies, but I won't go deep into that. But it's super cool. If you want to check it out, there's these things are supposed to be like smart wallets, right? Like right now we're using smart wallet technology, but it's still really dumb. Like there's really no complicated rules that you can set up, some like hooks that you can automate things with, right? These things are meant to be used for businesses and enterprise as well. And so there's a lot of security features you can build in, but it's really up to us, right? As builders in the community to really go and experiment. And also like, for me, like Stripe became super popular and useful and valuable because of developer experience, right? And so for us as Stacks and builders on Stacks, like being able to pull inspiration from tools like Privy, tools like Turnkey HQ, and make the Stacks native, like Stacks Connect or something like that, right? We're looking at, the Aptos Connect side. I'm going to talk to the guys there when I go to New York later next week, is that these different builder experiences and how documentation is written, how do we use AI to onboard developers onto new tools, like all of this, we can really pull inspiration from other places and other communities. And I think it's very valuable to the Stacks ecosystem. So I end there. Thanks.
Right on. I appreciate you, man. Putting a lot of work in on the UI, UX, and getting things to work together front. Really appreciate what you're doing in the ecosystem, man. Eric, I'm going to go counterclockwise from my view. Eric, any last words, man?
Yeah, I just appreciate the entire community embracing these new kind of wallet abstraction innovations. I've always been a huge crypto wallet connoisseur. So seeing this kind of stuff is always kind of interesting. It's always fascinating to learn how one can utilize a private key in so many different ways, and it can open up possibilities that many people are starting to realize within crypto. But of course, at the end of the day, I think one thing that we should also mention is that we're not suggesting people to use these wallet abstractions for their entire crypto basket, right? It's always important still to have a large majority of your crypto in cold storage. So, but yeah.
Awesome, man. GP, you haven't really had a whole lot, but I wonder if you have any perspective to share before we wrap up.
So I love that the barrier for entry is getting lowered for the newcomer, right? It's awesome. But I still want to be able to teach self-sovereignty. Be able to hold your own assets is important. So it's good to use that as a tool for onboarding, but also being able to teach them like how, hey, like you can store your seed phrases and stuff like that. Like trying to opt in and make sure that they know that there are options and there are safe ways and decentralized ways to hold your assets. So I'm a fan. I think that it's going to be great for onboarding, just like we were talking about. We're trying to onboard your mom. So go on board some moms, right? And I think it'll be a little bit easier with this update to Clarity.
Right on. And that's a great point too that we didn't necessarily touch on here. This isn't a replacement for cold storage and like deeper security. This is for hot wallet type of functionality, and onboarding more people en masse does also mean we have to actually do more in the awareness of safety and security efforts to that end. So that's a good point. Hattie, any last words? Anything else you wanted to add to this?
I think I've dropped mostly in the back. I have a problem. I like the onboarding. I like the mother thing. It just feels there's something in it that's missing, and it's around safety concerns. So yes, you can onboard somebody quickly, but where's the safety? Where are the safety nets? So those are the things I'm concerned about. And when we're talking about a US centric app development, amazing. When we move to the European Union, Australia, the UK, we're going to have problems, and we need to consider those users, and especially in Africa. So there's a different landscape out there. So we need to understand those aspects of it versus the US, where you have data could potentially be under freedom of speech, where in other countries you don't have that. So we need to consider that data passkeys can be used as a vector of attack to access data. So it's not about transactions, it's about your data that lies behind that. That's my only concern with this.
Interesting.
But it's a longer discussion.
Yeah, we could go on probably for another hour on if we started going into that. But it's worth having. So maybe that's another episode down the line. Michael, any last words before we wrap off, brother?
Hello, my name is Michael Jackdown, and I'm a headhunter launching startups with the Syndicate. This episode of DeOrganized brought to you by your mom. What I've noticed, Hattie, is that security is a spectrum. I don't secure $1 like I secure $1 million.
Laser beam security?
I imagine that the people that we are targeting with passkeys are not going to put their deed on it. They're going to put $10 on it.
That's the way I see it too.
And the people who are looking to get onboarded, maybe have their first $0 to maybe $500 transaction, then this spectrum of security as a profile for a user, beautiful. When it's time for them to custody big boy and big girl assets, Ledger, Wallet, Rider, there are a lot of solutions for people who want to have a certain level of security that matches the value of the crown jewels. The only thing missing is something we haven't discussed today, which is not passkeys at all. It's what's missing from self-custody. I've had my financial licenses before. How much FDIC insurance do we get, Peace, with self-custody?
Well, the same amount as you have for cash in your drawer.
Exactly, and that's why my mom's never going to put money into self-custody until I attach crypto's version of FDIC. I'll stop there.
So we have to create an insurance, a general insurance for crypto. That's an interesting concept. Hero, what do you got for us?
Yeah, just want to address Dan's point, and I agree with Dan, actually. With this upgrade, we are not saying we're going to onboard the mass, right? We're just adding the primitives in order for the developer to be able to build a more self-sovereign, more secure onboarding experience. Once that Privy-like Stacks native Privy-like wallet done by Rafa, for example, that still need to go to a business and actually get run by an entrepreneur. That entrepreneur need to go out there and push for this in order to really get it to the hands of the people. So having this function is not a direct means to say we're going to onboard like 1 million people to Stacks next year, but it really adds the primitives and the foundation. There are other things like the gas, how we're going to onboard them, like they're going to have to go and search where to buy the token themselves, or can they actually, can you build a good enough experience so they can actually tap to top up their balance with their credit card inside the app. So these kind of stuff, it's not a silver bullet, is how I would agree with Dan. There are some other things, primitives and ideas and features that still need to be solved. But I think we're heading one step in the right direction. At least keeping up with the competition. So that's what I would say on that front. And just again, big shout out to Rafa, everybody in the room for coming together. It's really important that we work collaboratively so that good idea, good conversation, good reviews happen, peer-to-peer reviews. People go into the GitHub to review what Bryce has done, people go to the Stacks forum to chime in on this conversation, like Rafa created the thread, Marvin chimed in. It takes more than just one person to make this kind of things happen. So I'll highly encourage everybody to continue to do that. And just big shout out for people who stepped up as a leader like Rafa to get it bubbled up to the surface like this is important, and people now starting to sink in and understand this is important.
Right on. I want to also take a moment to recognize Hero and all the hand he had in this, because he brought a lot of awareness to Rafa's post, and that's the reason why I knew about it. That's the reason why I know a lot of, and he went around to a lot of people. He did a lot of legwork behind the scenes. This show, by the way, also put together by Hero. The last, the contribution you make to this ecosystem can never be overstated, sir. So I wanted to make sure that we do recognize that as well. Thank you for all that you do, including putting this show together today.
Yeah, you're a badass hero.
Here. Rafa, any last words? We're going to give it the last word to Bryce. So, Rafa.
Yeah, I think that as a community, like this is Web3, so I think that as a community, we're the ones who are empowered to onboard other people. And this is just a symbol, like onboard your mom, because it makes it very, very easy. But I think, anyone will have their own mission, and it's very difficult to generalize things. But here I see, a nephew could be onboarded as a Stacks dev, people can be onboarded to cold wallets, and I would say, onboarded to poetic life in a way. So principles and what you choose to onboard to is important. And when you create that technology, think through what you want the future to become from a first principles perspective. And perhaps the media also has a great role here on onboarding people to Bitcoin, because that's what we're saying. Like Stacks' first principle is to onboard people to Bitcoin. And I could not finish with like a shout out to the R&D and core engineers who are trying to make it even more sovereign to be able to sort of exit Stacks or the wrap version of Bitcoin in a unilateral way. I think that is definitely showing that they've listened to market needs, and this has huge potential. So yeah, we're getting onboarded by them.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate what you bring. You're always cranking in the ecosystem, Rafa. Like you're on all sorts of fronts, and you're willing to help anybody at any time. So much love, man, and really appreciate the work you do as well. Bryce, so what do you think, man? You think you made the right decision including it in Clarity 4? I think so.
Yeah, I think it was a good idea. So thanks again to Rafa and to Friedger for keeping that pressure on to get it in here. Because I initially was like, nah, we'll do that in the next version. But I love all the excitement we've got around what we can build with this thing. So really appreciate all that.
Awesome.
Love the discussion today. And yeah, I get a hop so I can go finish implementing it. It's about 3/4 done right now, so I got to finish it up.
When's the vote's coming up soon, though, right? We got it out
15th of October, guys.
Yeah.
End of October?
15th.
Yeah, the target is go live 15th. Is November 6th.
A week. Less than a week.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah, in 5 days we'll be voting as a public. If you have your STX in your wallet, or if you have it in experts, stacking, whether it's stacked or not stacked, you can all vote. And then the core engineer are just like doing the final touches, the testings and whatnot, final review, and November it should go live. And that's when I think we should get like a hackathon together in November. Just get a bit of a buzz around it, get people using it, hacking around it, get builders to build on it, basically.
So there's I know there's a plan for a Hacker House event at DevConnect in November in Buenos Aires. So maybe I think Adam. I'm not sure who's running it, but I think it's Adam. Maybe we can incorporate it into that. Maybe. Yeah. Anyway, well, that's not going to be
solved. DevNet will be supporting all of this as soon as possible, so devs can start building on it. The parts of Clarity 4 that are already done being implemented are live in ClariNet's latest release, so you can start playing around with them now.
All right, you guys heard it here.
One piece of information unconfirmed, so don't quote me on this, but I heard that the winner of the hackathon currently, Rocky, might be also winning some type of traveling abroad.
Oh,
I don't know
yeah?
if you guys heard about this, but yeah, just throwing that in.
I did not hear about that.
So building for your mom can lead you abroad. Fantastic.
By the way, I mean, let's just again reiterate: onboard your mom is maybe the best marketing
official,
tagline for
that's the
any time
campaign.
ever, because it's provocative, but not. I think we should onboard everybody's mom. And
Well, you know, my friend who's a mom texted me while, you know, she was watching, and she was like, you know what, it would be a lot easier just to use a pass key. So there's that. You know,
Nice.
moms are
His
chiming in right
phone is blowing up with
liking pass keys,
messages.
guys.
That's why his alternate nickname is MH.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Coach Uncle GP.
I remember your website. It got me through a lot of lonely nights in the early 2000s. Thank you.
All right. We're getting out of this. Is not for this. Thank you guys. We can't help but go a little bit deorganized on the show, but
Yeah,
this
thanks,
was
man.
awesome. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Really great stuff. I really appreciate all of your guys' time and participation in this and letting us do this on Deorganized. Happy to continue for as long as you guys want us to. And Hero, again, you're the best. We wouldn't be here without you, sir.
Yeah, keep being badasses, fellas.
That's right. I am Peace Love Music. We are Deorganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting with the weekly SIP show, amongst all the other things we do. Thank you guys for tuning in today. You all have an amazing rest of your day, and we will see you on Monday. Get out and touch some and get some. And thanks for joining us today. Peace out. Thanks, guys.
Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. BoostX, the social value layer.
Modern capitalism, and this award has been given annually by NABE since 1982. And it is essentially, as one of my colleagues said to me, this is our Hall of Fame. Past recipients include several Fed presidents and prestigious economists across the spectrum, including Janet Yellen and Ben Bernanke, as well as Arthur Laffer, Susan Athey, and going a little bit further back, William Poole from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, and Lawrence Klein, who won the award in 2004. We are very pleased today to be awarding this honor to Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell's exemplary leadership as chair of the Federal Reserve, especially in navigating the complexities of monetary policy during challenging times, has had a profound and lasting impact on both the U.S. economy and the global financial system. Under his stewardship, the Federal Reserve has effectively managed unprecedented economic challenges, including the COVID-19 pandemic, by taking a thoughtful and data-driven approach to monetary policy setting. His decisive actions to support economic recovery, promote financial stability, and ensure a resilient financial system have demonstrated an unwavering to U.S. economic growth and well-being. The strength of his leadership has also earned him the respect of policymakers, economists, and business leaders worldwide. His work, particularly in the areas of monetary policy, financial regulation, and economic resilience, absolutely align with the ideals of the Adam Smith Award. He has consistently applied foundational economic principles to address real-world challenges, upholding the Federal Reserve's high standards of sound economic management and transparent policymaking in the process. So with that.
Very much. You got a camera somewhere?
I thought we did, but maybe not.
There we go. We don't have a camera. There we go. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Emily. And thanks to the National Association for Business Economics for the Adam Smith Award. It, for me, is an unexpected honor just to be mentioned alongside many of your past recipients, including particularly my predecessors, Janet Yellen and Ben Bernanke. So thank you very much for this recognition. I will say on a more personal note, I have greatly enjoyed my regular visits to your annual meeting and your conferences. It's really been my favorite venue all these years. It's a place. This is a place where we can talk about economic issues and not worry that someone's eyes might glaze over. I also appreciate the warm welcome I've always received here. And putting Fed staff aside for a minute, I can't think of a more lovable group of econ nerds anywhere. So thank you again for this prestigious award. And for the opportunity to speak to you here today. So, as we all know, monetary policy is more effective when the public understands what the Federal Reserve does and why. With that in mind, I hope to enhance understanding of one of the more arcane and technical aspects of monetary policy, the Federal Reserve's balance sheet. A colleague recently compared this topic to a trip to the dentist, but I found that comparison somewhat unfair to dentists. So today I'll discuss the essential role that our balance sheet played during the pandemic, along with some lessons learned. I'll then review our ample reserves implementation framework and the progress we've made toward normalizing the size of our balance sheet. And I'll conclude with some brief remarks on the economic outlook. So, one of the primary purposes of a central bank is to provide the monetary foundation for the financial system and the broader economy. This foundation is made of central bank liabilities. On the Fed's balance sheet, the liability side of the ledger totaled $6.5 trillion as of October 8, and three categories account for roughly 95% of the total. First, Federal Reserve notes, that is physical currency, totaled $2.4 trillion. Second, reserves, funds held by depository institutions at Federal Reserve banks, totaled $3 trillion. These deposits allow commercial banks to make and receive payments and meet regulatory requirements. Reserves are the safest and most liquid asset in the financial system, and only the Fed can create them. The adequate provision of reserves is essential to the safety and soundness of our banking system, the resilience and efficiency of our payment system, and ultimately the stability of our economy. Third is the Treasury General Account, or TGA, currently at about $800 billion, which is essentially the checking account for the federal government. When the Treasury makes or receives payments, those flows affect dollar for dollar the supply of reserves or other liabilities in the system. The asset side of our ledger consists almost entirely of securities, including $4.2 trillion of U.S. Treasury securities and $2.1 trillion of government-guaranteed agency mortgage-backed securities, or MBS. When we add reserves to the system, we generally do so by purchasing Treasury securities in the open market and crediting the reserve accounts of the banks involved in the transaction with the seller. This process effectively transforms securities held by the public into reserves, but does not change the total amount of government liabilities held by the public. So, the Fed's balance sheet serves as a critical policy tool, especially when the policy rate is constrained by the effective lower bound, or ELB. When COVID-19 struck in March 2020, the economy came to a near standstill and financial markets seized up, threatening to transform a public health crisis into a severe economic downturn. In response, we established a number of emergency liquidity facilities. Those programs, supported at the time by the administration, provided critical support to markets and were remarkably effective in restoring confidence and stability. At their peak in July 2020, loans from these facilities totaled just over $200 billion. Most of these loans were quickly unwound as conditions stabilized. At the same time, the market for U.S. Treasury securities, normally the deepest and most liquid market in the world and the bedrock of the global financial system, was under extraordinary pressure and on the verge of collapse. We used large-scale purchases of securities to restore functionality to the Treasury market. Faced with unprecedented market dysfunction, the Fed purchased Treasury and agency securities at an extraordinary pace in March and April of 2020. These purchases supported the flow of credit to households and businesses and fostered more accommodative financial conditions to support the recovery of the economy when it ultimately came. This source of policy accommodation was particularly important as we had already lowered the federal funds rate close to zero and expected that it would remain there for some time. By June 2020, we slowed our purchase pace to a still substantial $120 billion per month. And in December of 2020, as the economic outlook remained highly uncertain, the FOMC said that we expected to maintain that pace of purchases until substantial further progress has been made toward the committee's maximum employment and price stability goals. That guidance provided assurance that the Fed would not prematurely withdraw support while the economic recovery remained fragile amid unprecedented conditions. And we maintained that pace of asset purchases through October 2021. By then, it had become apparent that elevated inflation was not likely to go away without a strong monetary response. At our meeting in November 2021, we announced a phase out of our purchases. And at our next meeting in December, we doubled the pace of that taper and said that asset purchases would conclude by mid-March of 2022. Over the entire period of purchases, our securities holdings increased by $4.6 trillion. So, a number of observers have raised questions, fairly enough, about the size and composition of asset purchases during the pandemic recovery. Throughout 2020 and 21, the economy continued to face significant challenges as successive waves of COVID caused widespread disruption and loss. During that tumultuous period, we continued to purchase in order to avoid a sharp, unwelcome tightening of financial conditions at a time when the economy still appeared to be highly vulnerable. Our thinking was informed by recent episodes in which signals about reducing the balance sheet had triggered significant tightening in financial conditions, and we were thinking of the events of December 2018, as well as the 2013 taper tantrum. Regarding the composition of our purchases, some have questioned the inclusion of agency MBS purchases given the strong housing market during the pandemic recovery. Outside of purchases aimed specifically at market functioning, MBS purchases are primarily intended, like our purchases of Treasury securities, to ease broader financial conditions when the policy rate is constrained by the effective lower bound. The extent to which these MBS purchases disproportionately affected housing market conditions during that period is challenging to determine. Many factors affect the mortgage market, and many factors beyond the mortgage market affect supply and demand in the broader housing market. With the clarity of hindsight, we could have, and perhaps should have, stopped asset purchases sooner. Our real-time decisions were intended to serve as insurance against downside risks. We knew that we could unwind purchases relatively quickly once we ended them, which is exactly what we did. Research and experience tell us that asset purchases affect the economy through expectations regarding the future size and duration of our balance sheet, so that when we announced our taper, market participants began pricing in its effects, pulling forward the tightening in financial conditions. Stopping sooner could have made some difference, but not likely enough to fundamentally alter the trajectory of the economy. Nonetheless, our experience since 2020 does suggest that we can be more nimble in our use of the balance sheet and more confident that our communications will foster appropriate expectations among market participants, given their growing experience with these tools. Some have also argued that we could have better explained the purpose of asset purchases in real time. There's always room for improved communication, but I believe our statements were reasonably clear about our objectives, which were to support and then sustain smooth market functioning and to help foster accommodative financial conditions. Over time, the relative importance of those objectives evolved with economic conditions, but the objectives were never in conflict. So at the time, this issue appeared to be a distinction without much of a difference. That's not always the case, of course. For example, the March 2023 banking stress led to a sizable increase in our balance sheet through lending operations. We clearly differentiated these financial stability operations from our monetary policy stance. Indeed, we continued to raise the policy rate through that time. Turning to my second topic, our ample reserves regime has proven highly effective, delivering good control of our policy rate across a wide range of challenging economic conditions, while promoting financial stability and supporting a resilient payment system. In this framework, an ample supply of reserves ensures adequate liquidity in the banking system, and control of our policy rate is achieved through the setting of our administered rates, interest on reserve balances, and the overnight repurchase rate. Reverse repo rate, rather. This approach allows us to maintain rate control independently of the size of our balance sheet. And that's important given large unpredictable swings in liquidity demand from the private sector and significant fluctuations in the autonomous factors affecting reserve supply, such as the TGA. This framework has proved resilient whether the balance sheet is shrinking or growing. Since June 2022, we've reduced the size of our balance sheet by $2.2 trillion, from 35% to just under 22% of GDP, while maintaining effective interest rate control. Our long-stated plan is to stop balance sheet runoff when reserves are somewhat above the level we judge consistent with ample reserves conditions. We may approach that point in coming months, and we are closely monitoring a wide range of indicators to inform this decision. Some signs have begun to emerge that liquidity conditions are gradually tightening, including a general firming of repo rates, along with more noticeable but temporary pressures on selected dates. The committee's plans lay out a deliberately cautious approach to avoid the kind of money market strains experienced in September 2019. Moreover, the tools of our implementation framework, including the standing repo facility and the discount window, will help contain funding pressures and keep the federal funds rate within our target range through this transition to lower reserve levels. Normalizing the size of our balance sheet does not mean going back to the balance sheet we had before the pandemic. In the longer run, the size of our balance sheet is determined by the public's demand for our liabilities rather than by our pandemic-related asset purchases. Non-reserve liabilities currently stand about $1.1 trillion higher than just prior to the pandemic, thus requiring that our securities holdings be equally higher. Demand for reserves has risen as well, in part reflecting the growth of the banking system and the overall economy. Regarding the composition of our securities portfolio, relative to the outstanding universe of Treasury securities, our portfolio is currently overweight longer-term securities and underweight shorter-term securities. The longer-run composition will be a topic of committee discussion. Transition to our desired composition will occur gradually and predictably, giving market participants time to adjust and minimizing the risk of market disruption. Consistent with our longstanding guidance, we aim for a portfolio consisting primarily of Treasury securities over the longer run. Some have questioned whether the interest we pay on reserves is costly to taxpayers. In fact, that is not the case. The Fed earns interest income from Treasury securities that back reserves. Most of the time, our interest earnings from Treasury holdings more than cover the interest paid on reserves, generating significant remittances to the Treasury. By law, we remit all profits to the Treasury after covering expenses. And since 2008, even after accounting for the recent period of negative net income, our total remittances to Treasury have totaled more than $900 billion. While our net interest income has temporarily been negative due to the rapid rise in policy rates to control inflation, this is highly unusual. Our net income will soon turn positive again, as it typically has been throughout our history. Of course, having negative net income has no bearing at all on our ability to conduct monetary policy or meet our financial obligations. If our ability to pay interest on reserves and other liabilities were eliminated, the Fed would lose control over rates. The stance of monetary policy would no longer be appropriately calibrated to economic conditions and would push the economy away from our employment and price stability goals. To restore rate control, large sales of securities over a short period of time would be needed to shrink our balance sheet and the quantity of reserves in the system. The volume and speed of these sales could strain Treasury market functioning and compromise financial stability. Market participants would need to absorb the sales of Treasury securities and agency MBS, which would put upward pressure on the entire yield curve, raising borrowing costs for the Treasury and private sector. Even after that volatile and disruptive process, the banking system would be less resilient and more vulnerable to liquidity shocks. The bottom line is that our ample reserves regime has proven remarkably effective for implementing monetary policy and supporting economic and financial stability. So I will close with a brief discussion of the economy and the outlook for monetary policy. Although some important government data have been delayed due to the shutdown, we routinely review a wide variety of public and private sector data that have remained available. We also maintain a nationwide network of contacts through the reserve banks who provide valuable insights, which will be summarized in tomorrow's Beige Book. Based on the data we do have, it's fair to say that the outlook for employment and inflation does not appear to have changed much since our September meeting 4 weeks ago. Data available prior to the shutdown, however, show that growth in economic activity may be on a somewhat firmer trajectory than expected. While the unemployment rate remained low through August, payroll gains have slowed sharply, likely in part due to a decline in labor force growth due to lower immigration and lower labor force participation. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen. While official employment data for September are delayed, available evidence suggests that both layoffs and hiring remain low, and that both households' perceptions of job availability and firms' perceptions of hiring difficulty continue their downward trajectories. Meanwhile, 12-month core PCE inflation was 2.9% in August, up slightly from earlier this year, as rising core goods inflation has outpaced continued disinflation in housing services. Available data and surveys continue to show that goods price increases primarily reflect tariffs rather than broader inflationary pressures. Consistent with these effects, near-term inflation expectations have generally increased this year, while most longer-term expectation measures remain aligned with our 2% goal. Rising downside risks to employment have shifted our assessment of the balance of risks. As a result, we judged it appropriate to take another step toward a more neutral policy stance at our September meeting. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate the tension between our employment and inflation goals. This challenge was evident in the dispersion of committee participants' projections at the September meeting. And I'll stress again that these projections should be understood as representing a range of potential outcomes whose probabilities evolve as new information informs our meeting-by-meeting approach to policymaking. We'll set policy based on the evolution of the economic outlook and the balance of risks rather than following a predetermined path. And with that, thank you again for this wonderful award and for inviting me here today. I look forward to our discussion. Thank you.
You need your iPad?
No, I didn't.
Thank you, Chair Powell, for the excellent remarks in the Adam Smith address. And we will have about half an hour for questions. So
Sounds like a long
should have
time.
talked longer. So let me start with, before I go to some of the questions coming in from the audience, and do use the Connect app to generate those. You have said, and you repeated again here, that there are no risk-free paths for the Fed now. So in light of that, and in particular with where the recent inflation data are running, let me group this with some of the questions that we're seeing coming in on the app as well. Obviously, always data dependent. But thinking about the dual mandate of maximum employment and price stability, how concerned are you that if the rate of pass-through of tariffs is slower, that might begin to look like more persistent inflation, as opposed to a one-time, as if the tariff adjustment came through all at once, and then it would be quite clearly a one-time price level shift?
So that's certainly a risk. As I mentioned, there really isn't a risk-free path now, since it appears that inflation is running above our target and appears to be continuing to increase quite gradually, but increase. It's still on the way up. So there's a risk there that would lend to greater persistence. But now the labor market has demonstrated pretty significant downside risks as payroll jobs have declined, and both the supply and demand for labor has declined quite sharply. So those two states of affairs for our two goal variables, call for different monetary policy responses. So as they come more into balance, I think the idea has been that policy should move from being tight to some degree to being more neutral as those two things balance out. But it is clear, though, that if we move too quickly, then we may leave the inflation job unfinished and have to come back later and finish it. And if we move too slowly, there may be unnecessary losses, painful losses in the employment market. So we're in the difficult situation of balancing those two things. I think for the last few months, we've been able to maintain a restrictive stance because the labor market was still pretty solid. I think that the data we got right after the July meeting showed that which adjusted back all the way through May, showed that the labor market has actually softened pretty considerably and puts us in a situation where the two risks are closer to being in balance.
Let's move to the other risk then and talk about employment a little bit. We had Anna Paulson here yesterday, and she spoke about the break-even unemployment or break-even employment growth rate. And that's a question from the audience as well. So I believe she said that it's certainly lower than it was, and the standard error around those estimates probably includes some numbers that might even be negative. Where do you see the monthly break-even employment growth rate at this point?
I'm not going to try to give you a pinpoint number, but as you pointed out, the standard error around these things is 50,000 plus or minus, something like that. And that would certainly, I think the range of plausible numbers for the break-even rate is probably does go below zero, accounting for those standard errors. It's clearly come down a great deal, and that's what's so challenging about this is that both supply and demand in the labor market have come down so sharply, so quickly, and the fact that the unemployment rate has barely moved is kind of remarkable in and of itself, and suggests that they're moving at roughly the same pace. Although, of course, the unemployment rate has ticked up, which suggests that demand is moving a little faster than supply. I wouldn't want to point to a specific number other than to say that it's come way down. And there are many estimates out there. By the way, there are many ways to calculate it, so you're going to get different estimates.
We're certainly in a volatile and changing environment. So one question I have is whether you see any changes in the transmission mechanism of monetary policy actions. So when we speak of long and variable lags, as we do, are those changing? And in particular, do you think there might be any difference in the impacts of policy on inflation versus employment? Is one changing more than the other?
That's like 2 or 3 questions, so I might have to come back to you. That's right. So on transmission, there, in theory at least, I see 2 things. One is, what we say and the actions that we take on monetary policy and how quickly that gets into financial markets. So if you go back to when I was in college, that part would have taken, weeks, months probably. And now that part happens essentially instantaneously. But the rest of it, once it's in the financial markets, how quickly does it affect economic activity, unemployment, employment, inflation, et cetera? I think that's more dependent on the conditions in the economy. For example, if you take the group of people who had extremely low rate mortgages, right? And even so, if you can cut rates, but they're a long way down, and they're sort of in a place where it's going to be expensive to take out a much higher rate mortgage, even assuming significant numbers of cuts. So that has probably blunted the transmission of lower rates into that part of the economy. But overall, I think it still works the way we think it works, which is, long and variable lags means a lot of uncertainty about how it's being affected. I think the last part of your question, the lore has been that inflation and employment come later. The first decisions are purchasing decisions, hiring decisions, and things. Well, purchasing decisions, can be affected probably more quickly, but then those would eventually affect employment and inflation. So longer lags are the research generally shows longer and longer lags for employment and inflation.
And I guess the variable part of that comment does give us a bit of cover.
A lot of uncertainty.
So you spoke about the adjustments or the challenges that you're facing with some government data not currently being published. Beyond the headline unemployment rate, which we're not going to see right away, what other labor market indicators are you monitoring most closely to gauge that side of the mandate?
So I think everyone's looking at the same non-government data. So there's a set of non-government data around, or non-federal government data around labor markets. For example, state level unemployment, claim reports. You can add those up and get a pretty decent estimate, and that's a really good one. There's also ADP has its data and employment. So in the employment space, there's some plausible data. I will say generally the private data, the alternative data that we look at is better used as a supplement for the underlying governmental data, which is the gold standard. And it won't be as effective as the main course as it would have been as a supplement. So we don't expect that we'd be able to replace the data we're not getting. So I think in job, in employment space, there's some pretty good substitutes, less so in inflation space, and in economic activity space. And also they're just, they're different private data providers use different universes and different levels of rigor in their data analysis. So, we're looking at lots of things, and we're going to make our decisions according to the FOMC schedule. But I think it will be a lot better once we start getting, for example, the September employment report is going to be a very important report, and we're not on track to have that. There would still be time for us to get that. We will get, of course, the September inflation, the CPI and PPI reports. So that's a positive. But we don't comment on fiscal matters, but from our standpoint, we'll start to miss that data, and particularly the October data. If this goes on for a while, they won't be collecting it, and it could become more challenging.
You used the term gold standard, and you didn't mean it in this context, but I'm going to pivot here because there's a question from the audience that's getting a lot of upvotes. So one of your predecessors, Alan Greenspan, used to view the price of gold as an indicator of inflation risk. So in that context, how do you view the rally that we've seen in gold? And if you want to throw in Bitcoin, you can comment on that too.
I'm not going to comment on any particular asset price, including that one. And I think we think of inflation as driven by fundamental supply and demand factors, and it's not something we look at actively.
Fair. The September projections, we saw revised GDP growth projections revised upward for both 2025 and 2026. Now, sometimes it's just an issue-to-issue thing, but how do you reconcile that projection of stronger growth with what we're seeing in terms of a likely weakening labor market?
So even subsequent to the September SEP, we've seen economic activity data which are surprising to the upside. And as I mentioned in my remarks, so you do have a bit of a tension there between the labor market data that we see, very low levels of job creation, and yet people are spending. So economic activity is strong, and it's we're going to have to see how that plays out. Right now, of course, we're not getting any new government data on that, any new federal government data on that, but it does create, of course, if economic activity were stronger, then that would tend to support labor market activities and hiring. So we'll have to see how that works out.
Another topic that has permeated the conference over the last 2 days has been AI. So as the Federal Reserve, like all of us, grapple with the implications of generative AI, what plans are in place to assess its long-term impact on productivity, implications for labor markets, and overall economic stability? And does that present any new risks to monetary policy or financial stability?
So you're right. We're doing what other people are doing, which is reading all the things that, so many researchers are working on AI now. It's just amazing. And so we follow all of that. We also have people at the Fed who are doing lots and lots of research on AI. And, in terms of, it's just such early days to be looking for the kind of things that will happen. So, the question of productivity, it was Robert Solow who said that technology showing up everywhere, but in the productivity data. So this could be the same kind of thing where it's there, but it takes a long time kind of to show itself, because you would think of another big technological advance as potentially raising productivity, but I think it's early to say that we're seeing it. Also, you're seeing, I think some researchers have found effects on hiring from AI for entry-level people and for coders and things like that. So there's probably some of that out there, but it's just so early to say what it will be. We also monitor very carefully what public companies are saying. Increasingly, bold statements from mainly large private companies on things that they think they can do across their whole business area with AI, and either sort of freeze hiring where it is or reduce hiring. And I think we're pretty aware of what the potential outcomes are, but the range of potential outcomes is very broad. I will say, in terms of what the Fed can do, we deal with supply and demand. We have an interest rate, and we also do regulation, that kind of thing. But if what's needed is greater education and skills, I've always liked the model that technology can work for everybody as long as everybody's getting the skills and aptitudes they need to use that technology. This is Golden and Katz, their work, which they actually spoke about at Jackson Hole this year, but it's a 20-year-old book that they wrote. So we can't do that. That's not something the Fed can do. We also can't address the potential societal disruptions that could happen, potentially, if there's really significant job loss. So there are a lot of, we're the least of it. There are potentially really significant implications for people in the labor force. And I think we're all speculating about what those might be, but it's only the beginning of this story.
Yeah. Looking at some of the other questions that are getting upvoted, and you can get as far into the weeds as you want, but this is where people want to go. So let me try this one. As you think of the appropriate level of reserves in the system, what indicators are most important? Is it the price of money, so repo levels, or the volume of borrowings from the Fed, like the discount window? and so on?
So we have a nice spider chart and 5 main indicators, one of which is sort of repo levels. And I think overall what they're showing is that we're still at ample reserves, abundant reserves. We're still at abundant reserves, meaning above our goal of ample reserves, a little bit above ample reserves. So, but we're beginning to see, you're starting to see a little bit of tightening in money market conditions, particularly repo rates have moved up. And those are the things we're going to be watching. So we think we're still at abundant, and we're, the pace of runoff is now very, very slow. So we're going to be watching all those factors very carefully. And we're not so far away now, but there's a ways to go.
I think we're not going to get away without addressing this one. So I'll try to, again, group some of these together. First, there's definitely appreciation from the audience, your ability to try to remain above the political fray. And I think also, and as in your remarks, you said gradually and predictably, and that sounds really nice right about now. But with that ongoing scrutiny of the policy decisions of the Fed, what measures is the Federal Reserve taking, and are you taking, to ensure and demonstrate the continued independence in setting monetary policy?
So the main thing we can continue to do is to do our work the way we've always done it, which is, think really carefully about evolving economic conditions and the evolving outlook and the balance of risks, and try to make good decisions to best serve, the American public. And then explain those decisions and talk about them in a way that makes sense and is grounded in the data and our overall approach. I think we're going to keep doing that. And as long as we're doing that, people will be able to tell. If we start doing something else, I think people will be able to tell that too. But that's just not something we're ever going to do. We're always going to keep doing our work. We don't engage in back and forth with people. It's just not that gets to be political sort of right away. So we just do our work and do it as best we can. I mean, overall, I would say the Fed comes through the last, if you think about it, go back to the beginning of the global financial crisis. We've had 2 world historical crises back to back, essentially. And the U.S. economy, it's been quite a ride for the U.S. economy and for American citizens, but we've come through it as well or better than any other country in the world. And we had to innovate and did innovate. There was really no choice. We can look back now and as I did today and second guess ourselves, which is only appropriate. That we've been doing it for 10 years. Since I got to the Fed 12 years ago, we were already doing a lot of that. So that's an ongoing process. But I think if you take a step back, the Fed isn't a government agency that does a good job for the public that it serves. And that is our only goal. And I think we do it pretty well. Don't look for perfection. These are close calls that have to be made in real time. But I guess that's what I would say.
It's fantastic. And in that context, then internally to the FOMC, how important is it that you have consensus on it? I mean, we're economists. We understand the value of spirited debate, but is that important in terms of communicating the results and the decisions of the committee?
I mean, consensus is great, but I mean, the most important thing of all is to get it right. And, that you come to places, not very commonly, but sometimes you come to places where people are going to have different views. And this is one of them. You have a situation here where literally inflation's above target and gently rising. The labor market is subject to pretty clear downside risks. What do you do? How do you think about that? That's not a problem that you face very often in central banking or in the economy. And people are going to have different weights and different risk aversion and different risk appetites on those things. It would be kind of surprising if you had no debate over those things. So we have a healthy debate going on. I think it's very healthy. I think the meetings that we've been having are as good as any we've had, in terms of people sincerely, giving their absolute best argument for their positions, but they're different positions. That's, when I was an investor, I always felt like the most dangerous thing is if everybody agreed on something, because you need someone to come in and try to explain why this is a terrible idea. Hopefully somebody really smart. And that would give you the ability to really test your thinking. So I think that's a healthy discussion that we're having right now. And I'm not at all surprised that we have people across the board. I do think we also, as an institution, do try to come together around a central answer. And that's, of course, part of what I try to do is find an answer that will attract as much support as possible.
Absolutely. I know you probably won't want to comment in great detail on global conditions, but there are a few questions around that and what that implies for U.S. monetary policy, and also just looking at the interest rate differentials between the U.S. and other advanced economies, and how long that could persist, and is there a risk there?
Sorry,
the interest rate differentials between the U.S. and other advanced economies.
Yeah, I mean, we set interest rates according to, the place where our economy is domestically, taking into account the international aspects of our economy. So again, it's not surprising. I mean, you could name many, many factors, but, for example, tariffs are clearly more disinflationary for countries that are subjected to them, and they're more, I won't say heavily inflationary, but there's some inflationary pass-through to consumers from countries that are putting tariffs on. So there's a very different monetary policy response potentially just in that. I think we need to set, as every other central bank does, they're setting rates in whatever their remit is geographically, and they're going to be different answers. It's not unusual.
So we have a large number of young economists in the audience today. Could you talk a little bit about, as we look back, and it's a momentous award, it's a nice time to reflect. If you looked back on your early career and your early goals, how do you think that young Jerome Powell would view where Jerome Powell is sitting today as chair of the Federal Reserve?
Surprised. No, I would say, so what I would tell young economists is you've chosen a great profession, a tremendous profession. You're getting the tools to analyze public policy and what works and what doesn't work and what should be expected to work and wouldn't and why. And also what's the state of the economy. And guess what? It's not just hard, it's basically impossible, but it's a very, very difficult thing, but it yields itself up over time. And it's just an incredibly important subject that carries the capability to do really good things for the general public, who may not feel great gratitude toward economists, but sometimes. But no, it's really important. You've made a great choice, and I would say wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Agree. Okay, we'll do a little bit of a lightning round here. We have about 5 minutes left, so I'll ask a bunch of questions that you may not want to get into great detail on anyway. Yeah. Some of these are pretty straightforward, but so we talked quite a bit about labor markets, but we have not specifically asked the question about the effect of immigration policies on labor supply. How restrictive do you think that current policy is, and is that something that will just
current immigration policy?
Yeah.
Yes. Let me start by saying that we don't have a view on immigration. It's not our job to have a view. So we take that as completely, it is what it is. We take it as it arrives. More, I'd say, stronger policy than most people had expected. We've seen very sharp decline in growth of the labor force and in people entering the country, and yeah, I think you're only beginning to see the strength of that policy too. There's more expulsions; those are rising, and that kind of thing. So yeah, that's a big economic factor. So that will mean fewer people to work. You have anecdotal evidence of industries that are just having a hard time finding people. You don't see it in wages or anything like that at this point. You don't see, at least in the aggregate, you don't. But yeah, it's going to be a really important economic fact because new people who come into the workforce, they create their supply, but they also create demand. They create their own demand. And, again, from our standpoint, we're just, our job is to achieve maximum employment or maximum sustainable employment. And that will depend both on the supply of workers and the demand for workers.
Back to the balance sheet, some questions. Again, I'll kind of try to group these together around mortgage-backed securities and housing affordability. Again, not directly part of the dual mandate, but would the Fed ever look at any specific actions with regard to MBS to address mortgage rates or affordability for housing?
The answer is, look, we look at overall inflation and we don't target housing prices. And also I don't know how you would, we would certainly not engage in mortgage-backed security purchases as a way of addressing mortgage rates or housing directly. That's not what we do. We do have, as I mentioned, a very large amount of mortgage-backed securities, and they're running off, but they run off pretty slowly.
Fair. Question on the beverage curve. Maybe that's not a lightning round question, but let's try it. So do you think that the shift in the beverage curve is a structural shift or just a blip?
I think it's, you're at a place where, further declines in job openings might very well start to show up in unemployment. You've had this amazing time where you came straight down but I just think you're going to reach a point at which unemployment starts to go up. And we haven't really, we may be hitting that now, but it's been remarkable how that line, it just comes down. And, which has been, really a great part of the recovery.
All right. Well, we have just a couple minutes left. I think we'll end with maybe another sort of philosophical question. Michael Barr spoke to the policy conference in 2024, I believe it was, and he gave some advice to economists. What would your advice be to the economists in the room in terms of how we can best serve the challenges that are facing us collectively in this moment?
I'm inclined to say keep your heads up. It's a time when people are challenging expertise, and I think it's a distinguished profession. It's a very high order profession, and you should be proud of your work and keep at it. Ultimately, we're learning about how the economy works and how society works. Our understanding is so basic and so uncertain, really, still after all these years. But, you got to think we're making some progress and doing some good and imposing, sort of an analytical framework around the kind of decisions people make about the economy. So I just want to give you a vote of support and say, keep at it.
And likewise, NABE supports you.
Are we done?
We're done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Camera somewhere?
I thought we did, but maybe not.
There we go. We don't have a camera. There we go. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Emily. And thanks to the National Association for Business Economics for the Adam Smith Award. It, for me, is
What's up, friends? It's your boy GP with DeOrganized Media, bringing you another awesome episode of DeOrganized Nightly, where we get your favorite Gigabrain astronaut scholars together, have a dope high-frequency conversation about Bitcoin news, world news, alpha fresh and hot off the presses, you name it, we got it with DeOrganized. Tonight, we're going to get straight into, we're going to take a look at the Bitcoin chart, first of all, for just a second, just a very teensy, weensy little second, because Friday was very volatile. Some crazy volatility on Friday on the announcement of the tariffs. Aggressive tariffs on China. China saying that they're, aggressively putting tariffs on rare earth minerals. There was some banter. Trump talked about it on the timeline, and the market, Bitcoin namely, had a $20,000 candle to the downside from 122K all the way down to 102K, the biggest candle in Bitcoin history. So really crazy stuff. A lot of different things. And altcoins, I mean, man, got decimated. I'm telling you, a little bit of manipulation right there, I feel like. Because right after that, Trump made a post saying, that, hey, President Z only made a little mistake or whatever. And, he doesn't want his country to go into depression and we don't want the U.S., whatever. But the market started to recover. So it looks like it is up and to the right now, looking to, set a new higher high and maybe potentially looking for a new higher low and continuing on out. So we shall see. Guys, be careful in these markets. They do get very volatile and it can get hectic. So my heart goes out to anybody that lost their shirt in this massive liquidation. I think it was like over $300 billion liquidated out of the market. And then immediately after the positive Trump post, 500 billion got added right back to the crypto market. But without further ado, I got some guys in here. We're going to change up the format for tonight because we have a special guest tonight. Crypto Dude is going to show us a little bit about the skins that he has been baking on in CryptoNuts. So let me bring on the guys and we'll get into the news in just a few minutes. We do have our beloved Peace Love Music in the building. What's up, brother? What's
up, GP? I'm actually I'm playing with the now live on mainnet big market. I created one market, playing around with it. Bigmarket.ai is now live.
Let's go. Did you want to share your screen for a second? I think that dude's out of the house for a second, but looking like oh no, wait a minute. No, he's in here. Wait a minute. Boom. We got Cryptiddy in the building. Let's go.
Cryptiddy in the house.
And we have Base Chat Crypto Dude in the building. What's up, man? Crypto Dude. What we got here, man?
What up?
What's up, dude?
I'm just cooking another skin for the knives for the CryptoNauts game.
Okay, so we got Big Market pulled up, and then I'm gonna switch it with the CryptoNauts skin right quick, and then we can check out Big Market. That is big news right there. That is a big old market news right there. But what are we looking at here? So these are skins for CryptoNauts_STX.
Yeah, so I just cooked this one up. It's still I'm still cooking on it. Obviously, there's going to be a little bit more to it than this, but I just started whipping this up. I created this. I kind of used the other one that we created this as kind of an inspiration for this. So here, let me drag this in here and show you the dragon one. So we have this dragon one.
Sick, dude. Oh, look at that. That's sick, dude. Yes.
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 Yes. This one is probably one of my favorites so far, but I was like, I really like this direction in terms of style. So I kind of was, thinking, what if we had a tiger on there?
Trying to find the right format so we can actually like show the audience. Hey, that's me. How you doing? How you doing? There we go.
on there.
So we can better show it. All right,
like
there we go.
tigers.
Now we can show it
Like a
like
tiger.
this, and this works a little bit better. But yeah, now we can see the details. That tiger tooth, right? What is this? This is a saber tooth. What are we gonna name this skin, right, for this knife? It's a
That's a great question.
Pretty epic.
Great question. What we should name it, but I'm really digging the style. So basically, what I've done here is I've kind of created a nice little workflow with ChatGPT. So I gave it some context. Like I'm looking for these types of, images. I kind of provided some context in terms of like
what the images will be used for. Right.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's going to be on the blade of a knife in my game, and I want it to be a tiger. I want it to have these tones and these colors. I want some black and some orange and some highlights that'll work well with metal. And so it doesn't always produce a decent image at first. Like actually, I would say probably 9 out of 10 times it's not that great. But you iterate on it enough, and then you'll eventually get one that's like, okay, I might be able to work with that. So then I bring it, import it as a texture into Substance Painter. Then I just drag it over here to the blade. Now we could cook one up right now if we wanted, I guess.
Yeah, that'd be sick, dude. And we've got the Don Draper of Stacks, Jackman Switch in the house. What's up, Jack?
What's up, guys? Y'all early tonight.
Yeah, man.
I know. I jumped in. I thought I was gonna get to say hi to the Chads, and it was already live. I'm like, oh man, all right. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I made a straight to cooking because Crypto Dude's got a few minutes. He's got some IRL stuff that he's got to handle. So I figured we get straight into it because I do want to see a little bit about what is being cooked for Cryptonauts. And I am too making some skins for Cryptonauts. But dude, Crypto Dude is really mastering the craft, and some of these skins that he's coming up with these different, methods that he's applying within the tools we're using to build these skins, getting very flawless with it. So love it, man. I figured
this
we
one's pretty cool.
jump straight into this.
Blade.
Yes, and obsidian. All right, nice, like volcanic, like glass.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We got the skull coin one that's cooked.
And the skull coin one looks great. Still my favorite is the dragon. Can we pull the dragon one back up too? Just get a closer look because I got the right size screen now, and I think we might be able to appreciate the details just a little bit more. And if you did not know, Cryptonauts is the first third-person shooter on Bitcoin via Stacks that is connected with on-chain activity. You may be able to hold certain assets and get different skins for holding.
What you're looking at is, the skin that is an NFT. This will be ownable. I imagine this one is going to probably be a 1 of 1. So
yeah, it's good enough to be. That's for sure.
It does seem like that. So yeah, I'm excited about how, Substance Painter is most definitely one of those tools. The more you use it, just like Photoshop, the better you get with it.
Right.
So, we've got more people involved. Now actually on the Substance Painter, side of things too. We got you, obviously. You've been there, and we've got Cryptiddy now also hammering on it, and we've got Dark Dude hammering on it. So
that's right.
We've got a handful of us already hammering on the skins. Obviously, there's the logical side of the game as well. We've got a couple of us on that as well. CryptoSmith is involved. So, we got CryptoSmith's new PC sitting over here, by the way.
Okay, gangster.
Trying to ship out to him. So, I thought I'd mention that. Anybody out there in the... Oops, I minimized my stuff here. Anybody out there in the audience wants to help contribute to the shipping cost of a PC to Nigeria, feel free to, because it is insanely expensive to ship anything to Nigeria.
What? We should do a crowdfund.
Do we know what the best shipping option is? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, more than likely it's FedEx, and it's going to be anywhere from $500 to $1,000. Yeah.
Well, 500 is a lot better than 1,000, but
it depends on how many boxes we need because this monitor's kind of beefy, but
yeah, it's big.
It's 27 inch. It's got 320 hertz on the thing. Quite impressive. I'm like, that's a nice
Yeah,
one.
you're drooling.
Dude's like, God damn.
I'm like, I gotta give me one of those.
He got a better machine than me.
He does. Yeah, it's gonna be a better PC than I got, and I'm super happy about that. It's legendary. He deserves it, and everybody in the ecosystem that grinds hard deserves to be rewarded. So, on that note, let's think about these rewards here for skins. I mean, we got obviously this tiger skin.
Oh.
Hey, GP. So we got this tiger skin. I think that's good enough for now on that one. I'll come back to it and circle back to it. What should we do? Like cook up real time. So let's duplicate this.
Some sort of like.
What about like an alien or something?
I think an alien would be pretty cool to see. Like, is it like an ET style alien? Or are we talking about like a gray? Or are we talking about like, what are we, maybe a Gigapepe knife? I'm not even sure. Like a memo bot knife.
We most definitely going to be doing those.
Yeah, so maybe I don't know. Like an alien is a good concept. Like I think that we could do that. Maybe some flying saucers and stuff, or like maybe even just a galactic blade to where it's like stars and like colors of the cosmos on the blade.
All right, let's
and
see
then have a alien on top of that or something,
Yeah, I gave it a general. I'm asking ChatGPT right now and saying, hey, generate me one of these like similar to what we already cooked up, but maybe put an alien in there.
You like a pinup, like one of those pinups that they used to have on like the World War II aircraft. That'd look cool.
Oh, a pinup chick? Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That is a great idea. Great feedback. And if you want to get involved with Cryptonauts and kind of shaping, if you have any ideas that you would like to see on some of the skins, get into the Cryptonauts Discord, guys. Follow Cryptonauts _STX on X and then get into the Discord because you can shape the future of GameFi on Bitcoin via stacks right now. Help with lore or just want to contribute ideas to, get into the game. This is early stages, guys. So you have the chance to kind of trailblaze with us. So get into the Discord.
You guys want to see what I've cooked up for the website, by the way, on the Cryptonauts website?
Would love it. Absolutely would love it.
Let me share it here.
Yeah, because it's really cool. It's really cool to kind of see, like, you've always been that way, like, since I've known you, Crypto Dude, is that you take the community's feedback near and dear to your heart, which, I love the way you build in the open, right? And then you also implement ideas that people, suggest, like, immediately. And you guys iterate very, very quickly. So, things progress the more ideas that are thrown at us. So
I shared the wrong window. Hold on, my bad.
And Zenny, welcome, dude. Welcome. I saw that Zenny jumped in, so welcome, Zenny.
Hi, yeah, I'm just chilling with you.
Yeah, man. Welcome, man. You know what's up. Come through and hang anytime, brother. But yeah, we'll talk a little bit about what happened over the weekend and stuff like that after, because Crypto Dude has, limited time. So I really, really just wanted to have kind of a demo of how Substance Painter works and, what better dude to do it than the dude himself, right? The dude of all dudes, the base dude, the most base dude. I'm talking about this guy is based on base squared, dude. So.
All right, let's pull this out here. So the Cryptonauts website, it'll be at a different URL. It's just at cryptonauts.boostx.cc at the moment. We'll get a different URL for it eventually. But basically the lore we've kind of refined a little bit. So there's kind of the background or the backstory is a decoded signal from deep space revealed ancient alien technology buried for millennia. And then now independent salvagers compete in Cryptonaut frames across the moon's surface and beyond. So basically, it's competitive salvage. You battle rivals to earn rewards and artifacts. There's codex artifacts. Every cosmetic and ability is a tradable NFT. Then there's Genesis Season 0. Join Season 0 and claim exclusive founder rewards. So there's the features. Everything is an NFT component. the unified codex component system makes every weapon skin, character, cosmetic, and player ability a tradable NFT. Build your loadout, express your identity, and own your gaming legacy on the blockchain. So obviously it'll have Stacks blockchain integration, like we already know. There's the Season 0 Battle Pass. You'll have your identity components, basically, which is your frame skin, your weapon skins, your even cosmetic effects, basically just visual stuff. And then, it's not going to be available at launch at Season 0, but the gas components, which will be offensive, defensive, mobility, and utility components, basically, that are actually directly impacting your gameplay. And then obviously there'll be a marketplace, and then ways to discover rewards, through, events and whatnot. So there'll be some progression, basically. And so the back lore is basically when Earth's governments collapsed, lunar mining corporations discovered the Codex treasury, alien technology and encoded artifacts buried in the regolith. Now independent salvagers pilot identical cryptonaut frames in a ruthless competition for cosmic artifacts, where every recovered component is a blockchain verified treasure. So the Great Salvage Rush is basically kind of the way I look at this. We're gonna start on the moon, do our free for all and our shoemaker race, where we have basically our 2 modes that we already got. And then we'll add more modes and more maps over time, and as we obviously add that gameplay ability system. I won't go in too much more detail, other than down here we have the Stacks ecosystem partnerships. Obviously there'll be integration with BoostX, tapping into GP's Gigaverse.
Let's go.
We're obviously secured by the Stacks ecosystem. We got deep integration with Bitcoin. And then, Nakamoto 1, we're going to have, a way to kind of inspect the treasure chest and interact with it and deposit. And, we'll have some themed, aspects in there. So I don't have the gallery in place, but we got place for a gallery, obviously.
Nice.
Then you'll be able to connect your wallet. And this is all placeholder data on the inside, but we'll have events. It'll be scheduled events, achievements, leaderboards, your inventory, which is basically, your codex components, basically, and then a store to trade them. So you'll be able to obviously trade in-game certain things, and then obviously trade on the marketplace on the site, and also third-party NFT marketplaces like Gamma as well. So pretty excited.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited too. In different seasons, we have a lot of different things planned. So Season 0 is basically to showcase
it's about the concept.
It's about the concept, the proof of concept that you can own your gaming assets, and then go play with them and have fun with them, trade them, speculate on them, all of that. So I really think that the Battle Pass Season 0 is going to be awesome. It's going to be a great experience, but we're also going to continue to iterate and add more features and more gameplay abilities, more different game modes and stuff like that. Maybe you go to a different planet and it's a whole different game mode and it looks completely different and it's not a shooter, party game, all of that, right?
Yeah, this is going to basically serve as our launch point into Unreal and integration with Stacks. There's going to be, I'd imagine, games that will be derived from gameplay mechanics and vibes that we come up with as a community in this game. Ones that will be maybe more pushed and flushed out by other game developers. Like that's the goal here. We're not just going to be providing the game, which is obviously we want to have a fun experience, but we also want to provide good documentation for future game developers to also integrate and onboard onto Stacks and help, have a fun experience with their games in a new ecosystem, basically.
I love it, dude.
What do you think building this game as PvE, not PvP, but like farm game? So I mean, like I just dropped the link in private chat from YouTube. It's episode from Ready Player One where they farm the planet, so they just get the points, XP, bonuses. So idea like in that metaverse, by following the book, like the idea was like to just make a game. Now there is a popular game like in real world, it called, I believe, like Space Invaders. Like I don't remember the exact name, but the game, yeah, where you just deploy on the planet and farm versus aliens, and it's
that's No Man's Sky.
Yeah, maybe. So
Maybe.
so the game, and it's like the movie like Edge of Tomorrow with Tom Cruise.
Yeah, I would love to create PvE experiences as well, like co-op experiences. That would be super based. I also want to do asymmetrical gameplay experiences too. So we can. I think there's
fight a creature on the moon.
Yeah, because
it
can be like a cultural thing more. Like if you create PvE experiences, it means like the people can have the fun, and they pay for the like a fun tax, like going to cinema. Because as I mentioned before, like it's very hard to create a PvP because the people start cheating. Remember?
Right.
Yeah. The PvP aspects are gonna most definitely require moderation. Like any PvP game, if you don't have moderation, you're going to have people that are going to try and abuse mechanics and stuff like that. It's going to be a game that gets patched. Like we're not looking at like this is going to be an automated solution where people can just hop in there, gamba, and out they go. I mean, that is the goal, kind of in a sense, but it's not just that. The goal is to hop in, have fun, have an actual moderated experience with a game master, so that way there is a fun, fair
that
experience.
makes sense, because if you have so amazing like skins, so amazing art, I'm following this all, it means like people can pay like because they just want to be the part of this culture, this world, not because like they want to extract the money. They want just to have a good time with friends or meet the new people.
And another thing is party games, Zinni. Party games, right? Like, so you go play putt-putt, or you go play like mini games, and you get it with a party of individuals and get a score, for just completing a whole course of mini games. And then at the end, whoever has the most points wins. That's a lot of fun.
Games that are also like you mentioned before, that are like less gameable, so to speak, in the sense that they're more, I guess you'd say like RNG, so to speak. Like rock paper scissors-esque mechanics. Those most definitely have a great place in GameFi. So, I think what you're building with, the Strike game, I think there's going to be a lot of overlap and cross-pollination, like between the two projects. Like I can.
What's going to be even more lit when we can add these to these games is the prediction markets, which you can do right now over at bigmarket.ai.
Nice transition.
Which, live right now, you have prediction markets on Bitcoin at Big Market AI. They just went live on mainnet today. The first market on there right now is whether or not Powell will cut in October. And if you guys want any specific markets made, you let me know. I can make whatever markets we want right now.
Awesome, dude. I think.
Oh, go ahead, Jimmy.
I think that maybe something along the lines of like integrations with Stacks. Let them speculate on who, what, when, where, why. Is it a treasury company? Is it a tier one stable that comes first? Is it the wallet that they're talking
That's a
about?
good one.
Yes.
We can. So let me talk to Chat GPT about this while you're talking to me.
Yeah, I think that maybe letting them speculate on what comes first: a tier one stable, a wallet, a bridge, or a treasury company coming to deploy their put their Bitcoin, a Bitcoin treasury company to come put their Bitcoin to work by year's end, or what comes first.
So
There's many ways that you can
let me
put
get
that.
this straight again. A tier one stable, a multi-chain wallet, a treasury company adopting stacks.
Yes, adopting stacks. What comes first?
Those three? Or was there something else?
Of those, I think those three are good. Like just three options, just to test it out. See who thinks what comes first, and giving people that like multiple answers. Right? You don't want to give them too many, but those three have already been kind of spoken
which comes
on.
first.
Like
I think
tier
we
one
actually have to have a specific end date, though.
Okay, so by year's end.
By year's end, and which is adopted first. And so
which is
one option
adopted
could
first?
be none of them, I guess.
Yes, that would be a good one. Yeah, none by year's end would make sense to bring it all full circle, and like, you know what I mean, for people. That's a good one. Yeah, that's absolutely add that. So 4 different options. Yes, dude. And yeah, yeah, hell yeah. Oh, that knife is coming out fire. And then when
in the
you're
market prediction, you also have to choose which what the source of truth is. So that prediction market might be a little challenging to make.
With the source of truth, could we use it as the main stacks handle?
We could. I just don't know how it gets resolved, to be honest. Whether I resolve it, or there's disputes in the DAO, I guess. I'm not sure. I'll try to put it in there though. I'll see what the because you actually create markets with an AI. So I'm going to actually talk it over with Chat GPT, and then I'll put it into the AI model in there and see what it does for creating markets. This thing creates markets for you with the AI. You can just tell it what you want to create a market for, and it'll kind of fill it all in for you.
Well, did you want to walk us through it on a screen share after we're done doing
Absolutely.
this night real quick? Yeah, that way we can kind of demonstrate big market as well. And there are some topics that I want to cover as well, but I think that like a fun Monday where we're like kind of getting to see, skins being built for Cryptonauts, as well as like big market, prediction markets on Bitcoin. First are 2 really, really major things that are happening here that are fun to cover, but we do have some good news and good topics to talk about as well, like what happened Friday with the markets and the tariffs, and as well as I saw that the dual stacking will be being launched soon as well. I saw that on timeline for stacks, so then that's in the main stacks news. So I do want to talk about that.
That's the easy one too. Will dual stacking be live before the end of the month? Say, right? That's right. An easy one.
That's a very easy
that's
one,
a great one.
because
that's a super easy one to set up.
Yeah, I think maybe that would be the one to set up live and walk through. Yeah,
you get a lot of community participation too.
Yeah, so exactly, and then because there's a lot of people speculating, and then I saw a post from Mr. Wolf talking about like some things, right? So I think that is a good one. We might just get some. You're right, Jack. Get some participation on that one. Also, maybe something surrounding the smart wallet. Passkey, that whole integration. So I don't know exactly how we would word it or what, but maybe something surrounding that as well. Easy ones are, of course, like Bitcoin. Do we see another drawdown? Are we going up from here? Do we see a green month for October, or do we see a red month for October? That's an easy one. You know, we have 2 weeks to resolve that market, pretty much, just a little under 2 or over 2 weeks.
What you guys think?
Dude, this is looking great. This is looking great. I love it. Can you zoom in a little bit, like on the yes, and then like turn the knife? Yeah, there you go. That's impressive. That's insane. I love how the metallic look to it, and on the skin, the wrinkles on the skin kind of show whenever you like the details show whenever you move it around. It's pretty cool.
The UFO at the top too,
I
by the way.
do.
Look at that. It's a UFO.
Oh shit, a little UFO too. Okay, beam me up, Scotty. Let's go. Yeah, that's dope.
This is like super fun to do. I'm not gonna lie.
I agree. I've experienced it, and I don't ever want to go back to a 2D medium. I'm just playing. I got work. I got to launch.
Gotta take that back.
Yeah,
to
take that
have
back.
like
but it's a
the
lot of fun.
PVE on that game to be how you get like the really cool NFTs, but then to be able to have like the PvP, you'd be able to use them, right? Like you get like some really, you know, not just the appearance, but you get, you know, skill points basically, right? And I don't know. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this model is going to be super fun. I mean,
Like
especially
just
when
forget about trying to balance it. Make like an unhinged mode, right? Where you could have like the equivalent of like a snub nose revolver that shoots like, you know, missiles, right? Like you want it'd be awesome.
Yeah, there is the potential to like fully leverage. I mean, because the gameplay ability system is pretty intense. You can do a lot of stuff with it, and obviously we can encode data onto NFTs, like, you know, metadata, so to speak. So there's most definitely overlap in terms of metadata and attribute data with abilities and weapons and itemization and inventory, so to speak. So, you know, the character sheet of a character in an RPG obviously has attributes. NFTs have attributes. There's, you know, most definitely a world in which we can leverage that to the nth degree. It's just a matter of how much time and how many people can we onboard into the team to really speed run it, right?
Yeah, and I mean it's just a matter, like you say, you just get started and just build it out. It's gonna, you know, you're kind of like building the skeleton, also.
Yeah, proving out the concept, basically proving that we can have NFTs on stacks. We can use them in game. We can, you know, connect our wallet in game. We can select based on the ownership of what we own to stylize and, you know, configure our loadout as a character. Basically, the customization of a character being ownable basically is the goal. That's the underlying model that we think will lead to the most onboarding, because that's going to empower the user, the player, the most. It's going to give them the freedom to recoup their time, right? If they want to swap an asset, nothing's more annoying than losing basically a bunch of time into a game.
Right.
Peace. Another good prediction market is, will tomorrow be green or red? Because Jerome talks tomorrow.
He talks tomorrow
at 12:20. Yeah, he talks tomorrow at 12:20. Did you want to cover that?
What he's talking? Are you sure?
Positive. Saw it on the timeline just now. He will be having a speech.
I don't think
tomorrow.
that's a regular speech.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. If it's an emergency speech. Here, let me just double check and verify. Let's see. Yep, Powell's speech takes center stage in Tuesday's economic events. So, as traders approach another pivotal day for financial markets, a series of crucial decisions and economic data releases that could sway market dynamics are expected on Tuesday, October 25. The spotlight will be on Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell's speech, future monetary policy directions.
Yeah, but this isn't. This is a keynote speech at a.
It's not
like an. Yeah, it's not like an official speech as Federal Reserve Chair kind of thing. Like he's not making a.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not FOMC.
Not a policy speech.
It's not meant. We'll play it by ear, I guess.
That's good because you said I didn't know he was speaking tomorrow. I know that the Fed meeting for October is I think it's like the 28th, 29th.
Right. At the end.
And yeah, it's at the end of the month. So if he was, it would probably not be good if he was talking tomorrow officially, it would be in an emergency capacity. So
yeah, maybe we should cover it. Maybe we should.
We can definitely cover it. It's probably going to be pretty mundane, but it might get some viewership numbers anyway.
Yeah, we can spectate.
What time did it say it was? At noon?
11:20 a.m. So what we could do is roll from the morning show, like the stream, and then maybe just keep it rolling. Play an ad here or there, and then maybe.
You know what? Maybe what I'll do is I'll load up the SIP call. Load up the SIP call, and we'll run the SIP call at the end of Fine to Earn, and we'll just keep it running live. I'll screen share and run the SIP call.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, and then we move whenever it gets time for him to speak, we just come back and then. Make the damn thing happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we can definitely try that.
Okay, cool. We'll give it a shot tomorrow. And dude, this looks sick. Dude, look at that. Dude, Fine to Earn. Find these bullets. Let's go. Catch these bullets. Bullets to earn.
Yeah, nice.
Look and fly as a bird.
Find you some lead poisoning.
Oh shit. But yeah, these look great, man. Did you want to show off the Screen Fiends one that you did for the AR?
Yeah,
it's one of my favorites. Yeah, if you want to go through some of the ARs, dude, they are some of my favorites. If you wanted to show them off, I know that you worked on a couple of snipers as well as maybe a shotgun or two. Yeah, dude, the ARs that you have done are epic. I have a couple that I can share, but I need to, like I said, run an Ethernet cable to my new machine. That way I don't have any packet loss or anything like that whenever I'm, streaming and stuff. I'm still getting a little bit of that, but I imagine that would have, and then I'll be able to share.
Yeah, this is one I'm still cooking on for Skullcoin for an AR. It's looking pretty fly.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, that's pretty
cool. It looks like royalty, like the purple and the yellow.
Yeah, and I like how this here, let's re-enables here. I like how this kind of flows into that.
I just created a market. Will STX close above 69 cents by October 31st, 2025?
There you go. That's a good market.
Nice. Yes.
I'm going to go get yes on that market right now. By the way, it's right now the bets are in a free token called Big Play that has no value. So it's live on mainnet, but it's not actually real fun.
So it's like testnet mainnet.
It's right. So you're not gonna you actually can earn reputation right now, but you're not spending money. At least I did. Right, you set your market in Big Play, right, Jack?
Yeah.
There was no option to change it to anything else, right?
I didn't try. Yeah, I just went with Big Play and I minted some Big Play because I'm a bet on it,
Yeah, exactly. So you guys can get to the big
You know
market
what-
right now and mint some big play around with it. Eventually,
You know what's a big play? Jack is a big play. I'd bet on that guy any day. That guy's ahead of the curve. He's a stud.
Jack, big play, bin switch.
Let's go. Don Draper of Stacks. Let's go.
Let's see. Before we get too excited, I want to make sure it actually works.
It took about 20 minutes for my market to show up after the transaction went through fast, but it took about like literally 20 minutes. Honestly, it might have even been like I closed down the browser and reopened it, and that actually, well, not the browser, the window, and like I did a hard refresh, that didn't do it, and then closing it and then opening it in a new tab.
I mean, here's the deal, dude. Like, prediction markets are fun as shit. Like,
Yes, they are. They're so much fun.
Get at them, but they're also they're good. Like, if you think about all the COVID bullshit, if we'd had prediction markets during COVID, you know how much of that shit people wouldn't have fell for because you would have had people bet on good information.
Right.
Like, all of the information, all of the money side was on the bullshit side of COVID. You couldn't put money on the other side, right? So like that's
What's
well,
up,
we got
Jake?
Jacob Brown in the
Brown
house.
Jake, what's going on, buddy? Shit.
Open up. What's up, y'all?
Long time, man. Long time. Glad to have you on here. We're talking about Big Market because Big Market just launched their prediction markets, and we're launching markets and taking a look at these skins that we're creating for Cryptonauts.
Oh yeah, I saw Big Market launch. I haven't played with it yet.
Yeah, dude. We're gonna get into looking a little bit into that as well. Probably Jack just launched a market. Steve is working on launching one. I think he's gonna do like a little demo and stuff. How you been, bud?
Good, dude. Wait a minute. So you can launch your own markets, or not just like pre-approved whatever? It can be total degen shit. 'Cause I imagine Jack is doing something crazy right now.
Of course, you know it.
Was totally cool. It's just Stack's going to be above 69 cents by October 30th.
It's just the first two, right? And I can create them so far.
Okay.
And Mike probably Antonio.
But I will probably do some degen shit, yes. But I figure we'll start conservatively.
And the token, it's in a token that is just like test token right now. So it's like, yeah, but it is mainnet. It is mainnet.
And you earn reputation. You're earning the karma. You're earning karma, which down the line will
little airdrop
earn you reputation.
Oh, okay, a little rep. Okay, repping like I'm stepping. I see it. Yeah, dude. It's been a crazy like last 4 days. And it, Jay, shit, $20,000 candle on Bitcoin. Shit.
Dude, just going the wrong way, but yeah.
The crazy thing is, new people that just started, they have never seen Bitcoin act like that before. Like,
right.
If you've been around a minute, you're like, oh yeah.
Like, congrats, guys! It's your first Black Swan event, and it was like,
yeah.
Now you got your stripes.
Yeah, we need more memes with red dildos, not green dildos. That's what we're seeing right now.
It's like big green candles are the best marketing, guys. You did the opposite.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Well, I think it basically, I mean, unless there was some foul play, and I've seen some people say that it looks like there was some foul play. I don't know if there was or not. But basically, look, you got all of these perps, completely transparent. They're all on chain. Anyone can go see the positions. And there's always a bigger fish. So if you had some market makers and exchanges really wanted to just take a lot of liquidity, it was a great way to do it.
Well, here's my take, dude. So, how did Crypto Dude get so big, man? A big body Crypto Dude in the house. Let's go.
How I am. Cool.
Here's my take. So, gold and silver going parabolic after China says big boy tariffs on rare earth minerals, right? So, I have this to show you. Let me pull this up real quick. But my take is scare everybody else out of Bitcoin so they can buy it cheaper, and then pump gold so everybody chases gold, right? I just feel like there's something odd to this whole move for me. Like it just the timing. And then I saw that an undoxed wallet actually, an undoxed wallet opened up a short position before the 30 minutes before Trump made the announcement about big boy tariffs on China, everything from China, and boom, big red ass candle to the downside, $20,000, largest candle in Bitcoin history to the downside, and that person is 20 million plus in profit, and then they just added to the short.
It was 200 million.
Yeah, there you go, 200 million.
Hey
Yeah.
Steve, make sure did you turn your tokens on, because you can see your big plate token, you can see your governance token, you can see your reputation token. You just have to activate them.
Yeah, you can see. Yes, I just couldn't see them on the. I didn't get them at first. It took a while for them to show up.
Gotcha.
So gold going parabolic. Here we go. So gold falls 2.4% in the largest daily decline since April 23. Trump Trump says massive China tariffs are coming. Trump announces 100% tariff on China. Boom, boom, boom. Trump eases stance on China, and then gold extends gains to $110 an ounce in 1 day. So boom, boom, boom. Like volatility, man, crazy. New all-time high for gold there. And Bitcoin is actually recovering a little bit after all that noise. So, what are we thinking about this, guys? And Steve, did you want to pull up your screen and show launching of a market here in a minute too?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready, Freddy.
Yeah,
if you're ready for it.
What are we thinking, guys? Like price manipulation, scare tactics? What? Jake, I'll pitch to you. What are you thinking, man?
I don't know. I'm too left curve for this shit, so I don't know. I've been reading what you've been reading. I think Jack's right. I think the perp dex or perp meta, hyperliquid everything has made a bunch of people go way too long, and so they got liquidated. And you got big ass people like BlackRock who know what they're doing, so they're probably like watching the charts, and then they go,
Right.
"Hey, if we just knock that domino, if we set this short up and then knock that domino, we're gonna be fucking good."
They know how to nudge it just right and to set themselves up ahead of time. And
I mean, look, if you were trading perps, on BitMEX or Deribit or any of that, like you were trading against the exchange anyway. Like they knew where your
they know what you're doing. And the other thing is, so today there was a story today. I forget the guy's name from Hyperliquid. Accused the big centralized exchanges of
James Wynn
masking, who was masking their like actual losses, like that the liquidity that the leverage that was in the system was not actually as obvious to everybody as it should be, or it would be on centralized perp dexes.
And I mean, the other part is there was a lot of alts that was pumped really, really high on leverage. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the guy, he doesn't post under Messi anymore. He posts on like a semi-private account called Agent Chud. He's an OG. He's been around a long time. I remember like one of the first things I learned from this space, listening to a podcast that he was a guest on, and he's like, "Look, in altcoin," he said, you don't have to like go in with leverage on an altcoin. Altcoins are already leveraged.
Yes.
Exactly. Why would you do that? And that stuck with me. But that's like a good example why. That's why alts got ass wiped. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I will say through all of this, it did make me want to actually try it. So I've been using Velar over the weekend, and I'm up $40, so that's good.
Hey,
but
you
it
got a
is
pizza.
bad stressful, bro. I am not built for that life. It is bad stressful watching those things. Like it starts going down 2%, and I'm like, "Fuck! Do I close it?"
You're getting stressed out over $20.
Yeah, it's not good. I'm not built for that life at all.
It's stressful.
200x left for Jake. No 200. 200x left is crazy. I want to play with it though. I'm that type of DJ where I'm gonna I'll put $1 in there. I'll put enough margin so my liquidation price is 0, and then just let it be open, and hopefully the funding fees don't.
And that's the other thing that got people was the cross margin.
Yes, the
Like,
cross margin, dude.
if you have isolated margin, you're only going to lose so much. Like I learned some ugly lessons about cross margin about 5 years ago.
I don't even know
I,
what
I,
that means.
I don't even know what you're saying.
So
I
like,
don't know what cross
okay,
margin
you're
means.
at the exchange and you have X amount of dollars, right? Whether it's let's say you're on BitMEX and you're at XBT, so you're sitting there with X amount of dollars and you put out a long on Bitcoin and a long on Ethereum, and they both have their own liquidation points. Well, if you're just an isolated, whatever that liquidation point is for whichever one you're in, you're good. Don't hit the liquidation. With cross margin, like they're kind of sharing a liquidation.
You have more leverage on cross market,
Right.
but you
And
could
so
actually get hosed. You have way more risk.
You lose your whole shirt versus what you put into your isolated position is the difference, right? Like you can put like you can fund your account, your trading account with, like, say you use $1,000, you can put it on isolated, and it'll only what you put into it. Like you can buy into a position and have, like, say $10, and then use your leverage, and then have $100 as the rest of your margin there, and it'll only eat up that $100, even though you have $1,000 in the account. Versus cross margin, you have $1,000 there, it's gonna pull from all of what you have funded there.
Yeah, it's a good way to get wrecked, especially if you don't understand that. And like, I suspect a lot of people who just went from meme coins and just starting to experiment with leverage for the first time, they probably didn't understand that.
Oh, they definitely. There's no probably about it.
Hey, I learned about leverage trading 200x whenever the Terra Luna crash came, dude. So that was pretty crazy. And then I did it again. I learned again. GP learns the hard way. So again, when FTX happened, crazy. I don't know why I do that to myself, but I guess I'm a pain freak.
No, it's true.
Yeah, dude. So
until it hurts.
Yeah, dude, it hurts so bad. It hurt. It was like, oh, dude, crazy. So I did have a couple things, fellas, like in this, as far as like stacks news. Let me pull this up real quick. I saw that dual stacking, right? Dual stacking by the end of the month. Crazy. That's a good prediction market that we may be able to like look into. So
is that what the post says? It'll be active by the end of the month.
Don't quote me on that. I'm gonna pull up my my bookmarks and we can read it together, and then maybe we make that the prediction market that we want. So let me go in and look at this guy. Serious biz. He's got something to talk about tomorrow. All right, here we go. Let me see. Andre here. So we just published the dual stacking light paper, the foundation for sustainable Bitcoin native yield built on SBTC. Excited to share what's next for Bitcoin yield on Stacks. Dual stacking combines SBTC yield with an XTX multiplier, aligning Bitcoin capital and the Stacks network in one incentive model. The more STX you hold, the greater your BTC yield. Here's the high level flow. Mint SBTC, a 1-to-1 Bitcoin-backed asset, earn base BTC yield, boost rewards by stacking STX, or deploying SBTC into DeFi. In the V1 launch, all SBTC deployed into Stacks DeFi will receive an automatic yield boost. Boom, boom. All rewards are paid in SBTC, only possible via Stacks' POX consensus. It's Bitcoin in, Bitcoin out, secured by decentralized SBTC signer network. The goal is to make Bitcoin productive while preserving decentralization and security. Dual stacking goes live this month. Read the paper. Here you go. That is stx.is or is/dual/stacking or -stacking. So get notified when dual stacking goes live at stacks.co/dual-stacking. Get your SBTC plus STX ready. So crazy. That is going live, and I'm excited for that one, fellas. I mean, it's been one of those more bullish things that I've seen on the timeline. And also USDH looks good on Dex Screener. So SIP10s are also listed on Dex Screener. And just to put this in there, zero bad debt on that crazy fucking move from Zest Protocol. So also still based.
That's
yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, dude.
That's really good. Yeah, you want me to walk through creating that market?
Yeah, dude, I'm excited. I want to see it. I want to see it, man.
All right. So I'm on Big Market. You got to mint the big play token. That's like kind of like the test token for now.
Okay.
I've already minted, but I'll mint some more. Might as well. I'm going to. So these are the markets that are active right now. This one I created a little while ago. It's about the Fed. I'm going to go here to create a market. You actually have an AI market generator. You can actually just drop URL in there or put an idea in there. I actually just went over this all with ChatGPT, and while we were having some other conversation, so I already have kind of a prompt for this. And what it does.
What does the prompt do?
I went and
I wish I had the same. All right, so Bitcoin's price. Oh, no, that's not the right one. It's gonna blare out of me.
I just used the AI market generator just strictly from the idea, and it worked perfectly.
Yeah, that's well. I made the idea. I just had ChatGPT or Gemini make a prompt for me, and it didn't seem to. It just didn't generate it. I think this is just a default. So let me actually do this. Will dual stacking. I'm gonna actually. I think it's long. Let me go back to the Gemini and see if I can get it to Control A. Too long. Make it shorter. See if I can just get it. 'Cause
Bitcoin prediction markets. Let's go.
what did yours have? What did you have truth, or did it just kind of give you one?
It just picked one, like whatever kind of reputable crypto reporting organization.
So it just kind of gave you one.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let me see if I got that for me.
I like how there's like, dude, this is going to cause so much speculation. I love it. Prediction markets are fun.
Yeah.
Do we have a dual stacking? I'm going to steal one of those images from Andre's post.
Jake, you ever play around with prediction markets?
Have not yet.
Dude.
No.
I won like $60 betting on the Patriots in a prediction market on Robinhood this weekend.
That's a win. Let's go. Wins key
Nice.
for peace. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
It was easy money too.
They're cool. Like you can get real degen with it if you want. But I mean, it's also a source of good alpha. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say you want to open a position. Let's say you want to open a position on Stacks, for instance, and you've got a healthy prediction market here, and you're looking to see what's everyone saying. Is it going to dip to 50 cents in the next hour, or is it going to, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can use this, and people are already starting to do that with things like Limitless, right? Where you can just go and, hey, is Ethereum going to be above this or below this in the next hour? Well, if I want to, if I don't know a whole lot and I want to open a position, I'm gonna see what everyone else is saying and say, okay, maybe this is where I set my buys. And that's just like a bare minimum use case for this stuff. I like it. I think it's going to wind up being a lot bigger, and it's already.
We need I want to make a lot of money, so we need to onboard Jim Cramer and get him into prediction markets, right? So I could just bet against him every single time. How do we do that?
All right, so it created, so when I made a simpler prompt, it put everything in there for me. I walked right through it, almost all of this in there. I grabbed an image. I went through the resolution, and it gave it a 1-day cooldown period. It picked the end of the month because that was it picked the Stacks Twitter and Stacks.org blog channel. Address is resolution sources. It had all the market info there, and I'm going to create it now. I create it. It's 2 transactions to create. So one's a signature, just a signature. And then the next one is committing, and I'm committing 1,000 big play tokens. Now it has been submitted. It's been it's been taking like 15-20 minutes for them to actually show up.
Okay, so we'll give it a minute, and I'll share my screen, and I'm gonna
Here's
go.
Jack's market.
Yep.
Stacks price for October.
Yep.
Am I still
And then-
sharing?
Yeah, you're still sharing. You gonna go bet on it?
So I'm going to
There you
say,
go.
yeah, it will be 69 or above. And I'm going to bet 100 big play.
You want to scroll or give it a good mouse scroll in real quick? Like a little zoom for the boom boom, you know what I mean? Not for the boom boom. That means something else.
I know what you mean. I know what you said.
GP's mind goes to the gutter sometimes whenever he doesn't even mean to. Accidentally just gutter, dude. I had a really good weekend, so.
And what's cool is like if you create a market, you get to keep some of the fees. So,
that's it.
Yeah,
right.
Like so, I mean, it's truly like a decentralized market that anyone can use.
And then there's a mechanism called like something to do with reputation or a reputation boost.
Okay.
Which you can buy big R token, but so far that's not showing. Did you buy any big R token, Jack?
I
There's
don't think.
DAO governance, like some kind of DAO mechanism that I'm not sure of all the details of yet. But by holding, I think the big R token will have your DAO voting allotment will be from one of those tokens, I believe. And I think you earn karma by staking your big token. You earn big from having R token. The big R token gives you reputation boost, which gives you something. I'm not sure of all the mechanisms there yet because I don't know if they're all turned on.
So this is it's got a lot more to it than just like prediction markets. You can earn for launching markets. You can go and participate in the governance of the platform. Like there's some stuff put into this. This is pretty cool. I got to do a little research on it and figure out what big R is, and I got to go mint my, what is it? Mint some big play in the building.
You got to mint some big play. That's where it starts. And this is like alpha mainnet, so it's just in alpha phase, but it's functioning. It's ready to go. And these guys have been working on this for a while. They won the Biddle battle in March, actually, this project. They've been honing this for a while. It takes a lot to get all these things to work well, too. Jack and I have been able to playing testnet a little bit on it, so it's like it functions and then something else doesn't, then you get that fixed and something else doesn't work right. So it's been a little while for these guys tightening some buttons. So I'm actually surprised they went right to mainnet. We were talking about doing like a testnet version like a couple months ago, getting a group to testnet, and they just kind of almost just did it. It was a lot of trial and error, got it where they wanted it, and now they went mainnet. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean that's all we can do is see how it goes, test it out, play with it. And if you feel like you need an extra added layer of security, make a brand new wallet and go play with it. You know what I mean? Like it is a
Of course. You don't have to use you don't want to use the fund where your main funds are or significant amount of funds are for playing around with anything.
Yeah, you want to have some fun, dude. Like that's okay. You can still be safe and have fun too, right? They taught us about they taught us about that in middle school. The banana and they rolled the thing over the banana, right?
That's a little different, but yeah.
This is actually why. So the conversation we were having earlier about native passkey and WebAuthn and how that's going to change things for onbees. Really, someone that's crypto native doesn't have a wallet can come to this app once it has a passkey functionality, create a wallet that's embedded into the app. They don't ever need to use that wallet anywhere else again. They can actually use that wallet just on here, and that passkey works for this wallet. They go to another app, and that app has another passkey. And dude was saying, well, I think that even seems like a hash, but not really, because they're looking at it's an account.
That's
not
kind of how
a,
BankerBot works. That's like how Agent Hustle works. It's easy,
right?
And like, so then you don't have to hear GP's, having safe DEX lecture. He doesn't have to bust out the banana and the USB port or whatever.
Dude, I'm gonna make a funny, educational video and bust out the banana and the rubber, and this is the equivalent of using your hot wallet correctly. This is the difference between using a smart wallet and a hot wallet. Give a
DEX ed class.
Oh, what was that? Titty, you're a little bit like muffled, bub.
Oh, is my audio bit? I was saying you could give a DEX ed class.
Yeah, no, the DEX ed class is base, dude. It's right up there with Unmute Your Mic, my book that I'm writing. So I might just have to write a book about safe DEX. I love it, dude. Love it, man. Shooting the breeze with the guys is the best. So we're launching markets with Big Market, right? Go play around with Big Market, right? Go check out Cryptonauts, of course. You need, if you don't know about Bob, of course, I mean, where have you been living? I mean, as ETH is the test net. Everything will come back to the mother chain, including prediction markets. Who is Polymarket? I don't know. I know Big Market though. Yeah, and ditch your fiat back stables and get you some USDH, some Bitcoin back stables, baby. And go check out Bob, man. I'm telling you, go check out Bob. Shouldn't they check out Bob, Jake?
Not financial advice, but yes.
Shit, do your own research. You know the deal.
What we really want to see here is the winning. I'm telling you, the winning combo here is to be able to go right to your Stacks wallet and be able to participate in this prediction market, to be able to then go and say, hey, I want to stack some stacks. I want to dual stack, or I want to go do this at Zest, or I want to go do this at Granite, and just have all of that done very simply from your wallet, where that wallet pretty much replaces you might not even know what Zest homepage looks like, but you've used it 50 times. Right? That's where you want to head with all this stuff.
Well, we have the Satoshi AI terminal too, right? Where you can connect to multiple protocols. You can interact with StackingDAO, Zest, Hermetica, Bitflow, all of that from one really, really lovely place. And then you're earning points. You don't have to ever leave the terminal. And then imagine connecting smart wallets to that. And then imagine connecting an MPC or MCP server. And people start vibe coding apps that connect to the interoperability is going to be crazy whenever we have smart wallets and these passkeys and stuff, and people are able to identify the plays and then automate the plays and all of that. It's gonna be some serious biz. Our ecosystem is about to become. It's already extremely based. We have a very passionate, talented community of builders, devs. Community members, content creators, all of that here. The foundation is getting laid, man. Shit's gonna be crazy.
Wait, was that a double entendre? Is the foundation actually getting laid, or are we speaking about a
You caught that. You caught it, dude. You caught it. Thank you, Jack. Thank you.
You completely ruined me with the banana thing tonight.
Oh shit. So here, man, I thought this was is this a hot take, fellas? And we are getting around that hour and a half mark. I want to respect everybody's time. I love shooting the breeze with you guys, man. Thank you for this is one last thing. So Adam Back had this statement, and I want to know, hot take, cold take, what's up? Is this guy in the know or not? Where did it go?
Adam Back is in the know for sure.
Yeah,
he says, okay, but this might be a hot take, fellas. I'm not gonna lie. Oh yeah, and also Elon launched a big old rocket, the most powerful launch vehicle ever constructed, that happened while we were live as well. But apparently I did not, bookmark this. So let me go to Bitcoin Junkies. Was the Bitcoin Junkies? Don't know who made this handle, but let's see. I'll type this in and see if I can't pull up this Adam back. So, all right. Basically, what he said was all other cryptocurrencies except for Bitcoin are going to zero. Hot take, cold take. I want to go around the panel.
Well, he's a maxi, but he's earned it. So, I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
Is it a hot take? I don't agree with it.
What do you think, Jack?
Yeah, Sam.
I mean, the dude's 1 degree removed from Satoshi, right? Like, so you got to give him the respect that he deserves. But to say that Bitcoin's the only one that's going to do anything is crazy. I mean, it's the most
reliable one. It's the most reliable play. It's the safest play. It's definitely a good play.
It's the best, like, for a lot of reasons.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that there's not value to be had elsewhere. Like, how many improvements to Bitcoin, have come about because of developments in other cryptocurrencies that weren't Bitcoin? I mean, how many ideas were spawned, right? How many?
You wouldn't have anywhere near the value and usability of Bitcoin if it wasn't for Ethereum, Solana, Aptos, Stacks. Like, everything makes it more functional.
But the idea that it's where he's wrong is that this is a guy who very easily say, hey, look, Bitcoin's money, and cool, I'm all about that. Bitcoin's money. It's the best money. It's the hardest money. And all these other blockchains are inferior money, but not everything on a blockchain has to do with money. It can have to do with function. It can have to do with belonging. It can have to do with logistics. It can have to do with all of these different things, right? So that's where the logic falls short.
Right. Bitcoin's not a good identity platform.
What's Jake's take on this?
I agree. That's a ice cold take. I mean, if you say, like, is every token going to trend down against Bitcoin over the next 20 years? Yeah, I think for sure that's going to be the case. Like, there'll be tokens that rip for 6 months or a year, but are they going to last 20 years against Bitcoin? No. So he's, like, kind of right, but he goes too far and makes it like a definite thing.
Got you.
Of course, it's stupid. But then again, maxis think that stablecoins are dumb, and it's like, well, people are using them, bro. So,
I mean, we got Bitcoin-backed stablecoins. Are those dumb too? I mean, it is what it is, man. Like,
Side note: I have heard that there's a rumor that Shinobi is tweeting for Adam back the past couple weeks because if you read his tweets, he's been going hard on the Knots versus Core debates. Yes. And it has a little bit of Shinobi-esque flair in there. So there's a rumor he's been delegated access and just going hard in the tweet threads.
Well, dude, even maxis are like, you're not pure enough of a maxi with that Knox debate. I don't get it.
Right.
Yeah.
Like that gets silly. Like, I used to make a joke and call them the Bitcoin Amish,
Yeah.
That's real. That should be a meme.
Like the Bitcoin woke. But it's true. Like, you don't need to like do purity tests. Like, then you're kind of misunderstanding what all of this is about in the first place. But no, like, Jake's right. Like, you can't bet against Bitcoin, right? And you can't bet on anything rivaling it. But that doesn't mean everything else goes to zero. There's just too many other things that you're able to use this for.
Yeah, don't bet against Bitcoin. Bet with Bitcoin on bigmarket.ai.
There you go. Base take from Jake. I think that I've never played with the prediction market ever, but I am going to be playing with Big Market because it's on Bitcoin. It's in my ecosystem. It is in my wheelhouse, right? All I really know is stacks. I found Web3.
It's easy, stacks. And right now it's free.
Right? Yeah, so just makes sense. Blockface in the house, joining us a little late, but what's up, Blockface? How are we doing tonight, brother?
Leverage the empty capital in your house on Big Market, huh?
Yeah, dude, sell your kidney, go bet.
2 kidneys.
Empty capital. Not after Friday.
Shit, after Friday, yeah, dude. Or shit, sure. Yeah, unless you're that one anonymous whale that just made 200 milli. But yeah, dude. Blockface, what you been getting into today, man? I know we had the Stacks AI guild space earlier, and then you're working on some cool shit. What's up, man?
So there's like 4 hours or 5 hours till the turnkey tap to get a wallet with your face thumb.
No, it's got to be less time than that. You were saying that like 3 hours ago, man. You fall asleep. You're running out of time, Mike.
Now we have immaculate wallet creation, you know?
It's a virgin birth.
You mean you've already been ready to submit for the last several hours? Is that what you're telling me? You're all set.
Well, it's one of those things where sometimes team members join late and they're just like redoing the UI, all that stuff, making sure it works, testnet, all that stuff. But it's been that what was it called?
Big Market, Crypto Nuts.
For championship stuff in the background. Some people are expressing interest, you know?
Yes, that sounds cool. Having devs go up against each other in like a UFC fight, but you're naming it like something different. What was the name for it? Like where they go to battle and try to show their skills and whatnot. I want a prediction market surrounding that.
Something champions, wasn't it, or something?
I think we're talking to Dana White right now and Fertitta Brothers to see if we can license
Joey Rugen. Oh, where's Jack? He left.
Who's the Nate Diaz of devs in this ecosystem?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, who is that? You know what I mean? Who's the Anderson Silva of devs? Who's the Conor McGregor of devs? Because I want to see them fight in whatever Blockface is spinning up. It's gonna be interesting.
Let me tell you something. These devs will fight each other for free on Twitter Spaces for 12 hours straight, and we're not monetizing their anger. What the fuck is wrong with us? That's
Oh shit.
They're angry.
Well, the good thing too is they have those crypto fights. It's like BitBoy versus Destin Hoffman or whatever. Bro, I want to see someone who's like not trained. I want to see GP versus, I don't know, who would be someone that's never vibe coded before, really. And just like, you have 3 hours. We'll give you basic instruction and see who can like fumble their way to something dope.
I mean, with the MCP server debate, like we get the MCP servers up before this like all takes place. I think I can cook. I feel like I can cook.
It's funny because I talked to ADZ and his team today, and they were talking and they said, you know what, this is kind of too valuable to open source just willy-nilly, so they took it down. Once they realized they could do a handshake between Bitcoin, Stacks, and XRP, they were like, yeah, we're taking this down. So
Fuck, man. What'd you do?
Did you fork the code first? Do you have a backup somewhere? No.
Not fork. That's forking crazy.
Yeah, they're
no fork at a time like this.
You know, OpenAI built a bunch of stuff, and they were like, "Wait a minute."
So now they're gonna charge Stacks developers to use it, and then funnel the profits back into XRP. Is that what's gonna happen?
I think we are creating Finance 3.0, whether we like it or not.
Okay, all right. You know, I think that it's inevitable, right? Like
assuming that there's a market for XRP on Stacks.
Well, that's not for Stacks to decide. That's for the XR people. You know what I mean? Like when we open up the doors, you let the individual voluntarism their way into bankruptcy or fortune.
I think that you know, the bid is going to come heavy. I don't know if it'll come for XRP. That's all I'm saying.
Look, I don't believe in any of it. I think it's all captured. So, but I believe other people believe in it, and that's the point.
Yeah, that's what makes the whole thing work. People want to speculate. Give them something to speculate and give them the tools, and then you know, it shall happen.
There's a reason they knew Bitcoin Vegas in Vegas, and so gamblers can associate with other gamblers.
Very meta.
That's deep. Yeah, we're gonna do that. So, fellas, you know, it's been a fantastic episode. We got some real deal base chads in the house, real deal builders, community members, and you know, just about everybody represented in the panel tonight. I'm really thankful that you guys came through and spent some of your most valuable asset, which is your time. I just wanted to go around the panel and just kind of get some last thoughts, some closing frequencies, some additions to conversation. Yeah, Blockface, I'm gonna shoot to you first, man. Like, tell me about it. What's up?
If we truly believe in voluntarism, then we believe that the world is going to be potentially interoperable. And if that's true, then this is not DeFi. This is not Web3. This is Finance 3.0, where people exercise their belief in their digital God, their digital idol. You know, if they're an XRP maxi, God bless. If you like Hedera Hashgraph because the guy got a PhD at Carnegie Mellon, amazing. If you like Polygon because of like some equal sign not being a double equal sign, you know, if you want to create...
Or if you just like shapes.
Maybe you like shapes and colors, right?
I like Polygon when it was a novel project being the only L2 on Ethereum. And now it was actually really cool, but it's just...
Spicy take. RGB.tech. Is RGB.tech stacks without the token?
I don't know what RGB.tech is.
Not even close.
Beautiful. I wanted to hear you say that because someone brought that up on the space. You're saying RGB.tech is nowhere close to what Stacks offers. Good to know.
Yep. It's all off chain. I don't want to get too deep into it, but it's super interesting, super complicated, been developed for like 10 years, still not live. But yeah, it's not even a blockchain.
Beautiful. That's why I come here, because you're like the only person who would actually be able to, you know what I mean, tell me an answer like that. So DeOrganized Media, where you find out about the future and the past.
This is how we do it, man, in a decentralized fashion. Jake, any final thoughts, any closing frequencies, final vibes for the conversation, brother?
Not much. It's good to see you guys. No, it's good to kick them. I gotta make more time and come kick it with the crew.
Yeah, man.
No, I mean, I'll just say Stacks is crushing it right now. It's good to see the endowment go live and everyone shipping. At the same time, I think I'm one of the most plugged in across all the ecosystems. And the more I look, the more I'm actually getting not scared, because Stacks is shipping, but there's a lot of shit in development right now. It's pretty crazy. So there's just this weird gap of you build for what you think is missing, and there's 7 teams building something kind of similar. And so whoever ships first kind of gets the market share. And I'll leave that as a cherry of we're doing good, keep pushing hard, but you got to have that urgency, or we're gonna get fucked. Yeah, we're gonna miss the boat if we don't keep that wind to your sails kind of thing. So I'll just leave it with that.
Be that suddenly a new contender emerges, Street Fighter kind of deal.
Yep, exactly.
Keep the momentum flowing. Core devs keep shipping. We need some catalyst news, and we need, I think, dual stacking being announced for maybe the end of the month. Might just be that catalyst. Great take, Jake, and it's awesome to see you, brother. Peace. What's up, man? You looking thinking pretty hard over there. You know, you got your.
I got a lot on my mind, a lot going on. Got to make some decisions on D grants, which is going to be hard because there's a lot of great projects there. We definitely need to do a cohort for because there's use for this, and I think it's valuable having these sessions where we get people just engaged and thinking about building stuff for the ecosystem. But it's a lot to think about on top of everything else, that we're doing here. So, but as far as Friday, ain't no thing, dual stacking, I'm excited, been waiting. Hopefully we do have it sooner than later. Just because it's a novel thing to play with and look at. I don't think it's going to be alone a catalyst for much. I think what we need to ship is really a lot more onboarding campaigns and getting people in here and getting things for them to do when they're here. More of the stuff that Crypto Dude and Zenitron is building on top of, honestly, the only thing that's been functioning without flaw in the ecosystem right now is Bitflow. Bitflow is the only thing that hasn't had any kind of real hiccups. Everything else has been a little bit Zest and StackingDAO have been pretty okay, mostly okay. There's a couple of things that were a little bit, but they were good. Villar, like on and off. Alex has had their issues, so we need to be a little bit more consistent across the board with some of those apps too. And I think some of the liquidity there will help with that, But we have a lot more to ship than dual stacking. If that's all we have, I don't know.
What about trial stacking?
Trial stacking? I don't even know what you mean.
Quartile stacking.
Oh,
which is more like to the exponent. Like instead of dual, like what about stacking to the power of stacking?
Quadratic
stacking.
You said you wanted TVL. I'm just trying to create exotic options to satisfy the need for, you know what I mean? That kind
of. What about quant stacking? You just stack your quants on top of each other, and now you get extra quant power.
But what about quantum stacking? We got to be quantum resistant. What if we're in the nether realm and we're stacking?
Yo, dude,
honestly, won't that be a bitch if we actually Stacks makes it, but then we don't get quantum resistance and everybody loses all their shit?
Oh my god, bro!
No, dude, don't, please, no. Oh shit,
we need to start taking that more seriously now. Like Hero and I brought it up to Alex Miller one day, and he was like, "Nah, you guys got nothing to worry about."
Also, real quick,
2030, bro.
Does anyone know? Does anyone know where does the yield come from for dual stacking? I read the paper and actually couldn't quite tell. Does anyone know?
Well, isn't the yield just from the mining, like the regular proof of transfer mining mechanism?
Yeah,
where
but
does
is
the
it that's not?
additional yield come from? You mean?
Is it going to replace stacking yield and make stacking different, or that's?
Oh, you're talking about like the Bitcoin on Bitcoin yield?
He's talking about the bonus you get for holding stacks along with your Bitcoin.
Well, you're gonna get yield for having SBTC, like they have it right now, but it's gonna be in the chain. So right now it's like a bonus program that they're kind of like drip feeding you SBTC. With dual stacking, if you just mint into the bridge, you'll get something.
What
like
I get
from the protocol.
So what I get from it for StackingDAO is that when dual stacking was announced, that they were teasing what new product, what new LST should we have that represents that. So I imagine that regular stacking will still be the same as far as with StackingDAO, and then there will be new instruments as well for dual stacking out there. So probably still have the options we have now, and just have a couple different
Yeah,
ways
I guess
to do
my question is still like, because now that I'm doing this Bitcoin yield thing, and I'm like, where's the yield coming from, bro? So like, if we have proof of transfer as the input, you have to take from proof of transfer, I assume. You have to. It's the only input. So what that means, and sorry to close on something somewhat serious, but I want to know.
No,
is
that's perfect.
If we're getting 10% yield currently, then you have to shave off some percentage of that, give 80% to stackers, I'm guessing, and 20% goes to dual staking? I don't know.
Good question.
They have to hold, so the yield that they're getting, I think, well, I don't know. Are they getting a base yield, whether they stack any STX
you get a base yield for just holding. So if you stack stacks, you still get whatever. And we don't know what that number is, that percentage is. If you just hold SBTC, you get yield, just like you do today with the Earn is More, whatever called program.
Yeah, Bitcoin
is a small yield.
And then if you
less than 1%.
And then if you lock stacks while you're having BTC, and you can still put it into Bitflow, put it into Zest. If you lock stacks on top of that, you get this multiplier. So that's all. That's all directionally. I get that. The question is like, where's the cookie coming from, and where's it getting sliced?
It's got to be coming from the mining, like from proof of transfer mine. Like it's got to be part of a split out of the Bitcoin from the POX.
Right. That's what makes sense to me too.
I'm sure.
Did they state if it was like liquid stacking or not? Do we know?
Well, they stated that they hinted at new liquid stacking tokens, like tools, whenever dual stacking goes live eventually, but they didn't say anything about like the base mechanism or anything.
Well, so what probably has to happen is like, why would I put it in StackingDAO if I'm trying to get yield on my Bitcoin with it at a ratio? So they're probably doing something where they can account for your STSTX, or you'll have a different ST whatever token that counts towards your ratio to get your yield bonus in dual stacking.
Gotta get Andre up here.
Yeah, we got to go. Yeah, let's line that up. Andre, come kick it with us. Come shoot the breeze a little bit. Let's dissect this, man. Would love to. I know whenever they'll probably have a town hall talking about this soon, since they're talking about the end of the month. I imagine that it's gonna pop up within like maybe next week, maybe even by the end of this week. Who knows? Where Andre and the guys are coming on and talking a little bit more in depth about dual stacking. I really hope so, because we need to know that. And Jake, great question. Very phenomenal question for the end of the show, man. For sure. Needed to be asked. So yeah, fucking you know what I'm saying? Yes. Fucking base chat. Titty, we got anything else? Any final thoughts, closing frequencies? We got going on, bud?
Oh man, it's been a good time hanging with you boys. I'm gonna probably plug Crypto Nuts for Crypto Dudes to see bailed out. If you guys haven't, check out Crypto Nuts. Go follow the account. We're doing some pretty base stuff over there. And if anybody wants to tag along, collaborate, and help us develop, please do, because the more hands, the merrier. Other than that, go check out the AI Guild. We got a lot cooking over there. Go check out Bob. Not financial advice, but if you don't like it, don't sell it, burn it.
Damn Skippy. It's based, dude. Fellas, thank you for coming through and spending your most valuable asset with me, which is your time. Jake, come through. Don't be a stranger. Blockface, you know what it is. Steve, love you. Titty, you're a base chat. Keep being a base chat. You fellas have a blessed rest of your night, and I will catch you guys on the flip side. Thanks, guys.
Boys. Later.
Peace. And this was another based episode of DeOrganized Nightly, where we get your favorite GigaBrain astronaut scholars into the same room, have a dope high-frequency conversation about Bitcoin news, world news, alpha, fresh and hot off the presses, you name it, we got it with DeOrganized. Be sure to tune into the Let's Go Morning Show Monday through Friday at 8:30 a.m. ET, along with DeOrganized Nightly on Mondays and Wednesdays around 7 p.m. ET. If you do not know, you need to be following the BoostX_app handle. You need to be following the CryptoNauts_STX handle. I am telling you guys, there is a lot going on within the BoostX ecosystem. Big shout out to CryptoSmith and CryptoDude, always pushing innovation on Bitcoin via stacks. You guys have a blessed rest of your night. May love surround you. I'm telling you, totally embody the spirit of peace, and just have high frequency vibes. I know it was a really, really stressful weekend for a lot of people out there. It was a major shakeout. And I just really hope that regardless of what happened, that if you experienced a little bit of volatility and you were affected, that you came out on the other side with that much more knowledge and you are stronger from it. So do not let them capitulate you and, discourage you. Keep pushing. Everybody's been here. If this is your first cycle, do not get discouraged. These things happen, and they happen to the best of us. I think anybody that's been in this space for a certain amount of time has witnessed something like this before. So some are unfazed, some are very shaken up. And I just want to let you know that, you're in the right place at the right time, regardless of what it feels right now. You're on the brink of a major breakthrough. When the universe is pushing against you, that's what it means. And, that breakthrough will be extravagant. And keep pushing, guys. Keep chipping away. I am GP with DeOrganized Media. I'll catch you guys on the flip side. Peace.
Peace. War? GP shows, or does that say raw? It's just backwards.
Oh yeah, it says raw.
Like resonating war. Oh my god. War and peace up here.
Yeah. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing.
We have the Don Draper of Stacks Legends with us today. Good morning, good morning, Jack. How you doing today?
What's up, guys? Sorry to make you laugh at the beginning of the show. That wasn't
Actually, that should be a running thing that you guys try to do. I think it would be funny. We could even do maybe like prediction markets on that or something.
do we get a laugh out of
make Peace laugh during the news segment?
Oh, I got my dad joke book. So
Nice. Yeah, we'll definitely get into that as well. 300 in the house. What's up, Hunter? How you doing today, brother?
What up? What up? What up, everybody? What's good, Jack? What's up? Good to have you here.
Oh yeah, yeah. Nice to be off work.
And the Tinderly himself. What's up, Tinderly? How you doing today, brother? Uh-oh. GP.
Am I getting
break
a
his
pack
mic?
drop still? I got my stuff.
GM, sir.
What's up, Tinderly?
What's up, brother? What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing today? It seems like it's been a little bit of Oh yeah, good. It does seem like things have been a little slow this morning.
Well, you know,
Yeah,
Bitcoin
timeline is
took that giant pullback. You know, what from?
That's a shakeout, dude. Like
17K to
you know what happened?
You're rugged a little bit, man. You keep pausing, skipping.
all right, let me fix this.
I think maybe it's okay.
Yeah, I think he was kind of skipping, dude. That was just leverage getting wiped out. Like that's
Right.
all it was.
There was a ton of longs.
Yeah.
Sitting there at the top. Like people I just don't understand like why you do that. Like why you leverage like that.
Greed.
But it always does it ever work out for people? Like, I mean, I guess some people hit, that's why they do it, right?
Yeah. No, it's FOMO and it's greed. It's all of these things. Green candles and red candles are just human emotions. That's all they are. And so people get this FOMO and they feel like I know, at least for me, I can speak for my own self. I can see a narrative. I know it's going to play out this way. But you just don't quite time the market right. And you always feel like, oh, I need more exposure. And then, you get wiped out on these leverage longs. But that's what it was. And part of it was, CZ from Binance launched that Aster. It's a competitor to Hyperliquid. It's a decentralized perps exchange, right? And it shot up.
I've only heard the name, and then
Yeah.
I saw the price. It was one of the top 3 gainers this morning.
Yeah, dude, like huge. Like on BNB, BNB shot up to over $1,000 a piece. Aster was just like going crazy, and like I don't think it's an accident that you got all these people running to this perp exchange, this centralized perp dex, and then get super levered long, and guess what? Wipe out, because CZ's worth $81 billion, and you just made him a little richer. So good job.
Right. He can tip the market down, take your losses, and then reaccumulate with them.
Oh, 100%. And it's a strategic time to do that. There's a shakeout. If people are bearish right now, just calm your ass down. Everything's fine.
Sit on your hands.
Like if you're in spot, you're good. You're good in spot. Like it's cool. But no, man, that was a pretty big shakeout. But leverage is hard, dude. Like, anybody. Oh, by the way, how like ahead of the curve was Velar with the decentralized Bitcoin perp dex? Like you now see the market. EVM is all about decentralized perp dexes now. And like Velar was the first on Bitcoin. You're only now starting to see other places being like, hey, we're going to make a perp dex on Bitcoin. That's how ahead of the curve Velar is. And like they need, they just needed liquidity. That's really what it came down to.
Right. Is that hopefully they're going to get some help. Yeah.
I mean, it would be silly because if the narrative does shift, if people want perp dexes on Bitcoin, and they should, you're perfectly positioned right there, So we'll see what happens. But huge shout out to Velar for being ahead of the curve like that. That's
Yeah, you get ads, by the way, like awesome dudes, and like the platform is pretty solid.
Yeah. There's
So
GP.
I do know, like, we do need some more liquidity in the space, but I think that's coming too with stuff like SBTC getting listed on Gate.io.
Yeah.
Massive, by the way.
Huge, very big. You know what I was thinking too, guys? Last night I think it worked well when we went through the news yesterday. GP.
Yeah, I liked it. That was a good.
Commentary on the together on that. I wonder if that makes sense to try. I was going to try to do that this morning, but I just didn't.
Yeah, the short timing and yeah, let's try it tomorrow and then see how it works. I thought it had a good flow, like just cover the main stacks news, and then whenever we get into the main
And
news,
that's what I totally skipped over a couple of things actually. So let me actually bring this back up for a second. I want to talk about just a couple of things I didn't do. I was eager to get you guys in because I couldn't stop laughing.
I saw Jack and I got giddy. I was like, "It's Jack! Let's go! Yee!" My buddy.
I missed y'all guys, man.
I missed you too, bud.
Yeah, bro.
SBTC. Oh, ETF flows, by the way, yesterday, 363 million in net outflows for Bitcoin, or just under 76 million in net outflows for ETH. So yesterday was a rough day for the market. But I think that was all reflected in Sunday's price action, like we said. So I'm expecting things to stabilize moving into the end of the week. There are a bunch of awesome bounties at Zero Authority DAO right now. Let me actually just show you guys. If you go to zeroauthority.com, zeroauthoritydao.com/bounty, or you just click the bounties button here, you can participate in there was another one that was just listed during the show here with Stacks Wars account. So you got a bunch of things you can do. Jamie's Dogcoin has a few. StackingDAO has one up there. Mooting Shark has some bounties up there. I think one of they're both about the Spaghetti Punk Bitcoin Whales mint. Got a Leo one, the Stacks AI Guild. Lots of opportunities to engage with the ecosystem and earn a little bit while you're doing so. So go check out Zero Authority DAO. And then I also just wanted to show you guys, this is really cool. BoostX. BoostX has a leaderboard now. Nice new website, by the way. Really love it. And I found something out last night because I was like, wait a minute, how am I not on this leaderboard? I mean, I know some of these guys have been cranking. And then I noticed when I put in my name, I'm showing number 7 and number 4, but I'm not showing on here. And then I realized, hold on, 3halpha.btc.
That's the last one that you. I knew that.
I minted that for Hana, and I guess the way BoostX works is they just pull the last one you minted, or it might be by alphabetical order. I'm not sure. Dude couldn't answer me last night about it either, and we found out because he was helping out with some. We're working on a V2 for the DeOrganized website, and we were working on some stuff, and the sign-in pulls your BNS name, but it pulls the most recent one. And I have like 30 some odd, thanks a lot, Darth dude. I have about 30 BNS names in my account. But I am on the leaderboard here. This is me. I'm gonna have to get that over to the 3H alpha dude though.
You are now 3H, bro. We are all 3H.
Alpha, right? We're all 3H. So I have that, and then I just also wanted to remind everybody about D grants. We have the Blue Sky track space today at noon. $25,000 in our track, total of $100,000 up for grabs for builders building out ways to use Bitcoin with stacks to leading L2 on Bitcoin. Again, special points or special attention given to those giving us ability to more use cases for SBTC And again, SBTC just launched on Gate.io. Guys, there's so much cool stuff happening in our ecosystem right now. It's crazy. Do not sleep on Stacks. Also, just wanted to shout out. GP, do you have a screen share today?
I do. Right after the Stacks DeFi show at 10 a.m. ET, I will be doing a screen share in the StackingDAO Discord. We're going to be taking a deep dive into all the things being built. We're going to take the peek at D Grants Cohort 3, see if there's anything new coming out of that. We're also going to be playing some games in the Discord at the very end of it too, just to have some fun. Just a midday, just like blow off some steam, play some simple Discord games, and have some fun as a community for a little bit. So got that going on.
Nice. So I actually didn't have the StackingDAO show on there either. So StackingDAO show at 10 a.m. Screen share at 11 after that in the StackingDAO Discord. Noon is the Blue Sky Space. If you're interested in learning more about D grants, jump on in there at noon. We'll talk about whatever. It's an open space. I'm the host of that space. I'm the track lead, or the lead steward on that track. So come out and chat with us. It's an easy time, and I'd love to hear more about what people have their ideas about building on Bitcoin on Stacks. Lots going on today, guys. Lots going on.
No, 100%. I like 300's goggles, man. Like, it's made me think of like those meta glasses that they're working on for the AR and VR. Like, you do realize that's going to take the place of cell phones, right? Like, that's the next step.
Oh,
like,
hell yeah. Yes.
They're incrementally going between, this to like this in your brain. So like glasses are the next iteration. So I think Honda's over there living in the future.
I'm ahead of the curve, just like you.
100% ahead of the curve, man. 100%. Hold on, let's show. This is actually this is the one he made just a little while ago. He posted this one about Gate. There's the glasses, and there's one. I might have to scroll down a little bit, even though it was just yesterday. Because look at the guy just creates stuff. This is great.
Look at Zenitron.
I love that one. But hold on, this is my PFP. He did this yesterday with the goggles. Dude is sick with the AI, man.
Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. It's a huge talent. And it's a great time to be a content creator in this space in general, right? Like, there's a lot of opportunity. And dude, I saw an app yesterday. No, it's not on Stacks, but like basically you're going to be able to, they're signing people up for it now. You'll be able to completely vibe code a working app and have it on the blockchain. Like, bam, it's just done. Just vibe coding.
It's really
apps.
So we're working on ideas to update the DeOrganized website, and I want to first shout out Trippin' Monkey. He's done a ton of work for us, but there's stuff he's working on, kind of making it hard for him to just kind of be available to update some of the things that we want to do with DeOrganized. He's working on his Rising Tide protocol, which is really, really awesome stuff. Most of the, a lot of the tools we have on there are from that project. But we're trying to update some things, add some user functionality and stuff. And the Crypto Dude's helping us out with it. And I kind of went in to ChatGPT and I just talked around in the PRD, chat PRD that Blockface and the Syndicate guys had shown me a while back, and about what I want to do with the website. And I had a call with Crypto Dude. I talked to him about 10 minutes. He's like, I got called to dinner. And he's like, all right, I'll have a link for you probably when you're back. I think it took about 20 minutes. He has an entire website already, like a modeled, but live, still has a lot to go. But in a matter of an hour, he was able to kind of present a lot of what we want to do. And then, of course, there's going to be probably several days and lots of work. Like, it's not only going to take you an hour to make a high functioning website, but the bones, it doesn't take very long to make the bones. And then from there, it's not that complicated to iterate it out. So
No, it's crazy.
tremendously, yeah, it's so crazy.
That's why I get so mad, dude. Like if I have to use something inefficient in the real world outside of crypto, like if I have to, okay, so if I like on my with my hospice patients, if I have to order them a supply they need at their house, like a medical supply, I have to go to a website that's not optimized for my phone. So basically I have to use a laptop or something, right? And so I get so mad because I'm like, dude, you could crank. I have friends that could crank out an app for this in like an hour, and you know, you run this whole business, you know, and you don't even have an app, and
Right.
like this is a whole part of your business model. When you get outside of crypto, it makes you realize just how far ahead we are, right? Like exactly what you just said. You know, like crypto dude could do X, Y, and Z, and we got this, and this. Like the rest of the world's not even close to that right now. Once you separate from this space, it's insane.
So my kids are home from school. I think it's a Jewish holiday or something. We got a holiday, and it sounds like she's having a little bit of trouble with the Wonder Puppy. So I'll be right back. I gotta go.
Buddy, the Wonder Puppy strikes again.
Never fails. Buddy's always the star of the show. If you did not know. But yeah, dude, there's a lot of stuff being built right now. Jack, have you seen some of the stuff that Crypto Dude's doing? Like he's building some he's building a little bit of everything, it seems like. So like stream overlays and you know, now he's got his website to show off the space drops and boosts that are going on. We're cranking on Cryptonauts. It's about time to show you a little bit like how far we've come, man. Been missing you, brother.
No, I haven't got to see any of the DeOrganized stuff at night, dude. Like basically I get home from work and my back's so shot, like I have to get on a heating pad. And
I get you, Bubba. I get you,
I haven't
dude.
been keeping up.
Get this, Jack. So my sis and them put a swing together in the front yard. It's a big round like seat thing, and it takes two straps to this big ass limb up there. But there was a little tiny baby limb in the way, and the straps just kept hitting it. And I felt like I could stand on the swing and grab it and just pull it down. It had a little girth to it, so I was able to swing and hold for just a minute. And it's like I was giving it a little bit of this, and then all of a sudden, right on the back, dude. Right on the back, dude.
And here's the thing: like when you're a kid, like you bounce, like you hit the ground, you bounce. You're like made of rubber. You're cool, you know. But like once you're a man, like everything's rigid. You don't bounce no more. Right?
33 is a rough one to land straight on the back, dude. I'm glad I landed a little flat. Because if I landed a little to the side, I could have twerked I might need a bacchiotomy.
Yeah, you gotta be careful, man. Like that's seriously, like people don't realize, but like a bad fall, that'll screw you up the rest of your life. Like
so when you're old, the body parts takes years to heal, right?
Pretty much.
I injured this finger when I was at the gym. I think 2 years ago, but up to now I still feel the pain. I don't think it's completely healed. So yeah, what you're saying, I totally understand it.
Yeah. No, when you're young, everything just like heals and it's rubber and everything's cool. You're great. And as you get older, like, you know, things like stem cells that you don't have as many of them. There's, you know, none of your body functions work as good as they used to. So it becomes like a way more drawn out process. But yeah, just
it would be nice if science could catch up with the sci-fi of our youth, where this makes all that stuff for us, and it doesn't hurt as much to be alive anymore.
Right. I'm looking forward to like AI in medicine a lot, and robotics in medicine, like a whole lot. Like I can't wait for that moment where like, and this is what's really cool, because I don't know if y'all covered this yet, but Ethereum, the foundation worked with Google, and they're developing AI that can autonomously trade crypto between each other. Like,
shit!
Yes,
massive news, right? So,
huge.
So this is like really cool because we're going to get to a part here pretty soon as humans, and especially in the United States, where like AI can do things, but like we have regulations that say no, you can't. But then AI is going to have its own money soon. So it's going to be like
AI is going to have fuck you money.
Right. Like regulate this, asshole. Like what you gonna do?
It's gonna hire its own lawyer and shit. I mean, take it to court.
So you're saying
take that shit to trial.
So you're saying that AI is gonna have its own world where it's communicating among themselves, having lawyers in there, accountants, and a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the AI hospital to get my shit fixed. Like I don't care if it's regulated or not.
I bet they do a better job.
Guys, start accumulating your stack now too, because I'll tell you, once that UBI comes in, you ain't gonna be able to get it anymore.
No.
Yeah, universal basic income.
They're gonna and those that are actually holding some other self-custodial types of wealth, like Bitcoin, are going to be able to have access to things that other people won't. And that's unfortunate. And hopefully it doesn't come to that. But there's a chance that it will. It's not out of the question here. On the idea of AI and crypto and health, the last 2 Saturdays, we've actually had Graham DePenrose from the Open Code Mission project on. They're connected to and or supportive of SpineDAO, which is a project being built on Solana right now that is incorporating AI and DAO governance into health. Wow. Really, really interesting stuff. And we've talked about them for the last 2 weeks. I was on a show with Nick on Saturday morning. Graham DePenrose. Did I say it wrong? I think I said the word. Graham DePenrose is the guy's name. He's been an activist, a digital warrior, crypto supporter, decentralization, and for ethics within all of these things. So really, really cool stuff. There is tons of stuff actually happening in this realm now.
Oh yeah, and DeSci is such a huge narrative going forward, right? Because of this. Because what you're seeing, like you're watching it happen in real time right now. AI and crypto are becoming like so synergistic, and it's really empowering both of them. And so, like anything you can do with crypto, if you add AI to it, you make it better. And then, like anything to do with AI, especially like when you start talking about, we don't want super centralized AI. We want to have like, maybe I want my own AI, right? Maybe I want my own, and I want it encrypted. And so, I mean, you have like this synergy happening right now where it's going to explode. But when you take DeSci and you look at that, like that's the thing, like that's the next big thing. We had over a year ago, we were talking about this in the Stacks in the Stacks TG. We were like, look at AI, look at streaming, look at DeSci. Like these are the places to look forward, and I'd like to see those. I'd like to talk to that guy because, dude, that's going to be massive, because that's where like our medical miracles and other like really big changes that help humanity solve unsolvable problems, that's going to come from that fusion. I truly believe that.
Yeah, I agree, man. So the fundamental principle there is if you decentralize science, you get broader access to information. You get censorship resistance. So good information is not suppressed by players that are well-funded and stand to lose from that information being provided.
No, so, like it's true meritocracy. Like,
right.
If it works, you get paid. If it doesn't work, fuck you, you know, and your welfare that we've given you to sit in your office and waste everybody's time and money.
That's exactly, yeah. And so this is, something came out yesterday. I haven't looked into it very much because I'm not that curious about it, to be honest with you. But something came out where there was a report yesterday that there's a correlation or a link between the use of acetaminophen, Tylenol, during pregnancy and correlation to outcomes of autism.
And you want to hear something fucked up? Like, truly fucked up? Now, by trade, I am a nurse. Most people know this. So what I'm not telling you is hearsay. What I'm telling you is just absolute fact. When you're so take nursing school, for instance. This is like your entry level professional healthcare job, right? Like, so you go in nursing school, one semester you have to take OB and peds, which has to do with pregnant women and babies and young children, right? You were taught that the only safe drug a woman can take when she is pregnant is Tylenol. And if anything else needed to happen, like, she had to talk to a doctor. But like, Tylenol's good. And then you and I have a bunch of kids. So we already know that, like, if we remember back when our wives were pregnant, Tylenol. You could take Tylenol.
Absolutely. Still,
this was what everyone taught. This is what everyone knew. Tylenol's been on the market since the 1950s. Now, we already knew it. We started learning about the liver damage associated with Tylenol about 20 years ago, right? So like, I get real salty about this because, again, like, and this is why stuff like DSI is so important. But yeah, like, this was supposed to be settled science. I think we've heard that term before, that Tylenol is safe during pregnancy. Turns out it just, it's not at all. Right.
Well, and to be honest with you, I'm not sure if the study is one. I'm not. It's a correlation. It's not necessarily proving a causation. But there is a correlation. It should be looked at, right. And it's been announced that this correlation and link has been discovered. And there's already this. Like, I've seen way more posts on social media this morning about how crazy Trump and Bobby Kennedy are, and acetaminophen is safe, and it doesn't cause autism, and all of this, like, right out the gate. There's not even a chance to consider what they're saying.
Right.
It's being suppressed, right? Because, well, a lot of our media is very much funded by big pharma. That's why you see, like, commercials for the most obscure pharmaceutical, the most obscure medicines that, like, why are they advertising this on CNBC? Like, are there really that many people that need AIDS medicines on watching CNBC? Like, is there really a push for this?
It's a bribe. It's like, you don't talk shit on the news about what we do,
and we'll pay to put this.
Right.
Actually, right.
It's a bribe.
Exactly. It's right. And if you just look at it if you stand back and look at it, it doesn't make sense that they would actively be trying to market these products. Right. But it does make sense that they would be using that marketing to dictate narratives across the broadcast.
100%.
So here's something cool I just saw on the timeline, fellas. Breaking: Visa, Stripe, and Fold team up for a Bitcoin credit card. Bitcoin spending just went mainstream.
Yeah. Meanwhile, so everyone's panic selling. Watch what happens.
Watch. Crazy, dude. Insane to
about
see
PayPal?
People capitulating and all this stuff happening right before the pump. They're dragging us across the coals, and it just seems like that's what they're trying to do. Get everybody with the lowest conviction out before they let everything rip.
That's how markets are, dude. Like, they're ruthless, and like they're absolutely ruthless. And again, like, people always have better information than you. I don't care who you are. Like, you know, you think you operate on the same planet that CZ does? You know, of course not. And so there's different layers to how good your information is. And again, that's getting to AI. Like the more access you have to better information, the better off you are. And like that's your edge. And so talking about all of these things, like we really have to keep in mind a couple things. One of them is I saw someone post something yesterday that was really stupid. They're like, nobody can get rich in crypto anymore. Bullshit. The market's always going to provide opportunities. Always. Especially now. Like,
you can absolutely. So it's not even about getting rich. It's about storing value and retaining the value that you're storing versus first, okay? Like, can you get rich beyond this? Yes. But if you just take a strategy of this is how I'm saving, because it gives me a place to put my money that's not in my spending account in the bank necessarily, because my bank is my spending account now. That's really what it is. It's not a savings account. It's a spending account.
That would be crazy.
So put that money somewhere else. And then if you hold it in dollars, you're losing value. Yeah. You're losing value at like 8 to 10% a year in most cases. Right. So how do you preserve that? Well, Bitcoin is a hedge against that. Ethereum's a hedge against that too. You know, there's a lot of opportunity out there to save and just retain value. Number one.
Banks are done, dude. Banks are done. Like that's why they're even like fighting against some of the language in the Genius Act, which they even helped put in there, because they're fighting now. Like they don't want people to make interest on their money, basically, right? And if you can have stables, you can make interest on your money that they're going to otherwise make.
You can make interest on your money, yes, that they're not making interest on first.
Right. Exactly. So like that's but too bad, so sad. And that's why, like, you know, no matter how much they crack down, you have to be bullish about things like Hermetica, where you can have Bitcoin backed, aka decentralized, and these decentralized protocols where you can have things like stables that earn interest. And if you don't like it, you can suck eggs. Like you can't stop it. Like that's and when you get right down to it, that's like the underlying value behind things like stacks. Like there's so much fun and excitement in the market, but none of it matters unless it's decentralized. None of it matters unless you can use it if you want to and nobody can stop you. And
the other thing, it's not just about making money on your savings. That is part of it. But another thing there is, as people start controlling their own wealth and their own money, they become much more aware of the dilutive nature of the fiat debt-based monetary system. And so that becomes less functional. And the reason they have that is so that they can actually extract wealth through the accumulation of assets. So it's the accumulation of assets and the devaluing of the currency supply that other people can't actually compete with them acquiring assets, because they're just trying to earn enough money to live as the cost of living goes up and their income doesn't match because people don't realize, you know. So like
it's awful, dude. Like if people by now post-COVID don't understand how nefarious like all of that inflation that took place in such a short period of time is, I don't know if there's any helping them. But like you simply like cannot be upwardly mobile like with this whole idea of I have a job and I'm going to have a family and I'm going to be able to own things. Like, you can't do that. That's what people don't understand about crypto. That's what they don't understand about meme coins and stuff, is like, you have young people who look at this and they're like, oh shit, this was never going to work. So what's the way that I can like try to get wealthy, like actually try to get ahead? And like, they see crypto, and here's the important thing to keep in mind, guys, because we get so lost in the sauce. Like, for years now, we've been in a market where like your best opportunity to like take a little and turn it to a lot were things like memes. We're not in that part of the market right now. We're in a part of the market right now, especially thanks to, give credit where credit's due, Donald Trump's administration, where people are building really cool shit and really viable businesses, and you can get in that now. You can get in things that are going to be worth hundreds of billions of dollars for millions in market cap now, and you can grow your wealth. And like, but that's what people didn't understand about memes. It's like, oh, memes are stupid, just buy Bitcoin. You can't tell that to some 20-year-old kid who like all of his paycheck is just about gone, just trying to, you know, pay his bills and get by, not being able to save shit. If he's got $20, he's not putting that $20 into Bitcoin. He's putting that $20 into meme coins. Well, right now he can put that $20 into things that are actually not memes, but still have those same value propositions. And that speaks to what you were talking about earlier in terms of like people being aware that this shit ain't working, and then people having the opportunity to say, oh, I need some assets and I need them quickly so that I like have something going into the future, right?
That's exactly right.
Yeah. So it's really cool. Like we're in an excellent place right now. That's why you don't get over levered and get shaken out, you know, especially right on the cusp of huge news like
Not
this.
now. Not
right.
now. Look, so I can't predict what's going to happen. No one can exactly. But I've been paying attention to the Bitcoin crypto cycle, based on the halving, by the way. It's a 4-year cycle based on the halving. We are likely going to see a run up through Q4 this year. What happens after that, I can't tell you. And maybe it won't happen. I can't guarantee it'll happen. I do think it will happen. That come Q4, things will start picking up. Sometime between October and December, we'll see some crazy stuff happen. We will have an alt season. It won't be the same as the last few because there's just too many tokens out in the market. So it's, you know, the fractured liquidity and everything like that. So maybe people should look for less of the lottery ticket come-ups and really study the projects that are shipping, that are building. You know, I'm underexposed to Solana, and the price is a little bit up there, but it might be a good idea to start accumulating more Solana. It does seem like they're going to have some ways there.
Too. Like, look at Base. Base is about to release a token.
Let me ask you, though, is Base... It's still an Ethereum L2 though, right?
Right. Which, you know, it's an Ethereum L2, and it's the problem is though, remember rule 1 of crypto. Crypto marketing anyway. Big green candles are your best attention getters. And you have protocols being built on Base right now, then communities being built on Base, and people are making money. Like, no shit. And so keep that in mind. But to your point, and this is another thing that's really important to consider. I don't know if y'all saw this yesterday. The Congress is asking the SEC to allow Bitcoin purchasing in 401ks. That's a $12 trillion.
Yeah. If you get 1% of that, it's a huge deal.
Yeah. So like, we really are in a good spot right now. And I don't know I don't think the 4-year cycle thing. I think it's still going to be important, obviously, because having's important, but it's definitely changed. I would say like 90%. Like we can expect a different kind of way cycles work, and I do agree with you about the split liquidity. Like even on Solana alone, there's like over 85 million tokens. Right?
Is it really that many?
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane.
Like,
it's impossible. When you look at it, you see the 85 million tokens, but then you look at like Pump Fund, and you're like, oh yeah, like this is a huge revenue generating business that now exists. And so, if I'm going to have any tokens, maybe I want the one that's generating actual revenue.
Right.
You know, and so even on base, like Avantis, like dude, like that's going to allow for decentralized leverage trading of anything you can think of on Earth, real world assets, everything. And like you just had an airdrop that made people lots of money and like made some people rich. Like, so you're seeing like you're seeing that kind of stuff pop off. That's when you start looking, you're like, okay, that's why Stacks needs to get off its ass and like TGE some stuff, because that's how you get attention to your ecosystem, right?
There's
like,
definitely some protocols that are due, by the way.
Yeah, like you have to do that. You have to.
Okay, I just want to show you guys. I don't know if you guys saw this. Oh no. Oh wait, hold on, I got the wrong.
I feel like I'm living in the future.
Yeah, that's where we will be there someday.
Ahead of the curve.
Yeah, our backgrounds and everything else will be generated, so it won't look like
When
we're in a.
we're doing that,
it look like hunters.
doing that with our virtual avatars, I think like our home base should be like the Vegas house, right? Like we should remodel that as our home base as we do this DeOrganized in VR.
Yeah, we could actually. We talked. Who was it? We were talking about the network state was going to be. Was that earlier just this morning, or am I? Oh no, it was with Crypto Dude last night. We were talking about the state's going to fade away, and I don't think it's going to be an overthrow. I think it'll just become obsolete as the network state develops, or the network states. You know, not everyone's going to be part of the same collective. You'll still have local governance and local customs and local law and order and all of that, which will be decided locally and funded locally and managed locally. But you'll also have opt-in, opt-out. I don't even want to call it states, like organizations where you can be a part of it if you decide you like that. And if you don't, you can kind of engage in a different one, and different organizations will have agreements and compacts, and you can belong to it. It'll be both competitive and collaborative at the same time, kind of like how Stacks is developing, you know, I mean, and that's the blockchain adds an element where you can know what's going on a little bit more coherently because everything's on chain.
Right. No, and I and another thing I see, and I think there's a way to work this in here. I've become very aware of it, just like since I've been seeing patients. I go all over the place, drive all over the place, and there's a lot of like towns that are dying or dead with all of this infrastructure, right? Like, you could get land, houses, everything just cheap as hell, and everything you need for them already is there, right? Minus maybe some repairs. And I think, you know, this is where you really see the concept of a network state really take off, right? Because
you have an opportunity to organize people,
right?
And then, you know, collectively invest in these underutilized areas,
yep,
revitalize them, and create value together where it's collectively distributed, the value that you're creating. So it's not one guy becoming this giant developer mogul,
Right.
And renting everything out to everybody, which, don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong. I get in conversations with a lot of people from all sorts of different perspectives, and I entertain their ideas because I want to better understand. Like, I have not concluded on the best way to move forward, and I never will be. I'm always open to changing my mind. But I know a lot of there's a lot of socialists. There's a lot of people that believe in socialism and by extension a form of communism and statism, where they do see there are problems with the current dynamic. The corporate, I think we globally we endure a corporate socialist model. People say it's capitalism, but it really isn't.
No.
But they talk about it as rentier capitalism, and they really, really have a hard time with the idea that somebody that takes the risk to acquire land, develop housing, and rent it out isn't an evil person because they want to rent out property. They're not victimizing the renter. In fact, that person needs a place to stay. They chose to rent that one for a reason because that's what was available in the market. If that guy hadn't built anything, then everything else costs more to those people. So, there's nothing wrong with development. Where do those houses come from? Otherwise, how do houses get built? You got to take risk. So, but we do have a problem where, we have a problem with right now, asset managers like BlackRock buying up
Right.
a bunch of available residential housing, especially single family housing, and turning it into rental housing. And that is detrimental to our society because home ownership is still the number one escalator of people out of poverty and or people to move upward in wealth.
They don't want people in communities, and they don't want people to own anything.
They don't want people to own anything.
So if you could take crypto right now, today, and you get, a group of people together to throw their money in a DAO, right? And be like, okay, now we're going to put some boots on the ground. We're going to find our first town, and you guys are marketing. You guys are going to find the people who would potentially be interested in living here. You can raise the money. You can have the things happen. You can make everything nice, and you can have an opportunity for people to go in and immediately have their own community, right? Quick. So I think we need to see these kind of things. And it doesn't matter what the values are, because when you talk about the network state, the fundamental idea underlying all of it is you just need a group of people to organize around just one thing they can agree on. They just need to agree on one thing, and you just go from there. And so, yeah, but it's stuff like that can and will be happening. I don't see how it doesn't.
Absolutely. I just want to let everybody know the game master has some business to attend to in the underworld today, so there will be no find to earn rounds. We kind of found out late, so we didn't have time to kind of do something else. So we're just gonna keep the conversation going. But if you guys want to, we would love it if you like and share the live stream like you normally do for us. It will still help us, and we need all the help we can get. We are looking to grow, and you guys. I'm talking to our hunters now that have tuned in and are wondering what's going on. You guys are a huge part of our growth and our sustainability with DeOrganized, so we really appreciate you. And we will be back with games tomorrow. And I apologize for not making an announcement. I wasn't sure whether the game master was going to let you guys know or not. But we do much love for all of our treasure hunters and find to earn. We love playing those rounds. It was just kind of a last minute thing. The game master is working on some stuff to actually advance find to earn and skull coin, and it's really cool stuff that we're working on. So
if you want to, you could cook up a post of your own and tag DeOrganized BTC and say what you think about DeOrganized and the chats that come on and the information that you get. And I will be giving away a Bitcoin whale from the Spaghetti Funk Club for a prize. So if you are tuning in right now and you are listening, go make a post about DeOrganized, tag at DeOrganized BTC. I will check out the entries later on today, and I will select somebody to win a Bitcoin well. Let's go.
You guys hear that? You know what? Let me I want to make us post in the Skullcoin chat about that. Or you're in the Skullcoin Sigma chat, aren't you, GP?
I am.
You want to make a post in there about that for those guys? Let them know.
Yeah, let me finish putting this this schedule together real quick, and I'll go drop that in the Sigma chat real quick for everybody.
We already got Isaac making some comment. Like, we have the reason I'm here, the reason I chose Stacks. Well, the guy sitting next to me right here is actually the first reason I chose Stacks, because that's the first person I found in the ecosystem was Jack. I found out about Stacks. I don't even remember where I heard about it. Probably in some Facebook groups that I was in, people shouting it out, and I'm like, oh man, this is like programmability, like on Bitcoin. This is like Ethereum smart contracts on Bitcoin. This is super cool. This is going to win. This is how you win. This is why would you want to do anything off of Bitcoin if you can have Bitcoin finality with all the same functionality otherwise? This is awesome. How do I find out more about it? And I started looking on X, and because he's been so prolific with his writing for so long on Stacks, Jack was one of the first people that came up. And so I started just following him and engaging in his posts. And that led me to, some Discord channels. I found Mr. Wolf. I found Zero from Zero Authority. Super chats, always willing to talk to you. I met 300 and GP from the Node Rocks community that Jack had brought me into. And then by looking for some more information on Stacks, I found Hero Gamer. I came into DeGrant's cohort 2. That's really where I found everybody. But the community here and the level of there's this real honest camaraderie. Like, people are trying to help each other out. And it's not a charitable thing. It's just we're here, we're together, we support each other. It's, you're going to share my post, you're going to like my stuff, and I'm going to like yours, and I'm going to support what you're doing. And if I think I see something that might help you out, I'm going to let you know about it. If you see something that's going to help, you're going to let me know about it. And that's why I'm still here, because it's not just a couple of cool guys. There's a really robust community, a very diverse community from all over the world. It is a global network in Stacks. It's not just US. It's not just US and UK. It's not just US, UK, and Korea, South America, China, Japan. Oh, Nigeria is our number one, number 2 or number 3 audience outside of the US, I think. There's people all over the world that are coming together with various skill sets and just kind of aligning along the Bitcoin ethos, the decentralization, distributed networks, peer-to-peer, trustless, permissionless, open source, borderless development, and providing functionality to Bitcoin on Stacks. We have a tremendous community here, and it reflects in our find to earn games. We got a bunch of meme coin communities that are just putting out funds to sponsor these game rounds. That supports us. It supports Zenny with his Skullcoin page, and it supports our community development. It gives us something to create content around. And then it also gives us the opportunity to use tools like BoostX and promote BNS adoption and promote our friends at BNS1. There's a lot going on community-wise and collaboratively and together on Stacks that I don't see quite the same in other ecosystems when I go look there. And maybe it's because I haven't looked as much. But I haven't seen anything like quite what we have here on Stacks.
No, you just don't. You just don't. You don't see it. Look, Solana is the funniest thing I ever saw. Some guy did a big long infographic, and y'all are familiar with it, like the whole the guy with the pickaxe and the shovel who gives up before he gets the diamonds, and then the other guy with the pickaxe. Well, he did a big infographic about these different blockchains. I wish I could find it. And like when it got to Solana, like the diamonds are over here, and it's like one guy with a pickaxe and one guy with a pickaxe going at each other. Like, and that's exactly what that is. Like if I wanted to launch something, I wouldn't launch it on Solana, like because you have a lot of cool shit that can launch and tries to launch there, and people just immediately destroy it. Like
and or just create like 15 copies, so you have no differentiation. They just copy what you're doing. It's all PvP.
It's so bad, and so that's where I think like Base could potentially build. Like I'm worried about Base as a competitor in general.
They got Coinbase, by the way. That's a huge backer. Coinbase.
Right. I get worried about Coinbase as a competitor for everybody in this space because the name recognition is just as big as Bitcoin, right? And everything, they can do everything. They're building L2s. They got CBBTC. Like they've got all the connections. They've got the political clout. They've got like, we don't need an Amazon of crypto, basically, right? And like Coinbase could very well be that. But be that as it may, as individuals, when you look at like, how am I going to like build my stack? You cannot deny like just how much heat they have. So like, I think building in stacks is awesome because of the community. I would not try to build something big like in Solana. Now I think Solana, the way they're going to do it is I think they're just like looking at a commercialization, and they're looking at using Solana in ways that, you know, people haven't thought about using, you know, Ethereum or Bitcoin or anything like that. You can kind of see how things are shaping up. You know, you've got like your financial layers, you know, with Bitcoin and Ethereum. But then when you have something like Solana, you're seeing like this cultural thing, and it's spreading like between the content. And again, like we're on DeOrganized. We're on a stream right now. We're part of like the content in the Bitcoin /Stacks ecosystem. Like culturally, we have a voice and a message, and we have something here. You're seeing a different flavor of that on Solana, which you would expect to see. So I think that like looking at culture and content through the crypto lens makes a lot of sense, because as we become the mainstream, because that's what's really happening, you know, what you're gonna find is there's different kinds of content for everybody, right? Just think of it like watching a TV. You might like Westerns, and I might like music videos. We're gonna get our content from two different places, right? So I think that like we're gonna start to see that happen. Especially as like, okay, so one of the things that happened today, and I just recently saw this, that Baby Shark thing, they just like tokenized their IPO, right? So like now the Baby Shark, you know, that whole thing that was such a huge deal a few years ago, the IP has literally been tokenized.
Are we talking about Baby Shark do? Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've had these discussions about IP and how it's going to look going forward. And so you just had something pretty huge tokenize their IP. So, and this fits in with this cultural part. So that's why we pay attention to what, not just the cultures and what the different chains are going to do, but we have to figure out how do we benefit ourselves, you know, in this, right? Like I think that DeOrganized is playing a huge part in shaping the culture and the content on Stacks. And I think that there's a lot of opportunity here for DeOrganized going forward, because no one's going to want to watch Real Housewives of Solana or whatever kind of shit they're working on.
Depends on the housewives.
Versus like if you're a DeOrganized viewer on Stacks, you're probably looking more at, I want to learn about crypto, I want to learn about decentralization, I want to learn about Bitcoin, etc. Right? So I don't know. I think DeOrganized is massively ahead of the curve in that regard. And we're going to see more of that happen. But yeah, Baby Shark has been tokenized. I'll have to find like the platform that did it. But I just started following them today because I'm like, okay, this is going to be a big deal.
Is it on Solana or?
I hadn't even looked into it that far.
Gotcha. That's crazy,
Right?
dude. A little viral Baby Shark song getting this far, getting ingrained in no matter what age you are, you know that
Right.
song, right? So crazy how viral that went, and now they're capitalizing on that.
And
Making
we've been having this conversation for over a year when we talk about like what memes are and what the monetization of attention is, and how like the great IPs are going to come out of crypto as crypto becomes more mainstream. You just saw a mainstream thing come to crypto, like literally, right? So we're going to be the mainstream. We're not. We've always been on this upward trajectory of like counterculture becoming mainstream culture, and like that's just a sign of that happening when you have Baby Shark becoming crypto, right? So we've been so directionally right about so much stuff for so long, and that's why we're ahead of the curve, right?
Thanks for breaking down exactly what ahead of the curve means. Getting the information before anybody else, and we don't gatekeep, man. We're trying to put everybody on. I've been doing a lot of talking about IP creation in the StackingDAO and Zest Discords lately because I have the Gigaverse. I'm kind of teaming up with Crypto Dude with the to build out the universe for Cryptonauts as well. Anybody can go out there and monetize their creativity. So I feel like I've been doing a lot of talking about like the process of creating an IP, how to iterate, and how to, create the lore and, have your characters and stuff like that. But yeah, we need more creators that are willing to spin up their own IP and then, bet on themselves to do some cool stuff.
Yeah, and it's going to happen. It's going to keep happening, and like having those platforms available where you can do that. Like right now, like Peace is in charge of the Blue Sky. Like I would be like, all right, let's figure out how we can take this narrative of monetizing IP and tokenize it on Bitcoin through stacks. And like, let's make that shit happen. Right? Like
submissions are open, Jack.
we have so much on our plates and so little time. Like we need,
that's a mouthful, man, right there. We're so up against our bandwidth right now.
What we need we need a lane into all of these guys who are participating in like the Stacks hackathons and shit. We need easy access to those guys to help them, like, because these nerds are just making code all the time. They still don't understand culture exists, even as they build the things that participate.
Right, because what makes them
I need a cute little blue-haired like assistant to help me with stuff. Just just like, hey, can you help me stay on track with what I need to do and stuff? Because there's so
blue
much.
hair. Are you talking about like an old lady, like GP?
Right, that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing like a sweet grandmother.
Like Marge. Like Marge,
Marge.
dude. You want Marge to come through. Marge.
Look, I didn't realize Marge was a MILF till I was a grown man.
Just like the underside of the hair, not like the whole get up, but like just the underside.
Marge with her hair. Marge with her hair down is actually like, all right.
Yeah.
Stunning.
I had no
Stunning.
idea she was a MILF until like I got older. Like,
oh yeah, she's a baddie.
But that's what we need. Like, so we need access, or they need access to people who can help them figure out cool shit to build, right? And help talk about it and market it. That's massive. But like they get caught in their echo chambers and their own bubbles, and you miss out on opportunities. Because like, again, like this is an opportunity to say, oh yeah, we can tokenize your IP on Bitcoin. Massive narrative. I can't think of anyone in this ecosystem I can go to and be like, hey, I can help you market this. I can help you tell its story. I can help you do all of these things, but I can't build it for you, right? And so we have all of these developers working on stuff. Maybe that's a conversation we need to have with like Adam Hahn or something. I don't know. Like
access to the builders. Well, I'm in the Stacks Ascent DM group now. Like I have access to most of those guys. And
I mean, I would throw that out there immediately, and like that's part of the thing. Like that's where I hope Stacks Ascent is a little more progressive than your typical thing, because it's like, we're going to make your team and we're going to do this. Look, most of you guys don't know how to talk about your shit. Okay. Right. Like, you need access to the people who can talk about your shit so that people can care about what you're actually doing. Right. So like,
that was actually part. So they've kind of changed things up, because the initial like phase 1, phase 2 was making social posts about their project and their development and their progress in their project, and well intended, because these guys do need to develop those skills. But I think it was determined that these guys aren't likely going to be doing that. It's like still a roadblock. So right. they've changed some of the model. We're here, guys. We're here. You guys don't need to worry about that stuff. You can come to us and we'll amplify your messaging. And there's more opportunities coming in the ecosystem too.
That's why we need that bridge with like the testing, the AI content, and the marketing. That whole infrastructure needs to be made so that they don't have to worry about that. Like, they can build it. They can still have like all of creative control that they need outside of feedback for testing, and then like they have a way to just get this out there, and not have to just kind of decentralize it a bit, right? Like this whole idea of you need a front end coder and a back end coder, and you need a marketing guy who also can handle a business. No, like, get your guy who can handle a business, but if he's not a marketer, here's this path where all your marketing can be done, and you're giving up like a small part of equity that helps. Like, oh, and by the way, you're doing something really cool, because like most of the people making all this content, they're in developing nations, and like you're really like you're providing opportunity. So kudos.
Can we shout out Let Africa Build? And
right.
What Tim's developing out there, which was Stacks Labs, and now that name is being used for the main entity that's being developed under the SIP 31 endowment. But Let Africa Build is a huge value add project, which is going to, there's a tremendous amount of talent that it's just waiting to be leveraged,
right,
all over the world. It's not just Africa, but Africa is a prime example. There are like Hannah and Tinderly are both prime examples. They're in our show. They're constantly producing, constantly contributing to the ecosystem in high quality ways, and also developing skills that they're helping other people learn too. It's we're actually in a great place right now. We really are.
And that's the whole thing, man. Like, we should definitely see if we can make some headway there, because I think this could be one of the big things to come out of D grants. Like this whole model that helps, because it wouldn't just help native Stacks teams. It would people who want to come build on Stacks. This would be a huge feather in their cap to not have to worry about spending all this extra money on marketing and so forth.
Yeah. We're here. and honestly, we don't charge people to come on the show. You know, we do some mindshare marketing. Shout out to Bitflow and StackingDAO. Huge partners giving us some much needed income to keep this going. And we love having them on here, and we do feel like we provide some value to them. What's up, O'Milly, man? Leo Millie.
Millie, what's good, brother?
Yo, Millie.
Banker. What's the other one he's doing right now? Is there another one? I forget. He's got a couple projects. Banker's one of them, though. He's a big banker guy. He's like the first guy I heard talking about banker.
Yes. He actually sent me some banker back in the day.
Another one on base, absolutely killing it.
Oh, is it Bankers on Base?
Yeah, absolutely killing it. Like building community as you speak. You know why? Because if you use Banker, like, dude, I did like one tweet. I had a Banker subscription for a month, and I got an airdrop that was worth like 10 grand.
What?
Yeah.
God damn it.
Right.
Wait, for real?
I had to like sell way more of it than I wanted to pay bills.
So Millie's doing real well.
Yeah.
Good job, man.
There's serious like motion happening there, and people need to pay attention. You know.
All right, so guys, I could chat with you all day, and I don't want to hold you all hostage. It's a little bit after the hour where we usually end Find to Earn, or we're all desperately trying to find the jackpot round, and Zenny's like giving us short countdowns until
he's like, I win.
Good morning, good morning, Motors.
How to do the laugh.
Good morning, Motors. Now we are playing 5 to 8. We are starting off with the roux today. We are looking for a roux.
Find the sheep.
Now we are looking to find the sheep. We should move on the jackpot round tomorrow.
Not the sheep. The sheep.
The sheep. Now we are moving the jackpot round tomorrow.
We have too much fun. We do have a lot of fun here. And I think, part of the reason this works is because we are authentic. We're talking, there was no agenda. I didn't even know Jack was going to make it today. By the way, I love having you on here, buddy. I know you got your stuff, but just always welcome whenever you can. We're happy to have you. But I love having these conversations because they are real. We weren't planning on talking about any of this stuff. It's just what comes up, and these are real conversations and real reactions and real responses. And so let's go around the room. You guys have any, let's everyone go give us a final on what you got going on today. Anything you want to let the audience know about before we wrap up. Tinderly, I'm going to start with you, man. You still with us?
Yes, sir.
There he is.
You got any final words for the viewers for today? How's Talk app going?
Just stay tuned to my spaces, stay tuned to live streams, and I'm happy to be here with the DeOrganized always, and get to see some gaming content too as well, and just have a nice time chilling with DeOrganized, the best media on stocks and Bitcoin too as well.
Awesome, man. Yeah, guys, if you're not, give Tinderly a follow on X. He's got some really cool stuff. Young guy that's always hustling and cranking in the ecosystem. And we love having you join us, by the way, whenever you can. We love having you on here as well. Hunter dropped off. I was going to go to him next. I'll let Jack Jack, what do you got going on today? Anything people should know about besides flexing on us about not getting into banker?
No, man, like it wasn't even an intentional flex. Like,
no, I don't.
I didn't even know that was going to happen. I did it because I've been experimenting with the AI stuff with trading assistants, and but in terms of what's going on today, I don't know. I'm gonna try to take it easy. I'm doing a lot of fiat mining, and it fucks me up. But otherwise, I'd like to go hang out in the space with you later because I like hanging out with you guys. I'm trying to help out as much as I can in the D grant stuff as a mentor. I think we have like some good ideas that we can, and we've got the funding. And because at the end of the day, well, even when we're talking about just a minute ago about tokenizing IP and then tokenizing IP on Bitcoin, that's a narrative. That's a strong narrative that we have here on Stacks. Smart contracts on Bitcoin is a strong narrative we have here on Stacks. And we have the community. And we have the community that is like so devoted, right? And so strong without like, we're going to bribe you to come here, right? Like we've never had that. We've just got the vision and the conviction. And so I'm very bullish. I'm very bullish about SBTC being on Gate. That's the third largest centralized exchange. I'm very bullish about the concentrated liquidity pools coming to BitFlow. That's going to be massive for this ecosystem. So we have a lot going on for us. We just have to keep plugging away and keep being who we are.
For sure. 100%. Hannah, you got any final words for us? Do you have your Jedi sword handy? Because GP does.
Pew, 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 pew. Let's go.
GP, I hope I didn't ruin your final words.
GP was dressed like a Sith, man. Like, hold on. What you doing with that blue lightsaber?
I gotta figure out how to turn. Well, maybe I just haven't been to Mustafar yet. Got my ass burnt up and
yeah. I mean that is the Anakin Skywalker lightsaber, man. I'm that big Star Wars.
It is. It turns red too. I just gotta figure out how it does that.
It's supposed to.
It's supposed to. It's got the whole like you hit it and it makes the sounds and shit. But yeah, no, probably going to be cooking with some AI today. I want to be able to make some of these different videos for things within the ecosystem. Big shout out to all the supporters and of the Zest meme coin sprint. We've got Rue, Leo, Flat, Nasty. We've got Peggy, and STSTX. I mean, we've got a real deal.
You got fresh Mike Steppins.
Camp of some real deal founders that are looking to provide value in this ecosystem and extend opportunities to people. So take advantage of that because we are packing our bags in the Zest Discord and getting ready to, just do great things. We talked about IP today, and we have some really great ones like Rue in the ecosystem. Leos are that are continually innovating and finding new fun things for us to do. So I just got to give my big shout outs to all of the founders that are supporting, the Zest meme coin sprint. I am going to be doing a screen share in the StackingDAO Discord at around 11 a.m. ET. So that's when it'll be going down. We'll be having some fun in there. We're going to be deep diving some alpha, looking at what's going on in the ecosystem, so on and so forth. And we'll probably play some games too. So jump on in.
Right on. Jack had a run. The man doesn't stop. He's actually onboarding someone else to Stacks. He's going to meet him in real life. He had to drop before we could say goodbye. But much love, brother. Hope to see you again soon. We'll see you at the space at noon. Guys, Blue Sky Space at noon. Get over to the StackingDAO Bitcoin Stacks DeFi space. It's happening now. 11 a.m. is the screen share in the StackingDAO Discord. Blue Sky Space at noon. Lots going on for the rest of the day. Get out and support your ecosystem, and we'll see you back here tomorrow. And we do promise We will have find to earn rounds. But there's an opportunity. If you're in this Skullcoin Sigma chat, GP made an offer that you guys should not refuse. There's an opportunity there to get one of those fly Bitcoin whales from the Spaghetti Punks. I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting every Monday through Friday. Thanks for tuning in today. You all have a blessed rest of your day. I love my guys.
Peace, guys. Peace.
In the space, and he is going to teach us. He's always actually in the spaces on X, helping our community understand technical analysis and the numbers and the charts. And he's going to do this on our medium now on DeOrganized. He's coming on to show us how to. Today he's starting with candle structure and trend, and super excited to have him here. Going to bring him on right now. Landy, how are you today, sir?
I'm doing well, my friend. Just over here getting the day started out here on the West Coast, and taking a look at the beautiful breakout on Bitcoin. And yeah, like you said, we're gonna talk a little bit about technical analysis for those that are new to it. We're gonna start kind of from the beginning, and that's understanding kind of the chart and the candlesticks, and then we're gonna talk a little bit about trend, because this is kind of the first fundamental point of technical analysis that I talk about quite often. And I'm going to tell people right off the bat is that this is going to be tailored to those that are new to technical analysis. We're not going to dive right into the deep end. We're going to start out very slow and steady with understanding exactly what it is that we're looking at, and then we'll work our way through the various domains of knowledge, and make it easy for people to kind of understand what's going on with how to read charts, because I think it's a valuable skill for anyone, even if you're not going to do technical analysis on a regular basis, but just want to understand what's going on with price action.
Absolutely. I mean, and with the way things are nowadays and the access to that people have to this information on a near instant basis, it's definitely a great skills, even just conceptually, for people to have, even if they're not going to try to. You're not likely going to be a trader after the first, or even maybe the first 5 episodes, right?
Yeah, probably not. I mean, you might be able to get there at least with TA. Trading is a completely different skill set. Trading relies on technical analysis. So you do need to understand technical analysis, but trading is a different skill set in that you have to do a lot of personal evaluation. You have to understand your risk. You have to learn how to create a plan based on your technical analysis, and then learn how to effectively execute that without letting emotions get in the way. That is something that we will talk about eventually, but we're going to start with the basics first.
Yeah, awesome. And just a friendly reminder to our audience, we love Lanny's skill is awesome, and he's teaching you some great and valuable knowledge. We are not endorsing any of the products or any of the investment opportunities that Landy's using as examples in this case. Always do your own research and never invest money you cannot afford to lose. But we are absolutely happy to have Landy here, sharing his skill and his knowledge with our community. And thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate you having me on, and I'm looking forward to this. I think this has been a long time coming. I had a lot of requests to teach people kind of how I break things down. So, I'm excited about this. I think this is going to present a good opportunity for those who have been asking a lot of questions to get in here and ask some more while we're live, and then also have some material to go back to periodically that's been recorded. So yeah, I'm excited.
Very cool. Very cool. And just so everyone knows, you are absolutely welcome. And we would love it for you to, if you do have questions about what you're seeing, chime in the live chat. If you're watching this not live, obviously you can always DM Landy, DM me if you have questions about these things, and we can, well, maybe don't DM Landy. He didn't actually offer that up. You can DM me and I'll get to Landy. I know his DMs are a little full. So, but if you do have questions, definitely chime in the live chat and ask live. We'll be happy to answer them if you do.
Yeah, definitely. We want people to ask questions as needed. While we're live, but also, there's the best way to get your questions answered from me is actually publicly, because my DMs get pretty swamped. I'm, usually a little bit overloaded in the DM section of X. Now, there is other ways to get in contact with me through various, but that's not something we're going to get into today. That's something maybe for a different day we'll discuss.
Cool. I'm just actually.
I'm
sorry.
sharing.
I got so many DMs coming at me, and I was going in to try to share out the stream, and the DMs just catch me every time.
Yep.
It's impossible. It's impossible right now, which is a good sign, though. I mean, it's our space is just growing. So, are you ready for it to bring up the chart? To bring up your
Yeah, well, I'm just spamming chats right now with our stream here, and you can bring it up. We'll get started in just a second here. We can stare at the Bitcoin chart for a moment, as it is in a nice, beautiful uptrend, and I am very, very excited about what the future holds right now for Bitcoin. And
did you? I know I heard people talking about like 75, 78. And I mean, it seems to have ripped way past what people were expecting.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was calling for above 73 to 75, looking 75 to 78, 78 to 80, then mid to low 80s. And I'd mentioned just on my Saturday video, like just above the mid to low 80s portion, that I was looking for around $88,000 to $90,000. There's a major level there. Now, of course, that's not stuff I'm going to get into today, but it's right in the area, and I think we might have hit 90 or just shy of it on spot price here. I can actually go over to the candle here. Yeah, so 89,957. So we almost hit 90. So that was the next big one that I was looking for. And then yesterday's video, I showed kind of some shorter term resistance overhead at like, just shy of $95,000. But once we get into blue sky territory like this, it becomes a game of measuring volatility, which is going to be one of our kind of sections that we talk about in terms of TA. And it's one of the ones that I think is most important that people don't take into account. And one of the reasons why many get caught off guard when it comes to doing technical analysis, even guys who are very experienced and gals. And in this case, the volatility monster ate a lot of short positions because people were going short in specific levels and ignoring volatility. And, in some cases, ignoring trend. And that's actually, where we're going to end up starting here. Now, Bitcoin here on the weekly, we can use any coin for this kind of stuff. But one of the big things that we got to understand is kind of what the hell is going on in the first place here. Like, what are these candles and what do they represent? And we're just going to zoom right in to the current weekly candle and just kind of talk about candles and what they represent on the chart here and kind of what the chart represents. We're looking at a weekly candle structure here and the weekly chart. And the chart here is showing us the live auction for Bitcoin. Bitcoin goes 24/7, much like all of crypto. It trades 24/7 round the clock. It's not like traditional markets where we do have close open periods that are very specific. And then we have pre-market and post-market periods. For crypto, which is what we're going to be focused on here for our TA kind of learning, we have a 24/7 market where we're looking at the live auction, which is live sentiment. When you're looking at price charts, you're actually looking at the moment-to-moment sentiment of that particular ticker or asset or indice or whatever you might want to call it. In this case, we're looking at the moment-to-moment sentiment for Bitcoin. And this is a live auction. People are buying and selling in all of these areas. And the candlesticks represent that. Often, what you'll find is when you go to open like a lot of different applications that will show you price, you'll often see like a line chart like this. That's helpful to tell you kind of where things are closing and opening. But and it's really realistically showing you the close to close. But what we're looking for is we want to get the most information possible for technical analysis, and that's where I'm actually going to bring this over to a little bit cleaner chart, and this is the Coinbase chart for Bitcoin on the weekly. And there's a few things to point out here that are fairly straightforward with Bitcoin in this regard. When we see a green candle like this, we can get where the open is. The bottom side of the candle is always going to be the open for any kind of a green candle. The top side of a red candle is going to be the open here. And then, we don't have a close here, but wherever Bitcoin is currently trading, like right now, we see Bitcoin is trading at 86,100 or so. That is where, wherever this closes, that's what we're going to see. So we have the open from one day to the next. It's a green candle, so price is rising. While price is kind of active during this particular candle for this weekly, which we have 5 days left. We can see we have 5 days and 8 hours left over there. We're seeing kind of where price is live. We can see the high and then the low of the actual candle. So when looking at the structure of the candle, we have, in this case, we have our open. We have what might be the close. We don't know. We have the high and the low. And we can even go to last week's candle to kind of point that out, because we have an open down here. We have a close up here because it is a green candle. Price was rising or auctioned up and closed higher than the open. So we get a green candle. We have the low side of the candle, which is the lowest that price even traded in that candle for the weekly. Then we have the high. So we had the open down here at like 68,736. We had the close up here at 80,428. We had a low of 66,783, and we had a high of 81,534. So this is a full weekly candle. This gives us a lot of information. So this told us, at some point during last week's candle, price dipped down to 66,783, and it rose all the way up to 81,534. We had an open from 1 week to the next that came in a little bit above. So what we know what this candle is telling us is that when the candle opened at some point during the week, it dipped down for some liquidity before rising, and it didn't close. It closed near the high, but didn't close right on it. So we have a little bit of a wick or a shadow there, and closed right around 80,428 with that high coming in about $1,000 higher. So we get a lot of information based on these candles, and there's different candle structures that we can look at that give us a lot of information about what's going on in the market, how the market's kind of feeling. Now, we're not going to get necessarily into that too much, but we'll take a look at a red candle here. We'll take a look at this big boy right here. This was prior to Bitcoin going down and tagging $49,000, but we have a candle structure here for a bearish candle. So we have a bullish candle, which is green. We have a bearish candle, which is red. And there's a million ways that you can interpret candles, and I encourage you to go look at them. We're not going to talk too much about them because I'm going to be, as we kind of go through and look at trend, talking about what the candles mean, as there's a lot of extra kind of evaluation that you can do, and there's many different resources for understanding what candles mean. I'm going to be explaining it my way. You can go to Investopedia. They actually, believe it or not, I know a lot of people make fun of them. They actually have a really good candle structure kind of breakdown for what candles mean. But essentially, we have these candles here where we have an open, and then we have a close down here. So when the close is lower than the open, we get a red candle. We had a nice open here where we were trying to break out in terms of trend back here, but we had an open at around 68,244 on this candle, a close down here at 58,130. We had a high of $70,000 and a low of 57,123. Now, what this tells us is that at some point after this candle opened, it tried to move higher. Price tried to move higher and then got rejected. And then we ended up closing all the way down here at 58,130 and even auctioned down lower than that at 57,123. Now, what this tells us is that price tried to push higher and had to move lower to actually find buyers. Whereas on this green candle over here, price had to, or price opened on a high and pushed higher after dipping down for some liquidity and had to push higher to find sellers. We're now finding that in our current candle here. So I'm not going to focus too much on candle structure outside of that because I do think that it's important that we get into what candle structure actually means as it relates to trend, because trend is what is important. That's going to give us the most information about the market and whether the market is moving higher or lower outside of just one candle, but multiple candles. Peace, did you have any questions about candles?
No, this is all stuff that, I mean, it's obviously relatively beginner stuff. So it really makes, I know that there are different kind of candles too, but I think that that's probably more advanced than where we want to go with this. Like I know like Heikanashi candles are different because they don't show the open to close kind of the same, or
yeah.
And they're used for different things and stuff like that. But I don't have any specific questions on this because it's stuff I'm already familiar with.
Yeah, there's Heikanashi, there's Renko, there's line break candles, there's Kagi. There's all kinds of different candles. You don't really need to know about that. What I would say is for candle structure, I would stick to, for most, there's reasons why you would use Heikanashi, and some people do use them. I do not, as I am more interested in seeing the pure close and open of a candle, or open and close, if you will, and the pure high and low, without any math being integrated into it for average pricing, which is what ends up happening with some of those other candles. This is the purest view of price. It's just regular candle structure like this, where red means price opened, and opened at a level and then moved lower to close. That's where you're going to get your red or your bear candles. And then green candles or your bull candles are where price opened at a level and then moved higher and closed at a specific level that was higher than the open. That's where you get your bull candles. And then you have your candles that have that are in between, right? The close open, right? So we have 5 days to go, or 5 days and 8 hours to go for the current weekly candle on Bitcoin. And that's kind of leads us right into trend. And one of the things that I actually am going to kind of show here is that we have very simple stuff. And this is actually where we're going to ignore the price scale over here, because when
So
we
I-
have, go
I
ahead.
have one question. I don't know if it's probably something coming down the line. We're working with weekly candles right now.
Yes.
And I'm assuming you're going to kind of go over why you would use weekly versus daily versus shorter term candles.
Yeah, and for right now, it's not really as relevant. It doesn't matter which time frame basically that we're working on.
Because
at
we're
this
just
particular
right
moment.
now we're just learning what candles are and
Yep.
what the trend and how to read the trends from them and that basic stuff, which is fundamental, by the way. If you don't have that stuff down, the rest doesn't work.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah. And this is where we can kind of get into a few different things here. When we have a bunch of candles that are moving, that we have are well, in aggregate moving down with lower highs and lower lows, we get downtrends, right? So you can think about the candle structure, and like I don't have a clean example chart. I like to use the live chart for this, but we have an uptrend, which is where we have a starting point for price. We have a high, we have a higher low than where price started, and then we have a higher high. So that's your standard uptrend, and then we have our downtrend, which is where we have price starting at a specific area. We have a low, we have a lower high, and then a lower low. And this is very, very simple. This isn't even full trend, but this is something that I did want to just point out, because we're going to take a look here just as an example. So we have, we have some trending structure here for Bitcoin. And I'm going to go and actually move out to an even higher term time frame because we can get a cleaner view of the chart on the monthly, for instance. And we can talk a little bit about a downtrend and an uptrend. And what we can do here is we can actually turn on that line chart. And we can see that we have the line chart is the closing trend for Bitcoin or any kind of a charted asset. And that's where we can kind of get an idea of what is going on with price in terms of is it rising or falling on a particular time frame. And this is there's two ways to look at price, and this is something that I want to get out there ahead of time, and that is the swing trend. So the swing high or the wick high, if you will. So when we're looking at candles, we have the body of the candle, which is the open and the close. So for the green candle, the open on the bottom, the close at the top. For the red candle, the open at the top, the close at the bottom here. And then we have the price that was traded at the highs and the lows. Those are called wicks or shadows or swings. There's three ways that you'll hear people kind of refer to this. You'll hear me.
Wicks, so when people talk about swings, they're also talking about wicks.
Yep. So this would be a swing high up here, or a wick high, or a shadow. This would be the candle's shadow, the shadow, the top shadow of the candle.
Okay.
You'll hear me often refer to this as a swing or a wick. That's the same thing. And this would be the bottom shadow of this candle over here from the prior cycle, where it's the shadow, the wick, or the swing low of that candle. So you have the body of the candle, and then you have the swings. So we have a swing high, we have a swing low, a swing high, and then we have even a swing low, swing high, swing low down here. And one of the things that we'll note is price was getting lower as I was moving my arrow down there. So we have technically a downtrend, and this is the swing trend for the prior cycle's bear market. Now we have a swing trend and we have a closing trend. So in this case, we have a downtrend, which is in this case a full downtrend. So we have a high up here. This was the highest point that Bitcoin had hit at $69,000. We had a higher low. And then we had a lower high, which then initiated a downtrend. And this is where people often need some help. So when we have a starting point like this, where we have a downtrend like this, we have to have a reference or a frame of reference for this downtrend. And that's where we have to, especially with something that is new, we have to understand where the uptrend started. And this is where we can look at the uptrend into this structure that then helps us define the downtrend. So we can go to the prior cycle. We had the downtrending bear market here, which we could get into, but this is a little bit of a shorter chart. But we could take just from the higher low structure right here off of the higher lows on the more macro scale for Bitcoin. And we can then show a little bit of this swing uptrend here. We had a swing downtrend into this area. I know that, and you're going to know how to kind of do that as well. But how do we transition from an uptrend into a downtrend? How do we define that in terms of a swing trend here? You can see that I have the low down here. We have a high where there was a bit of a stopping point here of this particular trend. We have a higher low. We have a higher high, a higher low swing, and then a higher high swing before making, which technically would still be in trend. We saw that we have a higher low swing down here as it relates to this guy over here. And this is where people often get confused because they see like, okay, this is a low. We have this nice uptrend on Bitcoin, for instance, here. So we have this low down here. We've got a nice higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. And we're going to talk about these and we're going to label these, but I'm introducing the language to you. And then we have technically a higher low swing. But why was this structure dangerous? Why were we looking, for instance, why would Landy be looking for the possibility that this could head down further and test this and break down? And why did this end up with a lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low structure? So why did we go from uptrend to downtrend, and what kind of determined that? Well, as soon as we had the higher low, which technically you could paint as green, but I have it as red. And this is where everybody gets very, very confused when it comes to swing trend, because there is ways in which you can determine whether a swing trend is going to be locked in or not, and that is the closing trend. So this is something that's pretty important, because we have, for instance, our new trend, which was technically bearish even here to here, but it is green now for Bitcoin. So we have this nice swing uptrend, which let's go ahead and actually redo that. So we have we know now that this was an uptrend, right? Hindsight's 2020. We know that this is a nice swing uptrend for Bitcoin, and hindsight's 2020. Technically, from the point of view of many, this would still be green. This line here into this higher low. And this would still be red. This first line right here would still be red, because we didn't hit our higher low until this was confirmed here. Now, one of the main reasons why I draw it a little bit differently, and why I want to kind of point this out, one of the reasons why I wanted to get on here and kind of talk about TA stuff, is because we have the closing trend that many do ignore. And we're going to go ahead and talk about the closing trend real quick here.
So I do have a question though.
Go ahead.
Because a higher low usually suggests uptrend.
Typically, you can still get higher lows within a downtrend. They have to complete what's called a trend reversal, and that's where we're going to be talking about trend for a little while. Because what I wanted to show here is the kind of closing trend. So we had that. We had what I was just talking about in terms of the swing trend. So we have the closing trend here, and the closing trend matters. So we have this closing trend that is going to be a little bit different, right? And one of the reasons why, for instance, we have the swing uptrend from this prior cycle that looks a little bit different than our now closing trend, which I should put over top here in just a second.
And just to clarify, the difference is whether you're going from the wicks or from the close.
Or from the closes. Yep. So one of the things is this gets a little messy as we kind of go back and forth. But if you look at the closes, there's our swing trend. Here's our closing trend, where we have a closing lower low, closing higher high, closing higher low. And this isn't locked in until this candle right here. So technically, this needs to be over here. We have a closing high once the bear candle hits, and technically that starts right here is when that closing high actually gets in, right? So we have a little adjustments to make. Closing higher low is confirmed right here. And why? Well, that's where we have to look at the actual swing trend again, and the closing trend. So if we go ahead and just take that off as an illustration, we go ahead here, and we're going to just use some really simple tools here. We'll go ahead and we'll turn the green on here. We're going to go ahead and we're going to put some horizontals in these different areas. So we know where the high of that particular trend is. So we have the higher high, the higher low. We then are going to mark this as higher high, higher low, and then we've got this higher high of the swing trend, right? And when we zoom in, it gets a little bit goofy, but we're just taking the swing high and the swing low, and we're marking it. So we have our starting period down here, where we're measuring this from at about 38,858. We have the high up here at around 12,500. We have the higher low at around 9,800. And then we get up there to the $65,000 high. We get a higher low around 28,800. And then we have our higher high up here at $69,000. So when does this trend actually break down? Because we have this bearish trend that I pointed out right here. What makes this bearish? Because technically, it is a higher low. So this would be green with then a lower high, and then this would be red. Well, one of the reasons why this didn't this swing trend is not what was breaking, what we were watching for the breakdown. We were looking at this candle structure right here, where we put the swing low in to swing high, and we need to understand where the closing trend is. So we picked out kind of where the swing trend is, and we have some areas of interest for that, and we kind of understand what's going on there. If we were to take the closing trend and understand where the closing trend is, we know that it's a little bit different, right? So if we have the closes up here, we have the swing high at 65, we have the closing high at 58, almost $59,000 here. This is where people get goofed up, because you see the high, you see the low, but we also have the close, which matters, because where price closes matters when it comes to auctions. And then we have the higher low at a close with the swing low down there at 28.8. We have the higher low close coming in at $35,000. We have the $69,000 high, and then we have a close open here of 61,350 or so. Then we get down to the swing low here, which is technically a higher low on the swing, or the wick, or the shadow, or whatever you'd like to call it. And then we have the closing low side structure here, but we didn't actually see it close a low. And this is where we go back to kind of candle structure. And we'll talk a little bit about candle structure as it relates to trend, and then we'll continue a trend. But you see that the closing structure here off the low here at 32, almost 33,000, we have the close open here at 38.5. Well, we got a swing high, but we didn't actually complete a closing low. We completed this closing low up here, right here in 1, 2, 3 candles. We completed the closing high up here. I'm sorry, closing high up here, closing high up here, closing low here. So if we get rid of all of these different lines, we can talk about candle structure again for just a minute. And I'm gonna just show you the different candles here that put in the high from last cycle. And why does it matter? If you're looking at the 3 candle structure here, we have not only a swing high, but we have a closing high. And that's where we had our bullish candle, our bearish candle, and then we had our third bearish candle. So we have a bullish candle followed by 2 bearish candles. And where we see the bear candle close below the open of the bull candle, that's what puts in the closing high. So we have essentially a 3 candle structure here that is going to put in not just we're just going to go like this for the swing highs to swing low, right? So we're just taking a portion of this trend. And where we're looking for this high to actually be in on a close and not just a swing is when the actual candle, so when we switch from bull candle to bear candles, as soon as we see a close below the open of this last bull candle, which was at $45,000, that locks in the high as a swing at 65. It also locks in the closing high here at our different zones of interest. It was what you'll see me kind of term this as on my charts, but we have the swing high up here, which we'll call this, we'll just make this green for right now, so it's a different color. And the yellows are going to be the closes, right? So we have the actual closing high up here is locked in as soon as we get the close below the open of the green candle here. So we have a warning here at the top, which this is called a doji candle. That we saw the close open kind of come in very close together, and the actual April candle here. And then we had from April the close open in our May candle there. Once it opened, we saw a little bit of a test up, and then it closed down below the green candle or the bull candle here at $45,000. that locks in this swing high at 65 as a high, and it locks in the closing high here at 58.8. And this is often when you see me chart on my videos, you'll see that I paint these as like zones of interest, as an area of resistance overhead, because it's established as an area that price tried to auction through and got rejected. And then once it put in the high on not just a swing, but a close, by closing below this candle here, well, then we knew that that price was likely going to move lower to some other areas of support and resistance, but it was putting in or locking in that high as a valid area of overhead resistance, where we do have confirmed highs on a swing and a close. And this on the other side, we can do the same for this low down here. This didn't occur all at once, because you might be looking at this and saying, well, that high was pretty easy to pick out. It was 3 candles. We had the bullish candle here. We had a bearish candle followed by another bearish candle that closed well below the open of that bullish candle. And then on the other side of that, how do we determine where when this low is locked in on a close? Well, that's where we have this big old red candle. So once we see that, we're looking for the bullish candle. So we have 2 big red candles here, one very large body candle. Then we have another candle with a smaller body and a larger shadow to the bottom, or wick or swing, and a fairly decent shadow or wick or swing to the top side. Well, we're looking for a bullish candle to enter here. We're looking for this bull candle here, which closed right at the high of the prior bear candle. So we have this kind of a downtrending structure, especially in lower term timeframes, where we have the swing downtrend, right? The higher low structure there. Now this is still in green territory, because this was the last higher low was all the way down here. But how do we lock this in and understand when this is confirmed as a closing low? Because we don't really need to see it close back above this open up here. We can actually get a gauge for this on this particular structure in a pretty straightforward manner, because we had the big bear candle. How can we gauge this? Well, we can get rid of this here, and we can say, okay, well, if it closes above the open of the prior candle, technically it's setting a low on a close. You'll see me put in additional criteria that if it's bearish, I want to see the high taken out when it's next to a very large candle like this. You'll also see that we'll get, the high called in right here from the other side. So like you'll see a lot of indicators. If you use indicators, we'll throw the high on any close below this swing low from this candle over here to put the high in on a close. You'll see the same thing for the actual close here, where the next close was lower. It will paint the high on a close. I usually go for additional criteria. I'll take the swing low, or in this case, I'll take the swing high. If this is closed above this swing high, the low is set on a close, and it solidifies that swing. And the same goes for the other side. If it's going to be the close open, I like to see it close preferably above or below a certain area. So if we're going to lock in the high here, this high on a close and a swing, I like to see it either below the swing low or preferably below the open, because the candle was so big here on the other side. To lock in this low, we can actually take the swing high, or we can take the closing high, open. Once that is closed above on this green candle, then the low is in, and we'll see most indicators reflect that as well. And that's where we have to really get down to understand the candle high and low structure as it relates to our trend, because we have trend shifts that occur that goof people up. And I spend a lot of time on trend, by the way, when I teach this, because we have this structure over here. Why was this bearish? Well, this is technically on a close, one giant move down. And why is that on this bearish section? Why would I paint this red when everybody would say this is a swing high, higher low, and this was the lower high? It should be red from here. And while they're technically correct, I do it a little bit differently because I look at this as the closing structure related to the swing structure. So if you look here, once Bitcoin puts in this, we have the high up here. So we'll do the high up here. We have the higher low right here, right? So when we start to look at this for the high being painted in, as soon as we got the close below, we have the nice bullish candle. We hit we hit around $67,000. We have a higher high than the previous high over here. We see on this bearish candle from November of 2021, we hit $69,000, but it closed down here at 57. So it closed below the open here. So it is a bearish candle. Once we get the close below 53.3 right here, and the next candle in December, technically the high's in. I was looking for a further breakdown from here at 43,800, but technically right here the high is in. It locks in that that $69,000 high as the actual high, right? And then the close is then going to be locked in as the closing high up here at around 61,350 when we see the close below this swing low at $54,000. Now this is another nice 3-candle structure. We don't always get nice 3-candle structures. At the time, I wanted to see a close lower than the open of the bull candle, though. That's just for me. That's anecdotal. That's something that I look for. But the high was technically in as soon as we closed below this point here. This is when this entire structure is now painted as a high. So the high was in. What we're looking for is higher lows then. So when this higher low swing comes in, very, very nice, but we didn't see it close above the, we get the 3 bear candles here, and then we see price try to turn around, and you'll notice it never closes above the open of this bear candle here. So when we get the nice bull candles, we don't see it close above this 46,000. We also don't see it close above the swing high here at 45,855. So we never got a closing low. We got a nice higher low swing and lower high swing, but we didn't get a closing higher low set. Price then moved down. So we do need to understand that there is a difference between swing high and swing structure, swing trend and closing trend, because it does matter when it comes to the actual auction, and that price can't move higher or lower. And we can actually take a lot of the swing trends that we look at here as examples for looking at trend. We have a nice uptrend even from the bear market lows. So we had a lower high here. This was our swing structure, right? That we just were pointing out, where we had the downtrending swing structure that I painted as red here. We'll paint this as red again in just a moment. But you know what we're looking at here is where did things turn around? And from the swing structure, we can look and see when things turn around pretty easily. And then it only gets a little bit more difficult when we're looking at trending closing structure. So we have our downtrending structure here. Where do things kind of turn around? Well, this is where we can do something very, very simple. We can go here and we can say this was a higher high. That was our higher high. We have our higher low on a swing, and we're just going to click on random things to make sure that that it doesn't work out the way I want it to. There we go. So when we start getting into swing structure, we can then see where things change. We have the swing structure, trend breaks, and that kind of stuff that we're going to get into probably into the next stream. But we have a bit of a character change here, right? So we have a higher high, we have a higher low as it relates to this guy over here. So this swing low is higher than this, but then we have a lower high as it relates to this higher high up here. So this is where the swing structure was changing. We already had warning that it was going to have trouble. We needed to see it close above 45,855. It didn't do that. And preferably above 46,200. It didn't do that. We ended up getting a bear candle that ended up solidifying this in the next two candles here as a lower high. And we moved down into lower low, lower high structure. So this is where we have pretty straightforward stuff.
So it's really the lower high in
that kicks it off.
That sets that trend. You don't really, because the higher low, you don't know exactly what's going to happen, even though it doesn't look great because it's a higher low, but it's only slightly higher.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing is, so we had a warning once it couldn't solidify this higher low, which is a valid higher low in a swing. We needed to see it close above, the opens of at least the bear candle or the high of the bull candle here. And it never did that. So that was our warning, that when it failed to close above there, because we don't know, once this higher low is in, we have higher high, higher low structure. This is still good, right? As it relates to this trend over here, which was higher high, higher low, higher high, right? And then when we start looking at this structure here, we still have higher high, higher low. We don't know that this is a lower high until this low gets closed below. We also don't know that this is a valid higher low on a close until this gets closed above, and it rejected right there on the candles. Once it closes below, so we essentially have a range where if it closes above this, it's going to set the higher low on a close. For me personally, I always take the open. I want to see the open closed above from the bear candle to set that as a closing higher low. And then we have, okay, when it closes back below here, well, now we have the lower high is set. So we have this structure, 3 candles down, 2 candles up, fails to close higher. We get the lower high that then closes below the actual close open structure here that solidifies this as a closing lower high. So once that occurs, this is your transition point. This is where we're watching things. We're saying, okay, we got to see how things play out over the course of this next few months. So this was between January of 22 until April of 22. We had the confirmation that this was a lower high. This was the start of the bear market, for instance. And then we moved down into lower low, lower high, lower low structure. And that's where we have this transition point. And this is usually what throws everyone, because they don't, well, I didn't know it was going to be a lower high. Well, we knew that it was likely going to be a lower high if it couldn't set this higher low on a closing basis. So it'd be a swing higher low to swing lower high. We have a trend change then. And that's where people often get goofed up when evaluating trend at first. Because look, there's a million different resources for looking at trend, but there's only one Landy and only one Landy's way of looking at trend. And I believe that this is the right way to evaluate trend, because typically we just look at the swing trend and then people get confused. They look at, because they ignore the closing trend, which is something that I like to intro. And then we go through and you do exercises over and over and over again with understanding the actual trend. So, I mean, you can even see pretty easily on the chart here where we have the lower low down here and then we have a higher high swing, right? So now we have a character change on Bitcoin as we move out of the bear market lows into the into a possible bull market. So this is where we get a structure change. So we have the higher high, higher low, lower high. That's a warning. That's telling you that you need to look out at this low. You look directly at this low right here. As soon as that's closed below, yes, the close opens down here at 38.5. Once it did that, it solidified this as a lower high. but it's only continuation of trend if we see a close below this last higher low, because then we would have only lower lows, right? So we need to understand that as well. Once we get the lower high, just because it closes it as a lower high in this candle over here, well, we still have to pay attention to the higher low. If price doesn't pass it, it could just go sideways, right? That's where we get trendless structure. But in this case, as soon as it closes below the higher low, we can only have lower lows. And then we know from like when price was down here and started to bounce, well, the last lower high is all the way up here at 48,240. Highly unlikely it's going to get there. So we were looking for another lower high, lower low. Once we got this lower high at like $25,000, well, once we see the low being set here, and we have price rising again, as soon as we get a close back above 25,200 or so, we know that we can only get higher highs in our trend. So we did end up with a nice higher high here at 31.8, which by the way was the close open of the bear market. But that's a totally different story. We'll talk about that when we start getting into close open support and resistance stuff. But we have from here, what were we looking for? Once we see a higher high, it doesn't mean anything if we don't put in a higher low above this lower low, right? So what we need to see is a structural change. So we need to see a higher high, and then we start to look for higher lows. But the criteria is it needs to stay above the last lower low to put in a higher low, if that makes sense, right? So we would have to say, okay, we're definitely looking for higher low structure as this occurs. So we got the nice higher high above this last lower high. We have a trend break. So we had a downtrend. Now we have a trend break. And as long as Bitcoin, in this case, at the time, what we were looking for is as long as it was above 15.5 or this last lower low, we're looking for higher low structure. We got that. That higher low structure came in at $25,000. And then, of course, we went and made higher highs up here at 73,835. And this is where, we are in a nice uptrend. So we have this beautiful uptrend in place on Bitcoin. Now, this is where I would ask you, Peace, based on what you know, where would this structure change? Where would it become possibly bearish or get a trend break?
So we already have a higher high, right?
We have a higher high, higher low.
Well, we have a higher high, higher low, and we've already passed that previous higher high. So
we don't care about the previous higher high.
Well, we have to set up. We haven't set the next high, right?
Well, I mean, no matter what happens here, we have a higher high, right? So like the current candle structure, no matter what happens, this will be a higher high.
Right. This will be a higher high. And then once we see that set, which will require another red candle.
Yeah, at minimum one. At minimum. Yep.
Right. And then we're looking at this higher low number to
which
see
would be right here.
Yeah. We're looking at that higher low, the swing higher low.
Mm-hmm.
And that will, so if we end up with a close below that, or if we set even if we send a higher low, the next higher low, we might, so it would depend on what the next low is, I guess, right?
It would depend on where the high comes in, right? So wherever the high comes in, it's really, really simple, right? Wherever the high comes in, whether it's here, higher, doesn't matter. Wherever the high comes in, we look directly to the last higher low. That is where we need to pay attention, right? Because the last higher low is going to determine our trend because we have higher highs, right? We're above this last higher high at 73,835. Doesn't matter if it closes above here or not. We are going to have a swing higher high no matter what. So we need to pay attention to whenever we see a high put in, which is not going to occur on a green candle. It might occur in lower term timeframes, but what we need to do then is look directly at the last higher low. And the last higher low is at $49,000 on the monthly here. So this is a nice bullish uptrend, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. And then wherever this puts in a high, here or higher, we look directly to that higher low structure at $49,000, because only if we saw closes below there or we saw a swing below there would we have any kind of lower low structure. And that's when we start to look for trend shifts. And we don't have that right now. Additional criteria would be understanding the actual close open structure. So we have a closing high here that wasn't put in until all the way at this low candle, by the way, that closed below all of these opens. This was the closing high put in up here at 71,300 as it relates to the swing high there. So we have some interesting stuff to pay attention to, right? Because this is a historically important area. We have the swing high or wick high there at the 73,835, right? And this is where we're starting to get into understanding a little bit about horizontal support and resistance as it relates to our trend. But then we have the closing low, which was set on this candle here in October, because we had the red candle that actually set the high over here that closed below all of the close opens here to set this as a closing high and closing swing or wick high. And then we turned around and we went right back up in these next two candles once it closed above the actual high or the close open here. We saw this low set at $49,000 on a closing low, and or I'm sorry, on a swing low, and then the closing low at $58,900, almost $59,000. So we have essentially this. We'll just make this red. It's not bearish. It is a higher low still, but just so that we understand what we're looking at. So now this is locked in, right? So this area on a close at 59 down to 49, we have the closing higher low, we have the swing higher low, we have the closing higher high, and the swing higher high. Now these are big areas of support and resistance on the chart. If we were to see closes back below $59,000, that wouldn't look good. That would tell us that we're going to probably go test the higher low trend here of the swing trend. But the closing higher low structure is pretty tight here between 71,300 and our $59,000. Now I say pretty tight, but this is basically a $20,000 range, or a $11,000 range. When we're looking at 49 to 71, then we're looking at like a $20,000 to $30,000 range, depending on your time frame and trend.
So if we test back and close below 59, it's likely we might test back to that 49 swing low.
Yeah, that's and that's based on how the auction would look. I mean, if we were to turn around in this, let's say November candle and start closing back below here, that would look really bad, right? That would still be a high, but it'd be a very rejective candle. We've got a, $17,000 candle. If it was going to, dump down, 30 grand, 40 grand, then we're looking at price probably heading down further, right? Auctioning lower. But in terms of trending structure, without even understanding any of the horizontal close open trend here, we know that this is a very bullish structure, right? And it's not going to change in terms of its bullishness until we were to see closes back below the last higher low. I'm not looking for that, to be quite honest, right? Like I'm looking for price to get continuation. And this is where we can start looking at, in the future, support and resistance stuff. Like we're above the prior cycle higher high. We're in higher low structure. We have a full and complete trend, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. We're looking for this to get continuation. And that's where we start getting into stuff that is not really trend related. It's more support and resistance, volatility, other metrics like Fibonacci levels of interest and stuff like that. It's outside of the scope of today. But one of the things that I wanted to kind of also kind of point out here is we often get a lot of different patterns. So we'll get, I'm gonna have to paint this green, but we get Well, that's just ugly because my mouse decided to change speeds. But we'll get trend reversal setups, right? So I have this over here. This is a trend reversal setup in most cases. If you're coming off of, doesn't matter what the trend to the left is, we have higher high, higher low structure. We're looking for higher high structure, right? So anytime we see something like this, whether this was a lower high, whether this was, coming off of a low and this is a lower high, this is a higher low, wherever we see a higher low, we look to the next big structure. So I like to kind of point out that we can get various patterns, right? So let's say this was a big downtrend coming into this, right? And we have our whole goal here is to identify, the different structures. So we have we'll call this was a higher high, right? We have our higher low. We'll say it's a higher low. We don't know what's come before it.
And real quick, I just want to we do have our guests for our next show kind of lining up in the back room. So they're watching us right now. So I just want to say hi. I'm aware you guys are there, and thank you for hanging out. And we'll be with you guys shortly.
Yep, I'm gonna wrap this up here in a second anyway. And realistically, what we're looking for is these transition points in trend. So we have a lot of things that we can look at with trend. When you're looking at swing trend, and this is where you should typically start, and then you go and you dive deeper to understand where the closing trend is. And that's where we'll continue this conversation next time with a bit of understanding a little bit more about candle structure, which is why I didn't focus on it a lot, mainly because we're going to be continuing to talk about candle structure as we talk about trend. So this is lowercase, but we've got higher high, higher low, lower high, lower low. We got another lower high and a lower low. And then what we're looking for is, we've got, a lower high here. We're looking for things to try to turn around. So this could even still be a red structure here, or a red line, if you will. And we could say, we could paint this guy red because it's a lower low, lower high if we want. We'd have to be evaluating our actual closing structure here. But this is your transition point where we go to lower high to higher low. This is known as a trend reversal setup. And this is where once we get a higher low in our swing trend, we can start looking to the very last, lower high for that trend reversal. So this would be the criteria to break this big old downtrend here. So we end up with this area to mark, and we end up with this area down here at the higher low, because this is going to be our criteria, right? Whenever you have a transition in the structure of price, when you're coming from a downtrend, or you could just reverse this could be an uptrend, right? But as soon as we get like the lower high and move into higher low, once we have the higher low in, if we pass the higher low, well, it's going to be, we're looking to the next lower low and for continuation in our downtrend. But if we start passing and closing above our lower high, well, we can only have higher highs. This is a trend reversal setup. And then we start looking for our trend confirmation, which would be another higher low and higher high. And that's where we start looking for what I had been talking about for Bitcoin for quite some time, which was that reversal setup on the weekly, which is kind of where we started. And that's where we had this weekly structure that I'm just going to finish up with here. And we'll talk about this for just a second, and then we'll wrap this up. Apparently I have, not clicked the right one. This is where we had a nice swing downtrend. So we had a nice higher low structure still back here for Bitcoin. higher low, higher high. And then we started to get into higher low, lower high. So we now have from here to here, we have a bit of a shift in trend. And this is where on Bitcoin, you heard me turn a little bit bearish on price until things turned around, because we had lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. And we even continued this trend for a little bit until we had a trend break here with a higher low over here. And once we got higher high structure, we immediately started to take off. And that's where understanding trend and kind of how things work is very, very important. Now, we'll get into support and resistance and kind of evaluating this closing structure and the kind of the meat of what I talk about all the time. And one of the reasons why my analysis tends to be pretty darn accurate is because we start with this swing structure where we have this uptrending swing structure. We then see a lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. Then we get our higher high, higher low structure. We have a whole lot of criteria in there that we can identify in terms of where that closing structure came in. Where was the closing lower high? Where was the closing higher lows or lower lows? And then where do things start to turn around? And we'll evaluate that in the next video. And we'll even touch on some of the questions here, as I am just going off the top of my head with a lot of this. So I do appreciate you hosting me today, and we'll refine this as we continue to go forward. We didn't get a lot of questions here, but
we didn't get a lot of questions here, but it's the first show, and I don't think we didn't have any marketing ahead of it. We did get a lot of people tuned in. We had over 200. We're over 250 live viewers throughout the show, which is great. And the content's been great. I definitely have learned a lot. So thank you so much, even if it's just a personal tutorial live for everyone to watch. It definitely is. I understand a lot better than some basic stuff here. So thank you so much, Landy. This was great. If you guys didn't get a chance to watch it, I strongly recommend catching up and following it. The good news is, even though it's a live broadcast, these are available on YouTube, on X. You can go back and watch them down the line. And we can even chop up bits and create smaller short form content to get some of these concepts itemized. So this has been great. And I appreciate everyone that's, bearing with us, as this is brand new for us. I think it went extremely well. I think the format presented everything in a very clear and concise way. That was awesome, Landy. I'm very much looking forward to next week's episode. So I can understand support and resistance a little bit better. And Code Sater is actually worried that he missed it, and that's okay, man. Like I said, this is available. This is actually available on recording. You can watch this anytime. That's part of the beauty of doing it in this format, is that it's available for people after the fact. And next time, come on. If you have questions, definitely watch along with us. This will be every Tuesday at 11 a.m. Eastern. That's 8 a.m. Pacific, where our host is located. And we'll be back shortly. We actually have another show coming up live in a few minutes. I just got to get set up for that. I have all the guys waiting backstage for the Syndicate's AI show that's going to be launching as soon as I wrap this up and get into the next show. But Landy, thank you so much for this, man. Any final words you have?
No, not too much outside of, I know that some of this, when we first started, might have been a little bit confusing. If you go back to watch it, you might get a little confused. Like, he's talking about swing trend and then closing trend and how they're different. And now there's lines over lines. Stick with it until the end, because you can see that I'm wrapping the concept up by the end. And as we move into the next video or stream, what you'll end up understanding is how we define support and resistance based off of trend. And that means that we're going to continue to expand on this concept of trend. We're going to continue to talk about trend and then as it relates to the swing trend and closing trend, and then how we can use the swing trend and closing trend to define areas of interest in terms of horizontal support and resistance. And this is the core to technical analysis, because this is how we can define everything else. There's 4 key pillars to technical analysis, and that's trend, support and resistance, volatility, and momentum. Those are the 4 keys to understanding technical analysis and being successful. And the first 3, trend, support and resistance, and volatility, create momentum, which is the 4th. And we're then, by the end of all of this, we'll be wrapping this up with how do you get confluences across all of them to make informed decisions about the direction that price is likely to head. And we'll talk about conditions and how you set conditions and that kind of stuff. So, been a lot of fun. Thank you so much. Peace. Thank you for everyone for joining us. And I'll catch you next week. I'm going to stick around actually for your next show here. I'm interested in what's going on. So
you want to join the panel? I'm sure Michael doesn't mind. I'm sure.
Yeah. If you guys will have me, I'm more than happy to hang out.
Yeah, you're in. So we're going to end the show here, and we'll be right back at you in a few minutes. And Landy, just hang out. You'll be in the studio. You're already in.
All right, cool. Take care, everyone.
All right. Thank you all. This has been a great episode. Thank you, Landy, so much for all of it. It's been great. And I am Peace Love Music. This is the first episode of Learn TA with Landy. Learned a lot about candles and trend. And stay tuned. We'll be back shortly. And thank you all for tuning in and watching.
Welcome back to Fine Earn Fridays. This week, we're diving deep into some exciting new projects.
You know it, always bringing the heat for our viewers.